just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion on the roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love me.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gon' get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gon' get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people
it go for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spread your arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. And it'll stop the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new worlds so new and well coming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing like a shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the sorrow of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always always shines right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love her for real? Do you love her for real?
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you.
path of sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, turn a gun now lost lead. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Yeah,
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope of their riches. They reach out for
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy of packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明。 让我无路可走的，使我去吧。反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are into week 7. I am Oshin. I am joined by the absolutely sexy as hell in his new beige shirt, Dagda. Told you I'd do it. How are you doing, man? You just
calling me out like that.
Yeah.
You know what? I was like, hey, I'm wearing a new top today. I'm feeling good. And then you just got to go and but I am good, especially after that compliment, blushing a little bit, but excited to be back in the LPL.
Absolutely. You had a little excursion into the LEC. You're back in the realm of good League of Legends. I hope you enjoyed your holiday. And we're going to look at what happened. We got to catch you up because you missed out a couple of days. I'm sure you caught up on the VODs. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday, because yesterday had a couple of interesting results, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, TT managed to beat out FPX because FPX and Barons name a better duo, to be perfectly honest. BLG managing to take down JDG once more, kind of being routed in, you know, I suppose the trajectory JDG were hoping to get rolling. And then V5, what a series. That series was so damn good, and I'm excited to see V5 now sitting 9-1 at the top of the table. This team is just looking so damn clean, going from strength to strength.
They really, really are. And speaking of that table, let's have a look at the standings, because we're starting to see some very definitive gaps. You got your top two teams. Weibo and V5 coming into week 7 are going to be the two teams to beat. And then there's another gap of a load of teams with 7 and 3.
Yeah, and as you said in rehearsal, you know, Rookie and the Shy going separate trajectories and somehow now ending up at the top. You know, it's a story that you can't really write, but our narrative is going real well in the LPL right now.
Yeah, if it was scripted, it would be a bad storyline. Let's just put it that way. And we got our best of the week as well. We got to look at some of the high-flying characters that came into the week last week and kind of talk about how they would, you know, set themselves up. And I think our rookie would have to be Wayward. Wayward was just a monster in that top side.
Yeah, Wayward has been absolutely insane, especially when you're trying to step into Zoom's shoes. It's been really interesting to try and watch this guy grow and kind of develop into that role on the top side, and he's been absolutely wonderful and kind of given a solid top side of the map for top esports, who've now really started to pick up steam. And it feels like with Wayward in that top half of the map, they're far more stable going into team fights, going into the mid game, and you're actually being able to set up properly for Jackie Love and in particular Knight to just take over the game, with Wayward providing that for them.
Yeah, it really was a fantastic week for him. Of course, some noticeable names there. Of course, Doggo and Strive having great weeks as well. But our best of the week from week 6, a lot of V5 names there, a lot of people stepping up, and a lot of very familiar names as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Rookie and the Shy. We said these two guys have been popping the hell off, and the V5 mid jungle that we've been talking about has kind of been, you know, stepping up as we talked about over the course of the split. But I think someone that people are very surprised to see starting to crop up more and more is Photic. This guy has been absolutely insane, and as well with Crisp, I mean, this guy very much making a name for himself in that bottom half of the map. But our player of the week is going to be Photic, picking up a pentakill for himself yesterday and managing to just take over in such a dominant fashion. This guy has been absolutely insane, especially when you look at him coming across from top esports back in 2020, where he just wasn't able to make a name for himself a lot with Yuyanja. Now paired with PP God, this bot lane for V5 is looking stronger and stronger and taking over them.
I think that's the great thing as well, is that Photic was a big question mark for a lot of people coming into this V5, you know, this V5 team. And I think just bit by bit, little by little, not only has he adapted to the PP God style, the hard engage at all times, but he's also developed his own. His positioning is fantastic. He's really become a very nice complement to this team. And it's a great breath of fresh air, because this is a team that we thought would just be the rookie show. And thankfully for V5 and V5 fans, it's not just that.
Yeah, and it did take a little bit of time to get going. Like, we kind of saw at the start of the split that Photic and PP God would pretty much coin flip every single lane, but now actually coming in and looking insanely strong, it looks like Photic is ready to dominate the Rift with his mechanics. But no more talking about Fofo, we have to stop gushing. Today's matches, WE versus Rare Atom to kick things off, and then later on today we'll have LGD versus IG. LGD, not quite do or die for them, but they are definitely getting to that stage.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit desperate, shall we say. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. We got to come back in and talk about our first series of the day. It is WE versus RA, two teams that were very hotly touted in summer 2021. Two very different teams coming into 2022, but I feel like we got to start with the elephant in the room, which is going to be WE and their weak expectations.
Yeah, I think we kind of were waiting a long time for WE to come online. We thought, just give them a bit of time, they'd be able to get Beishang in, it would all start to look good again. And even we saw glimpses of what could be, right? At the start of the split, they were going for a lot of these early skirmishes, they look good, but now we've got to start looking and going, hang on, like, this WE roster's only picked up a single win, and it's going to be kind of one of the rare times where we see WE missing out on playoffs, because it doesn't look very hot for this team to get there. The last time since their inception in 2013, well, not inception, but since joining the LPL in 2013, they've missed out on 2014, 2015, 2018, and 2019 summer playoffs. So for how many years they've been in, it hasn't been very often that they miss out, and oftentimes it's only by a single game or a single placement that they're not able to quite get there. This is going to be the lowest finish for WE in their competitive history in the LPL. And I mean, losing today would mean that if JDG or OMG win one more game, WE are out of playoffs.
That's the big thing. It's that, your fate becomes out of your own hands. It's not impossible at the moment. You are still sitting on 1-9, so you will have a negative scoreline. You will only be able to get to a maximum of 7 and 9 in your entire split, but it is all about kind of making those better setups. And I think someone that we thought would do well and hasn't had an incredibly terrible time, but just hasn't had the same impact that we thought he would be Beishang. I think Beishang has been that player that we thought would be the renaissance of this team, and he came back after, at the start of the split, and it's been okay, but it hasn't been explosively great.
Yeah, I mean, for Beishang, a lot of his success that he found in 2021 was kind of having his laners have strong pushing lanes and playing towards him so he could look for invades and kind of look for more individual performances. This meta doesn't really suit that, though. And when you look towards, like, the ability to actually find ganks, his first blood percent, only 40% of the time, 21st in the league. He's not exactly getting out on and being incredibly active on the map. The goal difference and the CS difference you can see isn't quite working out. And although he has, like, been playing towards that and trying to get it set up, it's not quite the playstyle that Beishang wants to go towards. And you can see in these clips, right, sometimes he does get those moments where he's able to set up his team for success, but because he's not always on these kind of more carry orientated picks, it means that he's not really in a position to try and follow up. The team fighting hasn't been going swell with him trying to work around him, and it's all become a little bit messy. Even today, it won't be Beishang starting, it will be View back in that jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you can see that WE still trying to figure out what they're going to go for. It does feel like Xie is going to be the starting mid laner as well, so they're going to bring in View, see if that works out better with that particular combination, and we'll see where they want to go. And this will be the last day of us on 12.2. If you're wondering why are we not on 12.3, we don't care. We're skipping it. Tomorrow we're going to 12.4. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Renata Glask will be enabled, so you might want to check out that broadcast. I'm sure Hysterics and Lyric will have a fantastic amount of information to bring about that particular patch. But yes, this is the final day of 12.2, and it feels like WE, again, I feel like most people would probably assume they are going to start writing off this split, or at least writing off where they're looking towards summer. Wouldn't be the worst of decisions ever. But on the other side of this coin, of this matchup, we got to talk about RA, who are slowly but suring up and away. They are getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I mean, if you look across The Simpsons, kind of taking a bit of a line from them, Rare Atom, up and at them, as they've been able to find a really good success coming through, right? At the start of the split, starting off in 7th, going 1-1, we're kind of like, okay, what's the story with this team? But slowly but steadily, each week they started to drift further and further down. 1-2, 1-3, 1-5 coming into the fourth week of games, but they've really started to pick it up. And it's easy to kind of go, oh well, they've been playing against weak teams, but they really haven't. Like, we've seen them just take down RNG. They just had a great series against FPX over the weekend as well. This team has really started to come in onto its own, and I think a lot of that is individual performers stepping up alongside their team fighting looking a lot better. So Cube, we saw have a great game against against RNG, where he was kind of having a great 1v1 time against Bin. We also saw Lien start to give him a lot more resources, and he was able to pop up. Strive as well, finding that comfort in these fights as well. And oftentimes when we look towards, who is the MVP on this team, it is definitely Strive who's been having these big moments in fights alongside Lien to set up Rare Adam for success in these scraps. Because as you can see, iBoy in this clip still has some moments where he goes that bit too aggressive, but now you've got Cube, Lien, and Strive, that top half of the map for Rare Adam, really starting to come together and make sure that they can carry these fights across the line.
And you mentioned Cube there as well. We'll see a clip here of him literally just one-shotting the Leona, but excuse me, Cube has been a carry that a lot of question marks on, wouldn't be considered the greatest of top laners in fairness, in a league full of fantastic top laners, but has been finding his footing, has been getting themselves advantages, and has been working exceptionally well with the team. And I think this is a team that I can definitely say are greater than the sum of their parts. This is a team that when they work together are looking a lot stronger than perhaps on paper they should really look.
Yeah, and especially, we talk about Cube there, right? Like, this guy goes up against Bane, one of the most aggressive top laners we have, is picking up solo kills, is turning around 1v2 dives. Like, he even managed to pick off Wei as he went for one of those big plays underneath the turrets. It was just really, really solid play coming through from Cube. And as you can see, right on the Gwen, finding much more comfort. And I want to see more of these carry performances and also, carry-orientated champions coming out from the top laner for Rare Adam as well, because Cube has looked really good when he's able to get these leads, and now may be a point where Lien actually starts to put a little bit more attention.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and Lien has kind of been the catalyst for this team. They started off with Junja, but wasn't really working out. They swapped back to Lien, and Lien has had a pretty decent start to the season. Honestly, has been a very good, seems to have very good synergy with, specifically with Strife as well. So we're going to see now how these teams can actually make this one work for themselves. And for WE, it's all about stopping that snowball, because we know how good Rare Adam are just finding an inch and taking it for a mile.
Well, against WE here today, WE are going to have a bit of an uphill battle against that Rare Adam, because WE, we really haven't seen them kind of find their identity. I think that's what has been hurting them the most. Is you look at Few, who came in, Few not really able to, I suppose he found his footing a little bit, but for WE, they start playing towards early skirmishes, using Kadaya to start to roam. That didn't really kind of find them the win, so they moved instead towards Kadaya being more situated on enchanters, where he was trying to play for the 2v2, but again that wasn't really finding success. Then Beishang came back in and they started trying to see if they could find some sort of plays off that, but again, not having those strong lanes to really play around meant that Beishang didn't really feel comfortable. It just feels like we've kind of had so many mix and matching from WE that a lot of the teams who at the start of the split weren't looking so hot because they were trying to find their own identity with the team and figure out how they wanted to play, but WE really haven't had that chance because there's been so much mixing and matching of the players and the style of game that WE are approaching.
And I like how you brought that up as well, the style, the image you get when you think of WE as a team. You don't really get one right now. Like you said, they're chopping, they're changing, they're trying to figure it all out, seeing what pieces work, what pieces don't. But for Team WE, it is very much about finding their footing, finding out who they are as a team, as an identity, and against teams that have got a very strong identity, like Rare Adam, that have got that very clear win condition of who they want to try and lean on. Those games become a lot harder for them just because of just how they played the game. Because again, like you said, without having a strong identity to fight back onto, you're not really going to find an opportunity against a team that knows what they're going to be wanting to do.
Yeah, and especially for Rare Adam, we've seen them being able to kind of take over from these early leads that they were able to get against like RNG. Fell a little bit behind against FPX, but certainly when they came towards the team fighting, that's where they were strong. And I think that's where WE have honestly been weakest. I really expected after we saw these early skirmishes from them in week 1 to 3, that would be what they try and play towards, but they really haven't been able to find that same success it feels like oftentimes they kind of rely on Kadaya providing that big engage tool to set them up, but when he's not able to find that, it starts to become a little bit messy. Now that we got Shie coming back in as well, we'll have to see how he tries to orientate himself in these fights, because realistically, orientate himself in the early game, because realistically, when we look at Shie, he hasn't been someone that kind of supports the jungle a huge amount. He's been more focused on his own lane, so kind of supporting that style will be what we'll be hoping to see from View, but we'll have to see if that is what he actually decides to go to.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. We'll see how they're able to make this one work for themselves, and it's going to be a curious game. This could just be Rare Adam running away with it, but we have seen glimmers of hope recently from WE. We have seen them be able to find opportunities, and yes, it's scrappy. Yes, it is not the cleanest League of Legends in the world, but those are the small little, no team is perfect. Even Rare Adam on a 4-win streak, 5-5, much higher in the standings comparatively to Team WE. It is still possible to get those key wins, those key differences, and as we start to get later and later into the split, like we're in week 7 now. We have ourselves excuse me, we have ourselves 3 weeks, a little under 3 weeks, because we take a random Thursday off this week. We have 3 weeks left of games to play, and this is where, your bread and butter starts to come in. You need to start picking up these wins, especially for Rare Adam, against teams that are lower in the standings than you.
And that's the thing, right? WE, including this game, have 6 games left. So if they lose this, that means they've only got 5 games, which even if they win every single one of them, they will only get to 6 wins. And that means that if JDG assuming they lose to Rare Adam today, or OMG manage to pick up wins, they are automatically out, because WE has already lost the head-to-head against every single one of these teams. So even when you look at it as well, they're not exactly the easiest teams that WE have left for play, right? You still have FPX, IG that's on the rise, RNG looking a little bit shaky. Their last 2 games of the split, definitely easier with TT and anyone's legend there, but this is not exactly like it's just a walk in the park for them, and they really need to pretty much pick up every single one of those wins if they want to even a hope of getting a look at playoffs, but it's even not looking hopeful from that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to wait and see. WE, like we said, they could be one of the very first teams to be locked out of playoffs. They need a win desperately, and Rare Adam, they'll be looking to go to 5-win streak. They will be putting themselves, honestly, up there, right up there on top of the top 3 in terms of win streaks there with Weibo and Victory 5. So very good run of form for them as we jump into picks and bans. WE on the blue, Rare Adam on the red. Oriana, Victor, the Nidalee from Shun. These are all pretty must bans, and I love the respect that Strife is getting from these teams now, because they're recognizing, okay, cool, yes, we can technically look towards the bot lane of iBoy, but we feel like Strife is the guy who we can try to pinch a little harder.
Yeah, and he's one of the guys that is insanely strong as well, right? But we're going to get Corki locked in straight away. Very strong mid laner for Shie, and again, kind of playing towards that, hey, I'm going to bypass the lane phase, kind of just sit there and farm and look more at those team fights. Whereas for Rare Adam, Strive hovering the rise here, looks like they're trying to get active out onto the map. I think the Jinx pickup, though, super valuable here. And then maybe even securing like the Xin Zhao here for Lian, because I just feel like Lian has definitely been not someone who struggles, but someone who relies on these early game carries and wants to try and have an impact in the early stages to get Rare Adam on the right track. So something along the lines of the Xin Zhao would work out perfectly here, especially with the Hecarim band away. Xin Zhao kind of rises in priority.
I don't know why I said Shun's Nidalee. I just saw Nidalee and everything went dark. I just assumed it was. I saw Nidalee ban. I assumed it was Shun on the other side. I just could not remember.
I mean,
but anyway,
look,
it's
you have the
Lian still
connection.
plays.
Lian, the old IG, but Lian is a pretty
it's all
strong
there.
Nidalee player as well. It's the IG crew. But there's the Xin Zhao. Anyway, WE have to see what they wanted to respond with. You could go towards the Viego, which we see hovered. Volibear could also be a nice option, just in the ability to kind of set up a nice front line and set up for maybe potential dives, especially when you're looking at the more than likely chance that Stay is going to end up taking the Aphelios here. Giving him something that can kind of play a bit aggressive in the early stages and maybe look for dives on the Jinx early, but doesn't really matter. We're going to get the Viego and we're going to get the Aphelios. So a lot of late game scaling set up for WE here. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to find the opportunity to kind of take a bit more of a peaceful early game and set up for that late game.
Looks like Rare Adam's saying, look, we're happy to give Cube something effective in the top side as they lock in that Gwen. And they're saying, look, we know that the most likely run of form right now is there's going to be bans from WE onto Strive. He's going to have a lot of his champions taken away from him. We already see the Victor and the Oriana. But Rare Adam are happy to take that trade. They're going to ban away top lane counters to Cube and give Cube a little bit of an easier time in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, you really want to get rid of the Jace. It's just such a strong match into the Gwen. Maybe we see something like the Kennen come across as well, because BBU has been able to have some success on that in the past, but we'll have to see exactly what they decide to go with. There's the Rise taken away, and as I think, again, that's your best bet here in that mid lane matchup, is just continue to take away these counter picks and anything that could be potentially strong. Maybe we see something like the Zoe come in here as a ban as well, just to try and prevent that long range that could be set up for Rare Atom with the composition that they currently have.
Now we see where the last few bans are going to be going. I like the Akali ban again. Jace Akali, very good into the Gwen. The Rise, that global pressure. You want to try and get that away from the side of Rare Atom. And they're going to go with the Rakan as the last ban as well. So we're seeing less and less priority on things like the kiting style of the Thresh and such, and more against the hard engage. But with Rare Atom, you've got the choice of the Nautilus and the Leona. And we've seen Yuyanja do so many good things on this pick. I like that he's going for the Nautilus.
And it just provides the engage tool that Rare Atom were really missing, right? The ability to get that depth charge off, find the hook, set themselves up. So at least for Rare Atom, makes a lot of sense for them. WE going to try and take the more aggressive half of the matchup with the Leona hovered here. And I imagine them for BBU, he's probably going to go back towards something like the Kennen or something along these lines. But I am kind of curious what he decides to go with in the end, because, I mean, honestly, for WE, this is a very much a team fighting composition, and maybe you want to go towards some sort of super tank on the top side, or maybe you want to even go towards something like the Gnar, which just gets hovered here. So just trying to find something that can provide that front line and follow up engage with the Leona could work really well here.
Yeah, absolutely. And where they want to go is seeing Gnar creep back into the meta pretty much across the board, as finally does get locked in here for BBU. And now Rare Atom got a round out their composition. And again, you know, I think Strife's got a pretty decent champion pool to look towards. Things like the Syndra Hell, the LeBlanc could be a pretty decent setup as well. Having that Gwen on the top side also means they can lean towards the more AD options. They've got, you know, position here to make whatever change or whatever chance they want, and it is going to be the LeBlanc here for Strife. Very powerful assassin there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that I actually, you know, saw the Twisted Fate. Is something that we don't get a huge amount in the LPL. I thought maybe Strife would go for it, because certainly when it feels like, you know, playing up towards top side, trying to shut down Gnar could work really well. Trying to also help out this bot side of the map, get this Jinx an advantage, because basically the Jinx and the Aphelios, whoever gets that early advantage tends to take over the game. Jinx with a little bit of a favorable style there, just because she can usually crash forth wave, get a cull, and use that cull to get that advantage that she's really seeking. But still kind of the same idea here for Strive, right? Play aggressive in this lane phase, try and play through this mid jungle, and use that pressure then to start roaming around the map. Whereas when you look across at WE, it's kind of all hands off. They're looking to scale into that later portion of the game. The only person that I'd really see trying to play aggressive will be BBU in this top side. Tend to go towards Hullbreaker now, which is why we're seeing him come back into the meta, particularly as answers to these AP top laners like Gwen, where you can push in with that Hullbreaker, run demolish, tear through structures, and start to snowball that matchup in your advantage.
Well, for WE, as you said, slow and steady wins the race. And for Rare Atom, like you mentioned as well, just about getting in your face, trying to snowball that advantage and get that bot lane rolling. We'll see where they move and where they focus out on as the game does progress. But at the moment, it is going to be WE, as I said, already backs against the wall. They need the win today. They need to come out on top of this to even keep the idea of playoffs alive. And for Rare Atom, they want to keep this momentum going. They have not secured themselves in playoffs yet. They had a rough start. They went 1-5 at the start of the split. They're now up to 5-5. They want to try and keep pushing as far up that ladder as possible, because in playoffs, positioning is everything. The less games you have to play, the more prepared you are, as we jump onto the rift for game one of this best of 3.
I think for Rare Atom as well, just the ability to, you know, put distance between WE. There's already a lot of distance there, but like with their upcoming schedule, right? Try and keep this pace, so you're putting distance between OMG, who are, you know, in 10th, just beneath you, looking towards teams like Ultra Prime that are at 11th, just beneath you. Trying to put that distance between those teams is going to be a nice little sigh of relief for these guys. But it does start here today against WE, and honestly, I like what Rare Atom have, right? You've got super strong frontline in the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, the ability to, you know, play early map with Strive. iBoy as well. I was actually having this discussion a little while ago. I personally feel like, obviously Jinx, seen a lot in the meta. The best counter to Jinx is actually the MC Hammer frontline that Rare Atom are running, right? Because it makes it really difficult for Jinx to get these resets and fights. for her to actually kind of set up as the big auto attacker that she is, and she doesn't really have the tools to go into the zone or the bubble that Cube and Leanne are able to offer. So she has to play back. You end up nullifying a huge amount of her damage. So Rare Adam kind of taking and opting into a lot of pressure for iBoy, where he should be able to free fire quite a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And excuse me, I seem to have a frog in my throat today. It doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon, despite the herbal tea I made myself. What's the point, Dagda?
What was
the point?
Was it honey lemon ginger?
It was a honey lemon ginger, specifically Manuka honey.
Ooh,
so
getting
got that.
fancy, are we?
I mean, I'll be totally honest and say that every time I go to buy my one purchase of Manuka honey a year, I gasp at the amount of money I have to put into a jar of honey. But you're gonna see now, level 2 is being hit in the bot side. They get the traps down. There's gonna be Kadaya with the aftershock, keeping himself alive, so will not lose his summoners, but did lose the stays as the heal had to be burned.
Yep, just got to start to keep themselves in check here, and already kind of going a little bit awry for this bot side of the map. And that's not what you really want to see, especially, you know, Yanj and iBoy can continue to put pressure onto this bot side, and again, like, controlling the wave, setting up themselves for that quick reset, so then they can get the pull, move it back into bot side, and already Shie. Oh, no!
The old versus the new. Out goes the old and in comes the new. Great little kill there in the mid lane here from Strive.
And I mean, look, it hasn't been working out too hot for you. Now Strive getting that solo kill at level 3 in the mid lane as well. Look at the items that Strive has picked up. He basically got every starting item you can imagine. And now going to be able to move back in. Like, this is such a strong.
Yes.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, it just means that it's going to be so much stronger in this mid lane as well. I mean, Strive not even running the ignite. Like, this is just TP, and with the with the electrocute, able to just chase him down. I mean, really nice stuff from Strive, but big mistake from Shie.
Yeah, it is a big mistake, and we might see another one here as View's gonna get locked up here with the ethereal chains. He's down again. Oh, it's a disaster, and they're gonna try and keep him going with the support here for WE, but all of a sudden, RA are here to the races. WE, you need to wake up, man. It's time to play.
We haven't even got people on level 3, and there's 1,000 gold lead. Like, Rare Adam are taking over. Bot side in their favor. There you can see the reset for the Cull. And now as well, looking at LeBlanc, who's just going to be able to... Oh, maybe get onto Shie. But, like, even that topside matchup, right? Bew taking a ton of her from Cube. In the early stages, you can tend to just farm as Bew and not try and go for these aggressive trades. But Cube has been doing a really good job of getting into his face and just... Jesus, Shie.
I mean, this is the thing. Yes, you are totally fine in that Gnar matchup, but when your lanes are going down, specifically in mid like this, it puts a little bit of an unseen pressure on you. You now need to make a move. You now need to try and say, look, we need to salvage something. Maybe we look top. Maybe look... And that's where the problem is when you get put behind, is that these safer... I'm not going to say safe in total, but these definitely safer lanes can end up being a little bit more tenuous, a little bit more stressful, because you have to make a play. You can't just sit there and go, well, I'm going to go even, because if you go even, that's not good enough anymore.
And again, like, as you say, you've got so much now wiggle room as Rare Adam to kind of just do what you want in the map. They are going to start to turn over towards these dragons, which I do like. I much prefer teams that kind of set up objectives early like these dragons when they get these leads, because it just has this nice compounding snowball effect, right? It gives you a very easy way to set up fights, to draw the opponents into conditions that they don't really want to fight for. And especially when you're looking at, you know, the late game scaling that we talked about on WE, ramping up this game with the early dragons are going to be great. I mean, they literally take it 30 seconds after it spawns. Now you're looking at the potential for them to very quickly get a dragon soul onto the map and make WE even more uncomfortable than they already are.
Again, the Mountain Drake is, as a single Drake, a very nice Drake in the early stages as well. Those extra little bit of resistances make you even harder to kill when the little bit of damage is very much needed. And honestly, I do want to have a little bit of a gushing session right now for Strive in this mid lane. Came in from the LDL last year, very much a hot prospect, and has really just been finding his own feet, pushing himself forward, and honestly, in my opinion, has been one of the best, you know, from LDL to LPL transitions we've seen in a very, very long time.
I mean, honestly, a lot of our prospects coming up from LDL have been insane. You look at, like, Photic as well, who has now popped the hell off. You've got Shanji as well, that was doing really well for a while. A little bit hit or miss, I will say, for Shanji, but I agree with you. I think Strive has been wonderful. And even in the games where Ray or Adam are struggling, sometimes Strive has struggled as well, but most of the time Strive is still having a good game and trying his damnedest to carry this team across the line. So you got to give it to him. This guy's been great. And now, once more, 2 kills in this mid lane, 2 stacks on that Dark Seal. It feels like Strive is set up for success again. Like, the 1,000 gold lead that we see in this game is on that mid lane.
Yeah, it's just that, and Shie is getting further and further. Shie hasn't even gotten himself up to 30 CS right now. We're at 7 minutes in the game, and on a Corki of all things, one of the safest things to farm with. He's 2 levels down. He's going to get almost deleted in that mid lane. This is unplayable at this point. They have to change something up. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Gnar lane swap, because this is brutal.
I didn't even know Strive could do that much damage right now. That was insane. Kadaya here just to try and stop the all-in. But again now, Kadaya is going to end up splitting the CS with Shie, so he's going to fall behind in experience. Means that he's going to be even more delayed on this level 6 as well. Like, I didn't even know you could do that much damage with the LeBlanc right now. I mean, if Strive, I think, just barely miscalculating his damage, instead of that tower for one more auto attack, that Shie was dead.
Yeah, 100% dead. I think maybe he thought the burn from the corrupting pot would be able to do enough, but oh, lordy, that was close, and it's just going to get even worse. Like we mentioned, it's a 1,000 gold lead. This LeBlanc, we talked about how the WE needed to, not even needed to, wanted to just be able to just relax, take their time, don't worry about it, and now we're seeing a very different situation where Ray or Adam are saying, no, you don't get to sit on your laurels. You don't get to have a moment of respite. You have to come and fight us, because otherwise we're just going to run away. We're going to waterfall this game out of control.
And the entirety of WE are trying to shut down Strive now. Like, 3 members in this mid lane. There's a 2-level advantage for Strive in that mid lane already. That is absolutely insane, and Shie just has 0 control. Strive gets to do what he wants, and WE, I think this may be the worst idea to go for this, because you don't have bot push. You've already got Ray or Adam where they're moving up, and I mean, Strive at any point in time can pretty much one-shot most of your team.
Yeah, I mean, we see Stay, though, swapping over to the red and white, so he wants to fight. He's going to get jumped on straight away, and then about half HP, loses his heal, because he knew the Super Mega Jet Rocket was coming. WE will get themselves the Rift Herald and get themselves out, but like you said, it's the opportunity cost. They had to expend so much, and they may have just overextended as they try and get in. Strife, with the extra little bit of range on the Ethereal Chain, picks up a bounty kill. Say a bounty kill, a payment, a tax, if you will, for the side of WE having to go for that Rift Herald.
And now Ray or Adam get to extend a bunch of vision control into this bottom side. No camps for Lien to try and take, but still gives a lot more safety to iBoy and Yanja to continue to push in this bot side. And just unfortunate for Ray or Adam, a little bit slow on moving into River, not wanting to fully commit with Lien, so they don't actually get a chance to contest the Rift Herald. But maybe this gives WE somewhere they can get some gold back, but I mean, your top side has 0 control, your bot side is 0 control, mid has no control. It makes it kind of hard to get good moments to use this Rift Herald.
This is where WE, I will say, you do have the Rift Heralds. If you are able to get an overload in one of these side lanes, maybe get a 3v2 situation, get a kill, and oh my God, I mean, he takes more damage from the tower than he does the trade back. That's how confident Strive is right now. He's going so far in the tower, he takes 3 shots, and then he just knows, like, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to kill me.
And Shie just has to reset. Now, it's not too bad he does have the TP to get back into lane, but honestly, I think at this stage, Shie, you just kind of take your losses and go, right, I'm going to, like, build birth threads or something like that, because you're not looking to fight at this stage. You're 1,500 gold behind. Just look instead to survive the lane.
Yeah, maybe get the Merc Threads, and honestly, a Hex Drinker wouldn't be a bad shout either. Just some kind of thing to stop him from being blown up. And again, against the Gwen and LeBlanc, it wouldn't be the worst of itemizations. It just means that the Corki will he'll need to scale a little bit longer.
So, Shie actually changed his mind. He was going to go up towards that Caulfield's Warhammer. Instead, goes back and does actually fail the Negatron Cloak. So I think he is going to start working up there. Looks a bit weird with the triple longsword, but he'd already bought 3 of those longswords. So it looks like he'll be going for a quick Hex Drinker there and just kind of realizing, look, I'm not going to be able to fight for a while. Just let me survive. Make sure I'm not giving over more kills. And just that I can stay in lane longer to actually pick up some of this farm. Because it literally every time, you know, the 25 seconds, whatever it is, that LeBlanc ult is up, Strive is just going to look to chunk half his HP, if not more, every single time.
This is great for the bot lane of RA as well. As you see now, a little bit of a split screen. The Rift Herald being crashed in. So again, good moves here from WE. They're at least able to get some kind of gold back onto some carries. It will be treading the other side. But what I was saying there is that this is great for RA. You know, the Jinx you talked about gets that little bit of an early advantage and then just picks up a Cole, comes back, is able to stack that up for free. iBoy's basically been PvE. He hasn't really had to do a lot, and that's perfect for a Jinx that wants to try and get up to that first item, who wants to try and get as much gold and power into them as possible before that early game trough kind of really hits them.
And we're also starting to see the difference between what happens because we're looking at Nar getting all this gold, what happens between an LPL versus an LEC top lane. LEC end up picking up a huge amount of the hull breakers in the early stages. LCS has been on it as well, but it feels like we end up getting this kind of thought process in the LPL a lot, where it's like teams going, hey, look, is this going to be strong in a patch or two's time? No, okay, we're not even going to attempt practicing with it because it doesn't matter. We're looking at internationals, we're looking forward towards playoff, so we're not going to give time towards a hull breaker strat. And now we're seeing BuBu working up towards the Divine Sunder. He's not going to go towards Hullbreaker, which, don't get me wrong, on the current patch and the current iteration, would 100% destroy Cube in the side lane. But it's something that we see a lot in the LPL. There's just not a huge amount of people going for it.
No, they do not go for it that very often, as we do see now the Heartbreaker from View. He gets himself out with the flash as well. Kadaya around the corner, so they have to be very careful with that. Cube should be able to skip and snip himself over the side, so nothing ventured, nothing gained, but RA still putting on the pressure. And we are 13. We still have plates to be taken here for RA. Stay. He might not want to stay here. He's going to have to flash himself away. Yuyanja says, I do not care how far you go. I will follow you to the depths of the earth. And iBoy picks himself up a kill. Very nicely done, as now we can see the BuBu teleporting down towards that bot side. But you're all alone, my little friend. You need to get yourself out of here. And you can see right now it's a little bit of desperation from WE. They know they need to try and find something now, or it's just going to snowball away from them. And all this time being committed bot means that Cube gets free reign top.
And you said it right, because we still had plates up, means you still can't TP to any of these wards. So BuBu TPs to the tower, he's out of position, not really able to get into the spot that he wants to cut off Rare Adam. So now you invest that TP bot, BuBu's losing farm, he's losing turret plates, he's losing everything, and you gain nothing as WE. The kill even goes across to Rare Adam, and it's just going from bad to worse here for WE. Again, they just don't seem to be able to figure out how they want to try and play this early game.
Well, that was the ultimate from the iBoy, but this is just Yuyanja just with really, really good timing. Saw him on the ward and says, cool, once I know you're fully committed, you have to expend everything or you're dead. And even if you do expend everything, you're still dead.
Yeah, I mean, right at now, you can see a huge amount of damage coming out from this Nautilus. Like, in these early stages, that Nautilus will hurt, and all you need is the zap and that ultimate just to finish him off there for iBoy. And again, WE aren't able to try and contest despite the fact they invested resources to it. Now, top tower does have that minion wave crashing, but WE are trying to establish vision up towards this Rift Tower, which is just about to spawn. But I think for WE, taking this fight is insanely risky right now. You've got Gale Force completed for iBoy, Strive has his Ludens completed as well. Like, basically mythics across the board here for Rare Adam. Whereas when you look across, you know, Stay still waiting for his mythic to be done. You've barely got the Manamune completed for Shie. He's super far behind. I don't know if you want to fully contest this.
This is the thing, you're getting bot lane pressure as well, but like, yes, you're going for this, but I will say you do have the package onto the Corki, so they do have a little bit of extra power in that. Looks like RA are saying, look, we just don't want to fight that. We're happy to let this one go, but you have to fight a dragon in 50 seconds, and BuBu might just be walking straight into a trap. He'll hop and just about keep himself alive. Now he actually... Why did he go back? Why would you go back to that, BuBu? There's no real reason. You know there's someone there. You know they're probably setting up for something. It will be the top tower traded back, but you're already onto Soul Point. We're not even 16 minutes into the game yet.
But the problem with contesting for the Rift Herald, as you said, like, there's a couple of different things that you have to look at that equation. One, BuBu had to be positioned with Rare Adam up towards this Rift Tower, which meant that he wasn't in a position to defend the bot push. So Cube gets tower, you also lose a bunch of CS and experience there. You will end up with being able to take that top tower, but now again, Rare Adam get position on mid, so they're able to take mid turret, and now they're falling back over towards this dragon. Like, there was a huge amount invested by WE for that Rift Herald, and this was a conversation we saw, actually, as Strive was about to kill BuBu.
Oh, Strive, that was so nice. Just walking a literal pixel away from the stun twice in a row. He dodges the CC coming out from BuBu, and that means there's no contest on this dragon. We're going to be looking at a probably a 21-minute soul here for Rare Adam. They're going to be able to get this so damn quick, and you're going to have to try and make something work. I like this from WE, but again, it's desperation. It is still a Gwen. You got to be so careful. The skip and snip. They're going to try and put him inside the mist. I couldn't remember the word for it, but they will pick themselves up a kill. Nicely done there, but then they will get themselves onto the board in that regard. But you're already so far behind. You're 3,000 gold and 3 dragons. It's just becoming harder and harder. And yes, it's a good respite, but is it enough?
And this is why I want to bring back the conversation of this Rift Tower, right? You can already see Rare Adam moving up should be able to defend this. You don't actually get the tower. In these situations, and it's a conversation we had when Rift Tower started, it's more of a win more scenario with the Rift Tower. And WE definitely aren't winning as Drive now looking to head them off.
Yeah, he TP'd in onto the backside of this. Will land the ethereal chain. They'll try and go in on top of him. The stun will come out as View is trying to escort the rest of his team out. The side of WE will get out with no casualties. And now, WE, can they make something work? They are getting some decent free time here in bot and in mid. So, you know, they've got the objective bounties. They could bring back this gold. And like I said, it's silver linings at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dark day for WE. Silver linings. Not exactly looking very strong as Stay's about to go down.
Oh, dear. Yeah, he's dead. Nothing else to happen from that. Strive will get himself the double distort and get himself out of there. So you kind of try and figure out where you want to go on this side of the map. Yubi will be able to crash his wave into the turret, but the Gwen is around to the side. So I don't know if actually, never mind. Q's just saying, look, this Shelly is far more important. And I feel like this tower is not really going to be the bigger objective come the longer side of this team.
Yeah, I mean, I personally feel like maybe this was a bit of a mistake from... Oh, hang on. He's going to get him?
I don't think so. Oh, maybe
Strive
he will.
is here.
Yeah, Strive is here, but Kadea is as well. There's a lot of CC alongside that Viego, so you don't want to try and mess with that. I like the temperament here from RA. I like the idea of it, but they recognize wasn't for them.
Yeah, I think, though, like, coming back to it, that it was a bit of a mistake from the build path from you. I feel like with the position that WE are, still building for team fights may not have been the best idea. I actually think you just try and go full split push. And actually, maybe that's what we're seeing now from QB with this. I thought it was going to be maybe him going for like a force of nature or something. But he's actually going towards the wit's end. So looks like Bubu is actually going to go just straight up split push. He's just like, look, the only way that we actually win this game right now is WE is maybe getting advantages onto Bubu where he can try and go against Cube, but even that's looking a little bit risky with just how little control WE have on him.
Yeah, I think you know, if RA are able to play this game out like we expect them to play it out, this should be a pretty easy win. You're already on the 2 items onto your Jinx, 4-0 and 0 mid laner. The LeBlanc is massive, and for RA, it is just about dotting your I's and crossing your T's. Don't allow WE to scale. That scaling you mentioned earlier on when we looked at the compositions. If this game does go very late, you do have an awful lot more options and leeway here for WE, but for Rare Adam, you're already on the soul point in less than 2 minutes. You're going to be getting there towards 21 minutes. The 21-minute mark, and you're looking at a Hexal. That power is absurd to try and deal with, and for me, it's just going to be like WE, you got to throw the Hail Mary at that point. You cannot let this dragon go, because if you do, the game's over regardless.
I don't even know if you get the Hail Mary opportunity, though. Like, look at the vision control that's established for Rare Adam on both sides of the map. Like, they've got deep vision on bot side, they're establishing deep vision on top side for the Baron that's about to come up. You don't actually get a chance to go and push in against Rare Adam ever. So for Rare Adam now, they kind of get to go, okay, well, we've a minute towards Dragon, we'll reset. If WE try and invest too much onto the bottom side, we'll just go up towards Baron. If you don't actually clear out into this division that Rare Adam have established, WE, they're just gone.
Oh my god, View already down to half HP. He should have enough time to reset should he want it. I think he has 2 stacks of his smite anyway, so should be able to sustain up. But again, anyone walks up, there's just going to be so much damage being thrown down straight away. I will say, we talked about GA going maybe towards the Merc Treads or the Hex Drinker. Gone with neither. Was given a little bit of free space and was able to get himself up to his first item, so has the Mana Mune. He still has that Null Magic Mantle sitting in his inventory, so is having a little bit of extra effectiveness there. But now with the package, 27 seconds here, he does have a teleport, and you can see now he's going to be answered to by Cube. This is where the damage can really come out. They're going to try and maybe look for some more poke, more damage coming out from this Jinx. Again, that rapid fire poke coming out, and the safety of the Gale Force means that the side of Rare Adam needs to be very, very prominent where they put that one there. We can already see the flash being burned by Kadaya. And now it's Shie coming into the mid lane. Can he make use of this package? We're going to start resetting. iBoy will not get fully clipped by the solar flare, will not lose anything anyway. So WE, now you have the package and you have the Mega Gnar form, but I think RA can just wait.
Yeah, they don't need to rush this, right? WE moving in towards River Strive.
Ooh. I think he's dead. I think he's going to be, yep, going down. Yes, they did use the ultimate from the LeBlanc, but here comes the real fight. They're going to be able to use the package to try and separate these teams, but look at the Gwen just putting out work and putting in damage. They're going to be able to take her down eventually, but you've already lost the Aphelios. The Dragon, what? That wasn't even a fight around the Dragon. That was a fight around positioning for this Dragon, and now Rare Adam can try and look for this, but oh no, Strife. He's thinking about it. He's looking for it. They're going to try and maybe burn this one down. View in a lot of trouble and is taken out. Now they're going to try and turn back onto him. He will sacrifice his life, but it was a noble cause. And they finally get themselves the soul. And that's a 22-minute Hex soul here for Rare Adam. Yes, they lost a couple of kills, but they do not care.
Now they got the Hex Dragon. That's all they really were worried about. And honestly now, might actually run over towards this Baron. Saw the TP potential there, especially with you still dead, but looks like instead we're just going to move over, try and steal away some of these camps, set View even further behind. And I mean, if you wanted a confident play from Rare Adam against the bottom team in the LPL, this game has certainly been that. We're just going to get the replay here. Strive, I mean, this guy has been a menace all game long. Goes in for the double distortion, pops back to his second one, just able to finish off Kadaya there. And from that point forward, they're chasing them down once more, actually.
Keep going for them. They're not quite able to get the damage down, though. But again, more and more being burnt here. And the slows, the damage, everything's just overloading right now. They could look for a 23-minute Baron. And honestly, it wouldn't even be a bad call here from Rare Adam. They will get one of the Squire's Blooms out. There's still another available. But the TP coming in here from Shie. Very difficult to defend this. You're looking at a 5-level difference between Kadai on the Leona and Strive on the LeBlanc. He would literally be one-shot despite being considered a tanky member. Baron down to about half HP, but they don't want the Baron. They want the fight, and there it is. Kadaya goes down almost immediately. Double distortion, baits out all the CC, and WE, they're scratching at the door. They want to try and get out. They want to try and make something happen for them, but with Strive just playing in the backside of this fight so perfectly, Baron now taken down. RA are in total control. They are losing their top laner, but it does not matter because where are you going to go, WE?
They're going the wrong way. They got nowhere to go. This game is over, Oshin. No matter what WE do, there's Strive in the way. LeBlanc has clones and she seems to be everywhere. As WE will fall, Baron went the way of Rare Adam. There's just nothing that WE can do in this game.
This was a 100% statement smackdown. RA saying we are not a part of the bottom of the table. We are a playoff team, and they are playing like it. They still have to take the the Nexus and finish off the game. But Rare Adam are just putting down a beat down on top of WE, and right now it does feel like WE are just trying to fight at everything because they know if the further they wait, the longer they fall down this hole. So I don't have a problem with them at least going for this because they're just too far anyway. They have to go for something.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that WE need to try and contest. It's just like this fight isn't the problem. It's everything else that's happened before this, right? Like, this game has been over since GA basically getting out 1v1'd in the mid lane by Strive. The early fights going the way of Rare Adam as well, and unfortunately for WE, yes, they got 2 Rift Heralds, but they haven't really managed to do particularly much with it. Now Rare Adam pushing in this bottom side. We'll say iBoy a little bit far from the party, so maybe Rare Adam want to take a step back and just wait for both Cube and iBoy to think.
We got the Baron buff. We'll have Bubu going Mega very, very shortly. Doesn't have Flash, but could get himself a nice Gnar into a wall. But again, you don't have to overextend here as a side of Rare Adam. You're about 9,000 gold ahead, nearly 10k. You've got yourselves a Hex Soul that's worth about 4,000 gold in stats, and 3 items now on to Strive. He's got himself a Medjai's Soul Stealer, and he's just going to be need scaling even more and more. So even the scaling aspect of the game is not really there. I will say you are at 2.5 or 2.5 half items here for the Corki, so the wave clear isn't terrible with those rockets and of course the Gatling gun, but
I just think you're just at a point now where you can't really do much here. You just haven't got the damage available to you, and now we can see them pushing in towards that mid lane. They're going to try and take down the Gnar, and they will almost be able to do it. Yes, they will. Another skip and slip as we come back into the main fight in this bot lane, and yep, there's too much damage, there's too little resistance, and too much for you to have to try and deal with. You can see already iBoy feeling frisky, feeling excited as he pushes forward. They will be able to crack open the base in this bot side. And again, we're going over to game 2. Rare Adam dominant in their game 1 win. And it's just going to be about getting that last kill or two, pad those stats maybe just a little bit. I will say that's a hell of a lot of damage from Shie, but it does not matter. It's still a Corki who's well far behind. And RA, game 1, demolish WE.
And this has been an exciting game for Rare Adam, right? This is what we wanted to see. This is what you expect from a team that we're now looking at in playoffs. How do they fare against teams that are at the bottom of the table? And this was a confident one. Very easily able to get advantages in the laning phase. I mean, the mid lane difference, astronomical this game. You're looking then at how they can try and play out the map. They're playing for Dragons early, knowing that like is their win condition and trying to play through the strong early game that they have, especially that mid jungle. And from that point forward, the team fighting looked good. The way that they played the map looked great. The vision control was outstanding. Like, this was a confident win from Rare Adam.
Yeah, I think confident, controlled. There's nothing more you could really ask for the team. As you said, we wanted to know if this team was a playoff-worthy team. We wanted to know whether or not they could separate themselves from the bottom of the pack and put themselves up towards being a top 10 team. That did it. If they can do that again, if this is a clean 2-0, this would be a huge jump for them. And yes, it is against WE, bottom of the standings, but it is about getting those wins. You got to remember, it's not just about taking down the big teams. You have to take down the teams around you. Otherwise, you're not going to be able the same scoreline. And if they can take down the 2-0, 6-5, pretty healthy scoreline coming in with 5 games left.
Yeah, and especially as you kind of move on into like the final weeks, these singular games can actually make a difference. So when you drop some that you really shouldn't have, it can make a massive difference. But Rare Adam, like, that was confident. Strive looking immaculate with the counter pick on the LeBlanc, absolutely destroying Shie. And I mean, Corki, it is still 12-2 for people that aren't sure. So Corki still hasn't been nerfed, still quite strong, but Strive just made sure that he didn't get a look.
And this is the scary thing. Like you said, the Corki's still quite strong. The Corki still put out a lot of damage, but Strive was playing on a LeBlanc who I would consider to be, especially on 12.4, a little bit more of a meta champion. Yes, it is definitely fringe. You have to pick it into certain situations, but does feel like it is something that can have a lot more potency as we go on to 12.4 tomorrow. But as you say, great win, great time here for the side of Rare Adam. And again, great moment for Rare Adam fans on all scales. You know, they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty solid. We'll see if they can do it in game 2. We are going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll see if WE can change anything or if Rare Adam will be taking a swift 2-0.
Fiora, not usually ideal. The great bubble comes out from the scout. Actually cleansing super late on that one. Oh no! Viper is here. Kiss the ring, top esports, and now the rest of the follow-up Mako with a double play. It's too beautiful. Xiaoshun chasing them down one by one, gets himself a double as top esports are just destroyed. Gwen is immune though, and Scout underneath the tower right now gets away on the dark passage. Oh, when she goes down, Wayward finished that one with a turret shot.
If you find momentum on this pick, you will just murder camps. And honestly, he's so focused on denying Jung. And this is something that we saw when Hecarim was really in the meta before, is that you can invade it. No flash means he's very vulnerable to things like this.
And, you know, Shotgun historically does counter the horse, but it's going to be a blast cone, and he's jumped into the rest of the team. Can only spice the blue buff. Shun has been found out, missing soloing the blue buff, and Shun just flies into his own demise.
Lunchables believes in Mojo, and B5 this game, look at this. pure mojo as Jin Jiao gets knocked up. Dredgeline, he flies through the sky, but with the movements, Photic in the range. Another auto attack needed. Now turning for Eric, but Shadow shows up. No one else from B5 is going to be 2v3, but it might not matter. Eric getting auto attack to death, and Photic now launched on by Shadow. 3 talent strike with Wind becomes lightning, and audacious charge to turn it around. They jump on Photic, but he gets the support. Eaten up by PP God. This 2v2, PP God and Photic. I see a triple P, and I absolutely love it.
Top esports approach, they can look to turn. They have to be really cautious though. They lost the last 50-50 in the previous game. They lose this one, it's doomed.
Nice shockwave is going to be where I'm looking. Wave with jumping in. Needleworks back up and available. Tien off the back. Don't burger flip it here. Cleared on the side. Sonic Wave hits in. Smite coming down. It's stolen. FPX 1 for 1 in the series with the Barons. They may take down 2 with them, but Baron goes over.
This is a really desperate situation for LG. Can they take the Elder? It's smited away by Karsa, and now the executes are going to be coming through. Flap those wings, baby, because the Elder Dragon is coming alive. LG still in the fight, though. They can't take down PP God. They can't take down Photic, and it's all over. Photic is flashing forward. The Elder Dragon sweeps. The roar of death takes hold, and LNG lose game number 1. A pentakill for Photic.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky.
我们最近也是4连胜嘛，我觉得最近的状态，因为有在一直运动嘛，然后健身什么的，然后自己的打比赛没有那么紧张的感觉，就是呼吸比较好，然后我觉得我们配合也越来越好。下一场对战 WE 的话，悲伤也是重返赛场嘛，然后我觉得他是一位进攻性比较强的打野。我觉得对付他的话，小心前面的 gank 吧，他们。
Physical fitness. All you nerds out there, get out there. Go and do some physical stuff. I know I am sometimes, maybe, as we come back into this game.
Once in a blue moon, you know.
Yeah, every time it tickles my fancy, I just let the gym take its money. I'm like, oh yeah, I have a gym membership. But anyway, we're coming back in to this series. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to be talking about our MVP from Game 1, who I've completely forgotten who it is. I'm going to go ahead and say it's maybe Strive. Probably, yeah, it's probably Strive, and that's going to be a pretty damning scoreline there. 8-1-3 was all over the mid laner. Didn't need to go outside the map really, and just kind of kept finding those solo kills.
Yeah, I mean, was there any surprise that it was going to be Strive? This guy's been absolutely insane in the early game, getting so much pressure in that mid lane, and honestly making Shia's life a living hell. So Strive being able to take over, and as you say, like, especially when we got towards that Baron fight, you got to see what Strive was able to do. With no vision there for the opponents, he was just able to pop in anytime he wanted, hop over the wall, hop over wherever he wanted, and be able to pick off WE. Strive, an absolute monster in this first game.
Yep. Just did everything he needed to do as a LeBlanc. Did the very stereotypical LeBlanc thing. Found champion, killed champion, and was just very much working out. Again, I don't feel like RA were very tested in this game. It felt very much like they were just going through the motions. Strive got an individual advantage in that mid lane. That means that they couldn't the side of WE couldn't really contest any of these objectives, and RA were just smart about how they played around it. So with WE taking a pretty damning loss, we are going to see a substitution. Just the one, though. It is View being taken out. Beishong is in. We talked about him in our A block earlier today. I'm going to be totally real with you. I don't think View was the problem.
I'm not going to lie. When our producer was kind of saying in our ear, yeah, substitution, I 100% thought it was going to be Shanks. Yeah, I did not think it was going to be View. But look, either way, it is going to be Beishong back in. There's very little the jungler can do when you're losing 1v1 in the mid lane like that. And yeah, sorry. I
mean, View still did decent. Like, he did okay, yeah. But like as you said, like, he moved the focus to the other lanes. He was able to kind of cover for topside and Bew. Again, the Nara's not really the one you want to be getting fed, but with the options he had left to him, I don't really want to put this on him. I think there was just kind of a mid gap that he kind of couldn't really
like,
build
there's
on.
nothing the jungler can do. Like, if you're losing lane 1v1 off of your... Like, that was a solo kill before wave 3. Like, as wave 3 hit, then you die. Like, there is nothing your jungler can do. He's still trying to clear his third camp. Like, he's level 2. Like, give the time a break. Like, this is where, like, this is what annoys. This is like leftover frustration from solo queue. Because, like, I've seen this so many times when you get pinged. Oh, jungler did nothing. Why couldn't he help me? Oh my god. And you're like, bro, I'm like halfway through killing.
You died level 2. That's not on me.
Yeah, I'm sorry you don't understand how to play the first 3 levels of the lady. But maybe I'm being a little bit harsh. Shie's still in here. LeBlanc going to be banned away this time. So Orianna will be the ban that is swapped. Whereas on Rare Adams side, still seeing the Zeri, the Hecarim, and you imagine the Caitlyn again here to round it out.
Yep, just keep themselves nice and secure. Don't fix what's not broken. And for WE, I like the LeBlanc ban, but we'll see if they put the same amount of, I suppose, priority onto this Corki, because coming into that game, Corki should have had a pretty easy time. This time around, it looks like they're going to go for something a little bit safer, a little tankier, and they're going to go with the Rise. I like this little bit of an adaptation. Corki has become a little bit of a, yes, it was very powerful on 12.2, and before, it was an incredibly potent pick, but with the meta developing as fast as it is, and how long the LPL has stayed on this 12.2 patch, teams have figured it out. So I like the Rise kind of coming into a higher priority here. Rare Adam saying, yep, cool, we'll take the Jinx and the Zins out, we don't care.
Yeah, and there's the volume bear that we were kind of talking about in the last game. At least for View, we thought the Viego, well, I personally thought I would have liked to see a little bit more early game aggression coming out from the jungle. The Viego wasn't doing it for me. Base Sean going back towards the volley bear will give the opportunity to kind of look for these early plays. Maybe even the early dives with this Rise, depending on the matchup in that mid lane. I think for Rare Adam, though, I'd love to see them just take the Orianna here. Ori does really well against the Rise in the early stages, makes it super difficult for you to actually try and get in onto these roams, and sets up wonderfully for Rare Adam's kind of team fight. But again, prioritizing Cube here, maybe going for this Gwen, so probably see, you know, the Jace and the Akali banned away once more from Rare Adam, whereas for WE, I think you take away things like the Orianna in that mid lane, see if you can try and make this a little bit easier of a time, maybe even something like the Zoe or the Vex as well could be options here too.
Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty decently set up. And I like the fact that we're seeing a little bit more variety from Strive as well. I do like the Nautilus ban. I think Uyanja has been incredibly comfortable on this pick, has been one of his go-tos all split. And they're saying, look, if we could just try maybe get iBoy and Uyanja off kilter, that could be an option here. But for the side of Rare Adam, they will have to change their mid laner. They will have to change that one up ever so slightly, but they're pretty happy with how game 1 went. And looking at the composition they've built for themselves, they got the MC Hammer. You can't touch this composition like you mentioned, which is very difficult for someone like an Aphelios to break through. You mentioned how the Jinx is very, you know, very aware of how they can't really get that extra bit of range onto these carries. Aphelios is kind of the same, and if he gets jumped on here, we saw him plenty of times in the last one, but he's just not going to be able to do anything in these fights.
And again, I think it's going to get even harder here, because with no Orianna ban, it feels like that's going to be the pick here for Strive in that mid lane. It sets yourself up really nicely. And the thing here for Rare Adam is you've got options here. Because the Nautilus was banned, you could go towards the Leona, but they're not going to. It's going to be the Rakan that they go towards instead. And now you've got great engage tools onto this Aphelios. You've got the ball delivery system if you want to go towards the Orianna here. Great matchup into the Rise as well. Like, it all feels like once more Rare Adam, like, winning bot side of the equation. In mid if you go towards the Orianna, and you kind of know already you're going to have that winning top as well, because a lot of those Gwen bans were already taken off the board, and View was set super far behind by Cube in this matchup against the Nara, when honestly I don't think he really should have been.
Yep, I completely agree. Karma locked in, though, does give the bot side of WE a very early advantage. They should be able to have the push and should be able to set up some decent rotations here, or even just get some early objectives on that bot side of the map. That's going to be locked and loaded there. So where do you go for this? I would love, like you mentioned, to see the Orianna. I think the Orianna really does well to kind of round out this composition if you're looking for team fights. But if you're looking for a bit more pick composition, the Twisted Fate could do there. So again, plenty of options here and available for Strive, regardless of whatever he wants his comp to be.
I'm not a fan of the Twisted Fate though, just because you lose that matchup in the mid lane so heavily, and it becomes really difficult for you to actually try and play out the map state. You just don't have pressure on the side because, you know, Rise clears faster than you, Rise is tankier than you, and then offers more in team fights. So I like that we're seeing Strive move back over instead towards the Orianna. And now you've got this incredibly potent team fighting comp for Rare Adam with good side lane control and the 1-4 for the Gwen. and you can just look to scale into the later portion of the game. Whereas when you look across at WE, it feels like they really need to get the ball rolling early, with Beishang trying to set up for these dives towards the bottom side, try and use the fact you've got push from Kadaya, and in theory, Xie finding windows of opportunity to roam, but definitely a little bit more difficult with an Orianna pairing with them.
And then there's so many ball delivery systems. You can put on the Xin Zhao, the Rakan, you can, hell, even if you're really feeling it, you can put it onto the Gwen. And the survivability it gives a lot of your players is just, or the utility it gives a lot of your team is just a fantastic pick overall. So we'll see how they're able to go. It is going to be locked and loaded here for RA as WE, they're desperate to try and get something back. It is a difficult setup for them right now. They're going to have to really dig deep if they want to try and make this one work.
And again, it feels like maybe we've got a little bit more early game pressure coming through from WE, like a little bit more productivity on their side, but we're going to have to see if it's going to be able to work. And I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on Xie once more. Not the greatest of matchups. We saw him really struggle against Drive in the last game. Maybe he can have a bit of a better time this time.
We'll have to wait and see as we wait and just kind of find out where these two teams are going to go. Like I said, TWE struggling to find their identity. Who are they as a team? What is their starting roster? They have still yet to figure that out, and we are very quickly approaching the end of the season. RA 4-game win streak, looking to make it 5 as they get themselves 1-0 up in this series. They're trying to make it a 2-0 start to the week. And now they're going to see something good. And honestly, I like this in WE. When in doubt, when playing standard wrecks you, you got to throw in something into the works. You got to be different. You got to try and make things happen because it's not going to happen any other way.
I mean, there's not a huge amount here where I'm like, oh yeah, this is completely like out of left field for WE, right? You've got Rise, probably the premier pick on the current patch, I think. Just so insanely strong, just with the versatility offers in the draft, and both being able to play team fights with the new tank build and also heavy pressure side lanes and the ability to roam in the early stages. It means Rise kind of has a prominent spot at all points in time. You going back towards the Snare, I think this time around going for that Hullbreaker build will be pretty massive for him, trying to play out through this kind of 1-3-1 that WE have set themselves up with the potential of playing for. And as well, just Kadaya kind of going, right, well, we don't really see a huge amount of pressure onto this bot side. In fact, we've got like Beishang who can try and set up for these dives, so having that pushing bot lane could work out.
I see a little bit of a level 1 coming out here. Yuyancha just keep away, gets the knock up in, and a little bit of peppered damage here. Kadaya gonna try and get that one traded back. It is probably a better trade overall for the side of RA. Very close though. I would want to make a quick note before we jump into this game and really see some action going. Feels great to have crowds back. Finally having the crowds back in the stadium, getting the cheers, the signs, the reactions. It feels good. It feels like, you know, League of Legends is healing, you know?
Yeah, and I think, well, for esports as well, it's been nice to get those crowds back and actually have, suppose the energy that comes with it as well. It gives it just a very different feel, both to, I mean, casters, players, and also the crowd who get to be there. So it'd be nice to get back towards normalcy in that regard. But coming back into this game, normalcy pretty much across the board. Beishang going for a full clear as he starts to move down towards his bottom side. Whereas when you look towards Leon, he's gone the opposite direction. So trying to play up towards Cube in the early stages and make sure that he can actually crash this wave and use the advantage that Cube has managed to garner for himself once more.
Got nothing else to say.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let it air out and see what happens. But that's a lot harder. That's a lot harder when you're not right beside each other to kind of like indicate I'm letting it air out. So
yeah, there is always that little bit. It's like, has he DC'd?
Is he gone?
Is he gone? Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, I could just like let it go for him. But yeah, he's gonna walk in. He's probably gonna lose his flash here, or actually maybe not. They actually don't have full information where Beishang. Actually, I lied, complete lie. I'm sorry to everyone if I lied, but they had a full idea of where Beishang was. So I like that from Leyan saying, look, I can't contest this. I gotta just walk away. They now know exactly where the big old bear is. And they're going to be able to try and just play defensive because of that. But yeah, like we're saying, being not in person physically is it's tough to cast sometimes. And ooh, Yuyancha in a lot of trouble. He's going to flash away after getting the heal. The flash forward and not enough. The auto attack wasn't quite there.
That's going to be the flashes burnt now off of the jungler and the support of WE and RA respectfully, but you're losing a lot now here as RA.
Yeah, just a missed auto by Beishang. I think it went on towards iBoy, means he doesn't quite have the damage with the follow-up W to kill them, but correctly stated, right? Not getting this big wave, that crash. Now you're looking at a level 3 still for iBoy, level 4 coming shortly for Stay, and just a full wave lost here, which has that advantage now for Stay in the bottom side. And this is what we kind of can see, like, Beishang being able to bring, where he started to try and teeter over from what was his style in 2021 into this kind of new style, but just have to see if WE will be able to, again, like, bring this into strong team fights. Use the fact that Stay has this advantage now to look for early skirmishes around things like the Dragons, the Rift Heralds, and even just trying to find the 1v1s for Stay versus
Curious to see if they actually did spot out Leyen there. Looked like he had just gotten himself around the corner without being spotted, but had an inkling that something was going down. They backed themselves away, and there's going to be a pretty easy reset here for Kadaya. Stay did, however, stay. He means he's going to have to try and soak up this wave as it does end up crashing. I like this from Leyen, just making sure that the bot lane that did get a lot of early attention there from Beishang is going to be able to at least equal it out and get themselves a decent reset. The Dragon is available, but I don't think we're going to be seeing as early start here for RA. The Volibear and obviously the mid lane, a lot more, stable for the side of WE.
Yeah, I don't know why Stay didn't reset, though. Like, he had the tempo advantage, but instead he just kind of stuck around. And, I mean, yeah, he didn't want to leave Stay. But, like,
I love how you just went, all right, well, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Because it means that now, like, Jinx gets the reset, she's come back with Noon Quiver. Stay hasn't really shoved in this bot wave, so now you get to push the wave as iBoy and might actually get a turret. If WE want to fight for Dragon, you're behind on the reset for Stay. This is actually a pretty massive mistake.
Yeah, they're saying, like, it's kind of, you're very far behind on the power curve right now, and if WB want to go for this, they will have to try and do this with a little bit of a disadvantage in the items. I will say, though, with the Karma and the Volibear, it becomes very, very easy for them to be able to zone away. It does mean they can secure that objective. Very nicely done there by WE. They are not punished for that lack of a back, but
they are. Because now Stay is stuck in lane once more. Because iBoy's going to be able to shove in consistently. That push that you had with the Karma is no longer a factor. And now you can actually start to press in on this terror. So Stay is now once more stuck and has to stay in this lane when he's now, despite the big lead he had, down a significant item disadvantage.
Well, he is a little ahead on CS for the moment. Like I said, still yet to get a reset as we can now see Strive getting Rune prisoned up. Harassment, I should say. He's pushing into the mid lane. This is a little bit better, I will say, from WE. A little bit. It's a lot better from WE the first few minutes of the game. A little bit more stable. They did obviously opt into the Karma as Yanja nearly made that back. A very costly mistake here for WE, but it was not to be. And it is a little bit more stable, and this is where I want to try and bring the question to you. How do RA destabilize this? They're behind on gold, they're behind on dragons. How do they look? How do they want to play the next few minutes of this game before we start getting into those big 5v5 team fights?
Well, I mean, for Rare Adam, they're all right. Like, they just kind of want to chill. Like, get to the later portion of the game. Like, use the fact that you can continuously push in here as iBoy to get advantages. Cube as well, going to be totally fine on the top side of the map. You can already see that. Gold lead starting to open up there. And the level 6, which are just hit by the mid jungle for Rare Adam, means it becomes a lot easier for them to take control of this mid lane. So this is where we're starting to see Rare Adam teeter across into a position where just off of the champions that they're playing, they are going to be stronger. And they just weren't fully committed to that early dragon because they weren't exactly sure what the game plan was for WE. But now they're going to be totally fine as Rift Herald starts to spawn. iBoy, I think, making a little bit of an error with the reset timing that he has here. Going back to base, now only getting down to the bot side, which means that WE going to be able to take this Rift Herald, despite the fact you've got a pickaxe advantage for iBoy if they want to try and go for some.
Yeah, it does feel like you mentioned, that yes, it was a back timing, faux pas, shall we say, for WE on the bot side, but it was not punished. It was not really capitalized on by RA. Yes, small little advantages of XP maybe here or there, but nothing really to be writing home about. And Now RA find themselves 2 objectives down. I will say we talked about this at the start of the day. This is what Beishang does very well. The stabilization of the early game is what he is very, very good at. Where things tend to go wrong for WE is towards that mid to late game, and their decision making coming up towards those big 5v5 team fights. And RA should be scaling up pretty nicely towards getting it. You know, they've already got their boots set up in the top lane and the mid lane. They're going to be able to have the Gore Drinker as well for Leyen. If you're wondering if he goes for Gore Drinker and then Sterex, we are still on 12.2. So we are still, that is still a very powerful combination, has not yet been nerfed, but yeah, again, nothing really untoward here for anyone on the side of RA to really be dealing with, as BuBu is going to be losing this matchup once again, trying to just soak up as much XP and gold as he possibly can.
And the thing is, as we start to get towards those later game fights, you're kind of mentioning the mid-game errors that we see from WE. My big question is how they set up the fights, like the engages, because I personally think Kadai has been great on picks like Rakan for, but Xie, they have found Yen here, who's forced the Crescent Guard and walk away. But the engage that you're looking for is like from Beishang on BuBu. BuBu hasn't really been very strong when it comes towards these engages, and Beishang as well. Like, it is a volley bear into the composition that Raritam has is going to be quite hard for this volley bear to start off fights. So it feels like WE, the engages are going to be a little, or at least I'll be keeping my eye to see if they can actually get some of these clean engages off, because just the way that this composition is set up doesn't really play towards the player strengths that we oftentimes see from WE.
Well, Charles has been spawned on that bot side. Leyen, though, on a long road around. BuBu, however, saying, cool, you go that way, I go this way, and walks himself out. Shouldn't be too hard to do. It will be a trade of a full tower. This gold lead's starting to balloon a little bit more. WE now with 1,000 gold lead. The TP is going to be committed here by the Orianna, as they have to try and just defend against a second push here from Shelly. So good start here for WE, and RA looking a little bit, I don't want to say bewildered, but definitely a little bit slower off the mark, as we now see Leyen forced to flash away because the Realm Warp was coming. Xie is there. 2v2 in the top side. Will land a double boomerang. So there is an opportunity here, and yep, they're going to go straight in on top of him. There's the Rune Prison. There's First Blood. Xie making up for game 1.
Yeah, and it was just that Strive had to move down to that bot side to try and protect the Rift Herald push, so meant that they were able to collapse onto top side. Nice job from Xie to recognize the timing, and now WE get that first kill and make it a little bit more onto this top end as well. See, with the move here coming through from Stay and Diet, they're going to start to rotate in towards mid lane and start to see if they can work this down. And with all this early pressure going towards Stay, Stay is super far accelerated. Sitting only about 300 gold ahead of iBoy, but still should be able to use the fact that he has this early lead to pick up a Gale Force and try and find these 1v1s against iBoy if they're left alone in the mid.
Yeah, it is a Kraken Slayer here for iBoy, so he's going to be able to burn through a couple of these health bars, but like you said, Stay is going to be pretty big himself. Should be able to reset, possibly pick himself up the Gale Force, and then move on to, you know, his second item. I'm curious to see if he goes Collector or into the Lord Dominic's Regards, or maybe even Bloodthirster. We've seen plenty of variations on a second item here for the Aphelios. And RA, not as convincing in Game 2 as they were in Game 1. Again, it's not a million miles away. I'm trying to just be more positive towards Team WE because this is the part that we know they're good at with Beishang. Beishang exceptionally powerful when it comes to the early game, always roaming around the map. It is that mid to late game shot calling that we tend to see WE fall apart. So good start from WE, but I want to see a little bit more. I want to see them consistently keeping this.
Well, the Dragon to number 2 already gone the way of WE. It feels like they're in a relatively okay spot, as you say. 4 minutes still until that next one. Rift Tower not going to be up for 3. So we're kind of just hovering on and waiting to see if WE can get to operating on this 1-3-1 split push. Feels like the best way to do it is like have Gnar fully extend this wave and bot side up to the tier 2, then try and circulate some vision control into this bot side jungle. Maybe look to see if you can create a numbers advantage in the mid lane, or at least zone iBoy and Yanja off that turret.
Wait and see. This is the power you get with the Rise, which is why we're seeing such a priority on it for most teams, in my opinion, is that you just build tanky. Oh, it's not building tanky just yet, but you generally build tanky, and you also just get a full kind of split push setup. So not really a lot Strive could do here, as Yanja, or excuse me, not Yanja, Kadaya is sitting off to the side. That's going to be free plates here for Xie. He's going to get himself a little bit further ahead. He's up about 500 gold, and it is very much the mid and the bot lane that is getting bigger and bigger for the side of WE. They are the ones that are going to be the late game carries, so good to see that the moment they are making it work for them. I will say, though, we're only about 1,000 gold behind. RA are no spring chickens themselves, and that Kraken Slayer moving into the rapid fire cannon, this Jinx will become a problem. And as we always say, one big shockwave can change it all. So all eyes going to be onto the mid laner of Strive.
I'm kind of surprised to see the Kraken Slayer in some regards, because it feels like the only way that iBoy really gets caught here is like a flash in from Beishang, or like Vivu getting a good flash ulti. And the Gale Force could be pretty clean in just like helping to keep you at bay for iBoy. Yes, you'll end up with like the two big tanky boys in Vivu and Beishang, and the true damage from the Kraken Slayer helps, but I don't know. I feel like positioning is going to be more impactful here for iBoy than the extra damage that the Kraken Slayer might have.
Remember when Kraken Slayer was first announced at the item reworks? Everyone lost their collective minds. It's just like this moment of just like, oh my god! And it was just, I don't know why everyone just like got really, and then they realized that like it's like the most offensive of the three that you can pick for AD carries, but probably, you know, depending on the situation, probably not the best, you know, depending on the composition you're going up against. But I digress. WE now starting up Shelly. Wait to see now if RA want to go for it. They have got a flash quickness available to them on Yu Yancha, and clumping up like this would be very, very good for the Orianna Shockwave, but Strive not really with his team just yet. It's actually Cube who's trying to make his presence known. They will get Yu Yancha down with the Ruined Prison as they maybe try and take this one down. There's a little bit of a pincer in. There's the Gnar ultimate going to be used onto Lei Yan, who uses the Crescent Guard. The Rift Herald does go down. I'm not quite sure who secured that one. Its quickness has been used. Lei Yan does fall. It was picked up there by the side of WE, so they secured it, but they've lost themselves 2, 3. It's 3 kills straight over to RA. That is not worth it for the second Rift Herald.
Especially with 2 kills going over towards iBoy, the big part of the map was stay, and now that advantage has gone out the window. Rare Adam now starting to move in. I thought they were going to maybe look for this mid lane turret, but either way, I mean, Rare Adam coming out with the win, and this was something that we kind of highlighted against both FPX and RNG, is that the early team fighting from Rare Adam has gotten so much better. Watch Drive on the top side, right? Completely zoning off Stay from being able to follow up in this fight, because he knows he's got to deal with the shockwave. So Stay not getting any sort of auto attack damage off. Beishang isn't been able to get the support that he needs. But eventually that shockwave does hit onto both Xie and Stay. Great play from Strive here, teetering on range of where he could be, you know, putting pressure onto WE, but not getting caught out himself, and still finding the major shockwave.
It's a big swing of gold now back in favor of RA. They've equalized the gold. Like you said, this goes all onto the Jinx. So iBoy now sitting very, very close to his rapid fire cannon, has bridged that gap with Stay, and now RA starts to think, and this is again the moment we talked about, the decision making around these mid-game fights, that don't need to commit as hard for that Rift Herald, because again, I feel like the second Rift Herald especially is very much a bait to, you don't really get as guaranteed gold. Yes, you're getting top turret now, but you're going to lose bot in the exchange for it. So right now, RA keeping toe for toe, and they picked up the 3rd dragon of the game, so they get their first on the board. And Infernal Soul, we never really got to talk about it, is going to be traded off for mid lane priority, and this is where WE need to start picking up the pace. They are doing so successfully, but they do need to make sure they don't just fall apart when they go for these big engagements.
I think Strive now has kind of been like playing off on side lanes quite a bit, and WE have been able to just find these moments to use the Rift Herald, but I don't think it matters too much, right? I think you're still in a pretty good position here as RA, especially when we talked about them having the late game scaling, and I don't think it'll be rapid fire for iBoy. I think it'll be Ruin's Hurricane in this fight, and just make sure that he can be this massive AoE DPS, especially if Strive is going to hit a couple of people with the shockwave. Imagine adding those Ruin Hurricane rockets into that mix as well.
Xie thought about going towards that bush, and thankfully for him and WE fans around the globe, he did not. He thought the better of it. RA now still got pressure in this mid lane. They did lose their tier 1, but they're looking to answer that one back right quick as they push in towards it. However, with Stay doing his namesake and staying into towards this mid lane, means he should be able to finish this one out. A quick look at the items. As we can see now, some big item completions coming in. Cube working up towards his, I actually think it's a Lich Bane, is it? I'm not quite sure. After the Rift Maker, Gordrinker has been finished up for Lei Yan. Luden's Tempest also there for Strive, and of course we've hit on to iBoy as well. But on the other side of that, you do have the Divine Sunray here for Bubu, so some decent split push, or sorry, some decent damage coming out for him along some survivability, and of course the Turbo Chem Tank here for Beishang. So big thing though for the side of WE is Xie's got himself 2 items. items. He's almost got himself the Fimbulwinter on top of his Everfrost, so that's a very tanky rise coming into the next few fights.
Yeah, it'll be Cube going for the Cosmic Drive to round out his second item.
Cosmic
really
Drive,
strong
there we go.
In the yeah, really strong as a second item, especially for Gwens who like to team fight. So definitely you can see Rare Adam like gearing up for these fights, and it works really well. Like this front line definitely needs a big engage tool with it, and that's exactly what Rakan offers. And one of the interactions that we don't get to see very often is that like stopwatch doesn't actually outlast the quickness. So oftentimes if you end up popping a stopwatch to deny the engage from Rakan, he just sits on top of you and still manages to get the CC off. And especially with like chompers, shockwave, everything else that can follow up, oftentimes even these stopwatches won't save you. But WE right now playing the map quite well, catching out Rare Adam on the spot side, but it looks like Rare Adam trying to respond on the top lane, but they're a little bit behind on the play. WE are looking to collapse.
Collapse, but they don't really overcommit towards it. And to answer the grueling question we were thinking about, the Runans shall not be built. It is the rapid fire cannon here for iBoys. So sadly, he did not listen to you. He listened to me. And honestly,
Yeah,
if RA lose the game, that's their fault. That's my fault, honestly.
It's just a weird one because like the reason you build like the Gale Force Rapid Fire is like, oh, I want to poke a little bit, want to keep myself safe with the Gale Force. But in this scenario, iBoy poke isn't really going to play a major factor, right? Like you're setting up for big team fights with good engage on either side. So as if you're convinced that you're going to be able to stay safe with the Kraken Slayer, then taking the Runans where you're able to, hit onto multiple people, especially because Bubu and Beishong, even Xie should all be within auto attack range. It feels like that's what you're trying to play for. So it just feels a little bit of a weird mix where you're going like halfway towards the full damage but still wanting that safety. And even if you did, I'd probably go for like the other way around, Gale Force and the Runans, right? Because then you can play up and start to play aggressive. But as you see, like one auto, not really going to do a huge amount in these fights.
Not going to do a load, but does, as you say, give that a little bit of extra safety. And, depending on where, I think iBoy definitely as a player historically this season so far has maybe overstepped a little bit too more. So maybe this is just a way of keeping him on a proverbial leash. Keep him away from that, and now we wait to see. With that mid lane turret going down, it is 4 turrets to 3 in favor of WE. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. Kadaya forced to flash away from the shockwave, so don't have that cooldown for the next fight, but Strive should be, they can delay this dragon, should have adjusted it over a minute's time, so it's going to be a little bit of a curious one here now for RA. WE moving aggressively, and this will put them onto Soul Point. This, with the Cosmic Drive just being finished up by Cube, this could be an interesting moment. Excuse me, the smite used by Beishong. Yes, he has a second stack, but very aggressively poised to try and put himself into harm's way.
Yeah, it's a 95-second cooldown at base for the Strive's ultimate, and with a little bit of the ability haste he has, should be up just about after the dragons awake. So if Rare Adam at least can try to keep these poke at bay, stop WE from finding the initial engage, they should be able to buy time for Strive to get that ultimate back up.
Yeah, and right now they won't want to fight anyways, because Bubu's got himself the Mega, and that's going to be started up there, the Dragon. We can see Beishong down to about 2/3 of his HP, is going to have to go in to try and steal that one up. He does get the smite down. That's going to be the Dragon secure, but how much do you lose off the back of this? The Realm Warp is going to be used, but the Volibear's already died, and now Xie in a lot of trouble. He's been slowed down by the Zap. He's going to be able to stop Q from advancing any further onward, but that's 3 people dead for a Dragon. That could just lose you the Baron.
And there you go, Strive. Great shockwave, literally just off a cooldown to set that one up. And as you say, they move over towards the Baron. 3 members dead, no jungler in sight. Rare Adam might lose the Dragon, but they get the Baron instead. And when they want to try and get control back over this game, get these waves pushing, get some of that standing gold from those tier 2 towers, this is the way to go.
Yeah, and again, yes, you are on Soul Point here for the side of WE. That's great, but now you're behind on the play. You're 4,000 or maybe 3,500 gold behind as we look at how this replay went down, because it's a little bit split here from WE.
Yeah, but watch Strive's cooldown on the Orianna. The literal second that it comes up, he just straight away just shockwaves 3 people into the mix. Beautiful timing there from Strive, and now Rare Adam are just able to chase down WE. They've got nowhere left to go.
I mean, I can't really fault WE for that. There's no way you know the exact timing of when that shockwave's coming up. You have a rough estimate, but there's no way you can guarantee this time with this ability haste equals that. So not really much they could do about that one, and you can only imagine that Strive was just spamming that R button as fast and as frequently as it possibly could. As we now see the siege coming in, it's going to be mid lane, just taking a little bit of damage down to about half HP, and I feel like WE will be pretty much forced to let this one go with the next wave coming in. They have got Bew with TP up in the top side. He's going to be split pushing, but they're going to lose a lot here. And don't forget that TP has a channel time, so you need to be very, very careful of when and where you put that TP in. Here we go, flash in, the shockwave comes down, they get Kadaya. Here comes the TP, but it's onto the turret. They can kill that, and it means you can't join your team. And now Beishong almost taken down. He forced a flash away, does sidestep away from the rocket, but now Stay in a lot of trouble. He flashes, but not over the wall, and Strive gets himself his second kill. It's all RA. They found their go button, Dagda, and they are not stopping.
And this is going to be 2 inhibitors for them. The reset's only now coming through from Bew. He's super late, and there's nothing they can do. I don't know if they can end. Although, May looks to try and go for it. Die open in just a few.
Gonna look for 24 minutes, but yeah, I think they're thinking the better of it. They have got Baron minions, but not a huge amount of them. Strive, though, taking a lot of damage here from Bew. They'll go in, get the knock up. There's the bringer of storms, the volley bear, as he goes right back down. Has to get himself a tail between his legs as he goes back to the fountain. They are picking up more and more kills. RA just turned on there from no real kind of counter from the side of WE.
I mean, a big mistake from WE. Now the choppers go down.
They go down. They're going to try and make this one work. They've got Bew going into Mega. They can get 2 more kills, but can they get anyone else? Cube is getting the resets off with Gwen, but not quite able to keep going forward. They lose 2 more, one more, but they lose 2 on the back of that. RA still very happy with that sequence of events.
Yeah, that was what I was kind of saying. It looks a bit risky for Rare Adam to try and go for the end, but I don't think it matters too much. They're still going to be able to move up towards this top side and take the last turret, but great engage here from Strive. Once more, we talked about him being the MVP for Rare Adam. Well, he's standing up once again in this game. Rare Adam now just able to push forward off that shockwave and continue to bring this game home. It looked like WE had a nice start, but once more, the mid-game and the team fighting just isn't going their way.
It's what we've talked about. It's why we thought it would be a little bit of an issue. Shockwave brings Kadaya down to about 1/5 of his HP, maybe even less. And that's going to be enough for them to try and back this one away. But you got super minions now on mid and bot. You could just very, very easily do exactly what they're doing now, which is just overload that top side, take away all of these different neutral buffs and caps, and put yourself against this team that is just not going to be able to defend against you. The thing with the Aphelios, if he doesn't have the Calibrum, he doesn't have a huge amount of range. The Rise as well does have to walk pretty far forward in order to get that bouncing spell flux off, and they're going to try and fully engage on top of this, but you're running into a Gwen. Gwen is so nimble, so quick to be able to get out of there, especially with the Ghost on hand.
Yanja now sitting over the wall trying to see if he can fish 4 picks. WE, this is the tower for blue side that's hardest to defend because there's just so many areas to try and wrap around. As Bew goes.
Bew goes in. They found Orianna. That was the MVP performance we talked about, but can they get anything else more? Because there's still 2 massive carries in the Gwen and the Jinx, and the Jinx has been getting excited. They jump straight back in on top of the Aphelios and Stay, trying to use the red and white guns to his advantage. They will lose Gnar. They will trade back the Gwen, and iBoy gets excited one more time. But now in a 3v2, can you defend WE?
And iBoy just being able to pepper him down with range. That lethal tempo has come into play. So Chie trying to get us out. Will use the realm warp just to get back to the safety of his base. And now the turrets are falling, Oshi.
They are falling, and here we go. They're going to go straight in now on top of the Karma, who just about keeps himself alive. Kadaya is alive, but Chie not so lucky. iBoy picks up that kill, and in a swift 2-0, RA bring themselves on to a 6-5 scoreline, 5-game winning streak.
First time all split long that it's been a positive scoreline for Rare Adam, but it's been a well-deserved scoreline with the way that they've been playing over the last few weeks. This now, as you say, puts them up to a 5-win streak where they've been able to take down LGD, TT, Orange, FPX, and now WE as well. And with their ever-growing scalp collection, it's a question to see if Rare Adam can keep this form rolling as we look towards our playoffs.
Big win, big statement there from RA. Really feeling like they're coming into their own. This team feels like it's gelling well together. And like I said at the top of the day, this team feels like it's greater than the sum of their parts. This team feels like they are just better as a team than they would be individually because of the way they play, how they play around each other. And honestly, the more I see Strife play, the more I'm just impressed by this young man. He is being such a huge positive influence for this team. And like, you look at RA coming into 2022, who they lost. You lost Fofo, you lost Hong, you lost your core of what your team was, and you're still looking fantastic, and you're looking like the better side of the deal, specifically for Hong, because he's sitting there at 4-7, you're up there at 6-5, you're having a whale of a time as RA.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely nuts, and they've been able to just completely dominate the last few games that they played. And when you start to look at like how well Strive is performing, right? Leyen been able to get out onto the map early. And even when you get like some mistakes coming through from iBoy and Yuyanja, overall it's been pretty positive for them. Cube as well stepping up massively. Like both games here, he gets counterpicked with the Gnar and is just able to absolutely massacre the top lane where he's coming out, big leads, 20 CS lead in game 1, a nice little lead for himself here in game number 2 as well. And then we get to team fights, he's popping the hell off. So again, individual performers up, selling themselves essentially coming into the end of the split, and as well then the team looking so much better in team fights with that coordination now starting to come into play.
And again for WE, you're down now to 1-10. It is not pretty for the side of Team WE, and honestly I think you are starting to think about maybe looking towards Summer Split right now, because this team, in any shape or form, be it with View, with Shanks, whoever, it just doesn't look like it's coming together, and it feels like a back to the drawing board here for Team WE as they try and find some solace in this, what has been a very, very disappointing season so far.
And this is the thing now, right? So we've Rare Adam at 6-5. You've got JDG at 5-5. OMG, you have 5 wins as well. So if either JDG or OMG win a single series, they will go towards 6 wins, which is the most that WE can get. And you've got the head-to-head versus WE there for both these teams. So, I mean, it's very quickly just going to be a case of, WE are shut out. I mean, if JDG can win tomorrow against Ultra Prime, that's already one team out of the equation. And OMG will go up against Rare Adam this coming Sunday as well. So that could be basically when we see that, Rare Adam, WE are just out of the equation.
Yeah, I will say that that is a very big match there for the side of Rare Adam and OMG. These are two teams that are very much at the side of like 7th to 10th, maybe even 12th as such. So big win for either side could push them into playoffs or out. It's a pretty massive moment there for both of these teams as we kind of see where they want to go for this. But massive win for Rare Adam. Cannot stress enough how good they are looking. And yes, they had you look at their win streak. They have TT in there. They're not they're not really they obviously had WE today, but FBX are in there, and FBX, yes, they're on a bit of a downward spiral now, but pretty decent team coming at the start when they played the Rare RNG, the MSI champions from 2021. These are not exactly easy games to be coming in with, and yes, you only play each other once, but those could be big games going forward, and getting those scouts are so important for the side like RA.
Yeah, and especially since we had, as we pointed out at the start of the day, that rough patch for them at the start of the split where it just really didn't seem to be coming together. Like, you had Strive, who had some moments where he looked good, but the team fighting was off. You were still seeing a lot of messiness. Leyen wasn't sure where he really wanted to try and play around, but now we're starting to see that those cracks have been filled. They were starting to get Rare Adam really coming into their own and maybe looking like a bit of a dark horse for the playoffs.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to send it over to Sam, though, who's sitting by with Leyen for an interview.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invited jungler Leyan from Rare Adam. And first, congratulations on your 2-0 clean victory today. And my first question is about your early Drake, because you are really curious about the early Drake in the actual game for Rare Adam. So how do you comment on the priority of the Drake in this meta? 那么首先恭喜乐言以及恭喜 RA 在今天2-0是战胜了对手。想要问一下，就是在这个版本当中，你觉得？因为 R 现在比赛里面控小龙控得很积极，不知道你对于这个版本的小龙的优先级是怎么样做一个评价的？
首先小龙控的好的话是要取决下路的线权的。我觉得那个闪电龙魂最厉害吧，就是那个海克斯龙魂最厉害，就是比赛还是要控龙才好。
I think to control the the Drake is because we've got the bot lane dominance, so I can control the Drake easily, and the Hex tag Drake is quite strong in this meta. And the second question is about game 1. Around 24 minutes, you've got the Baron Rush quite early in this game, so why do you make that decision? 那么今天的第二个问题问是关于第一局24分钟左右的时间，你们在拿完龙魂之后，立马就去大龙处，然后把大龙给 rush 掉了。当时是出于什么样的考虑，直接做的这个决定呢？
当时的话就是我看到他们的位置都在下面嘛，然后我跟他们说打完小龙直接去大龙，因为他们打野，就是他们所有人都来不及嘛，因为我没有格温，还有那个金克石打龙是非常快的，就是想快点结束比赛吧，因为他们劣势比较大那时候。
I think the enemy team is quite far from the Baron pit, and we've got Guan and Jinx, which are quite so we can kill the Baron quickly in that game. So we just make this decision. And the third question is because of Strive's performance today. He's got really brilliant performance today on Orianna and LeBlanc. So which champion do you think he plays best in his champion pool? 那么第三个问题其实也是因为今天 Strive 的表现，用妖姬和发条都非常出色，所以想要问，作为他的打野伙伴，你觉得他哪一个英雄是他所有英雄当中玩的最好的那一个？
是 Drive 的话，我目前感觉是妖姬还有维克托吧。对。
So from now, I think his LeBlanc and Victor can get really brilliant performance, and I think these two champions are his best. And that's all for the interview today. Thank for Leyan to join us, and back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Sam, and of course, Leanne. Good words of praise. He's a man of few words, but what he says is important, and recognizing that Strive is pretty damn good on Corki, or excuse me, not Corki, LeBlanc and Victor, recognizing that this guy is probably going to be a pretty pivotal part of this RA campaign into spring.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think it's any surprise that he's going to pick up our MVP as well. Strive was absolutely nuts across the course of today.
Yep.
Solo killing Xie in game number 1. Coming out with these clutch shockwaves in game 2 as well. It felt like Strive was just like every fight we went into, I was like, where's the Orianna? Where is Strive? Because that was where the difference maker was going to be.
Yeah, it really did feel like it. And for Strive, gets himself up to 5 MVPs. I'm not sure if that's 5 including this or 5 and then add 1, make it 6. I'll figure that out eventually. But
I think it's just 5,
up,
yeah.
I think it's just 5. But yeah, not far away from the likes of Photic, Cream, Xiaohu, Scout sitting up there on 7. So really making a name for himself. And this is what we always find with particular LPL teams, is that yes, they have one key player. Yes, they have one good way of playing. But when you're able to double down, make that work for your team, it always can breed some kind of success.
Yeah, and I think that's really where you just kind of got to look at how can we try and enable this guy the best? How can we set him up? And we saw it in this game a lot, right? Holding off on that pick red side 5th pick for Strive to make sure that he was able to get himself set up into a good matchup. There was no funny business that could come through, and it meant that you just didn't really have any sort of response there for Xie in the mid lane. And I think for Xie, a bit of an unfortunate time, right? Didn't really look the strongest in either of the games, and especially with Strive, who was able to put that pressure down. It's kind of nuts. And Strive exactly isn't the person that we were kind of looking at going, hey, his laning phase is amazing. He'd been taking these really good team fights instead. So I think for Strive to step up in both team fights and the laning phase was wonderful for Rare Adam.
Yeah, great win for Rare Adam. They get themselves up to 6 and 5. WE obviously licking their wounds just a little bit. We are going to send it to a break, though. When we return, we will have our second series of the day, LGD versus IG. You will not want to miss that.
Uh, 杰斯吧，很真实。感觉每个角色都挺喜欢的，就一定要说一个嘛，杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play AD carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是，我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧。对，我觉得魏那种性格的，就就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틴 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아. 比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那个科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话吧，我喜欢希尔克，因为我感觉他就很像一个，就算他前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔科吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，我感觉。
希尔克他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平棱角变得一样，所以我可能我就觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。
我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有，听的最多的就是抱抱，还有维克托那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Z. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name is Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD. 交通的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。
我将杀，不是说怎么念来着？
我于杀戮之中身上一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士无爱，举目破败。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了，就瑞斯的我们走了，因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多的。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个就是有个原因是什么，懦夫的味道，就那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧，就是感觉没有太注意这个。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 주는데 한국에서 한국서 원자 할 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you lead me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, no, no.
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, run you down, look behind and fall an angel. Fly a siren, I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like green lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is all a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal, and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is coming after you. I can't take it, my heart is breaking, but I know it's for the best. See, we've been taking much too long to finally lay this love to rest. So I put on my jacket, untangle my shoes. This ain't gonna be easy, but we know what we got to do. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it. I want you to know that my heart was sincere. So sincere. Whatever you wanted, ooh, I would have taken you there. But sometimes life changes when nothing seems to work. No, no. The ones you love so dearly are easier to hurt. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it. We'll be fine.
Vic 这名选手在我的印象中，他是一名对线实力很强，然后开日能力也很强的选手，然后争取以后和他打好配合吧。之前和老干爹下路交过手嘛，他们的对线实力都蛮强的，然后跟他们打的话，我们把下路的线处理好，然后尽量赢下这一把吧。
Big words of praise there for Wink as we come into our second series of the day. I am Ushi and I am joined by the illustrious Dagda as we come in now and start our coverage of LGD versus IG. Honestly, I think Wink has been a massive component to this team, but I think the team in general is starting to build up. Before we start looking at the nitty-gritty of it, a lot to be done for both of these teams if they want to try and even think about playoffs.
Yeah, and the big one for me is I want to start looking at LGD, right? This team is sitting at 2-7, and when we look at their strength of schedule, by God, is it?
It's pretty
awful.
strong against them.
Yeah, it is not good at all. Like, they have to win a minimum of 3, and kind of the same conversation that we were having in our last series. Like, this only gets them to 6, which would kind of just even them up. But like, you've EDG, Weibo, Orangey, LG, Top Esports, BLG. It's like, my God, could you have made this any worse for yourselves?
Literally, that is like our top out of 6 games. That is a top 7 out of every single one. Like that is absolutely absurd. And yeah, it's rough. It's rough for LGD. They have a mountain to climb, to say the least, coming into this one. And on the other side of that one for IG, it's not much better.
No, I mean, look, it's not
better.
as bad, but it's definitely a little bit easier because they are looking at 4 and 6. They have a little bit more wiggle room, and if you're kind of looking like the potential teams that it feels like IG could beat, right? You would assume anyone's legend. You would think WE as well. FPX falling behind as well. Suddenly they're kind of looking at 7 wins if you're able to pick them up. And honestly, we've seen, inconsistencies there from Top Esports as well. So always a chance that they take that out. Suddenly they're at 8 wins. Like, it feels like, certainly for Invictus Gaming, the future's still in their hands. It is still a relatively tough schedule, but certainly feels like this is something that maybe they could achieve and maybe they can bring back, which was such an abysmal start for them at the start of the split.
Absolutely. And again, this is a team that you've been very excited for. And I think the way they've changed the team, because again, look at how IG came into 2022. They lost their core. Rookie, the Shy, out, rebuilding from what was effectively nothing and not nothing. They had Shun and they were rebuilding from Shun and trying to see what they could build around that. It was a slow process, but it feels like the process is working out for them now as they're finally getting to see some decent results coming in for both these teams, or for everyone on the squad.
Yeah, especially when you look at like the teams that they've kind of pushed to the limits or even like broken, right? Like they took V5 to 3 games, and honestly an incredibly close 3 games that could have gone either way. They beat BLG, one of the other teams that were looking at the top of the table. EDG game 1 was incredibly close and could have gone either way as well, and even being able to take down JDG. Like, you can see the teams that are above them in the standings, they have been able to perform against, and that's why I'm kind of being filled with hope that maybe, just maybe, Invictus Gaming can take them across the line. And I think a lot of that is coming down to their new addition in the top side of the map. Like, Zika has just been incredible since he replaced Nani.
He really, really has. And I think that's going to be our featured matchup for today, is going to be Zika versus Fearness. And it's a very curious way how these two top laners perform, because you look at some of these stats, absolutely mind-blowing, but they lead to different results.
Exactly, and the ones that I want you to pay attention to are like the kill plus assist at 15 and the kill participation at 15. Because with Zika, we see a lot of resources being given towards him early on these more split push orientated champions, where he's going to be able to start to play aggressive. You've got that super high push percent, which is how much time he spends in the other person's half of the lane. And you can see that Zika spends a lot of time putting pressure on towards the enemy turret and trying to snowball the advantages that he's given. And he does so pretty damn well with almost 1,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. This guy has been insane in that top lane. But when you look across at Fearness, we're seeing kind of similar stuff when you look at the kills and assists and the kill participation. Like, he is super good at getting involved in kills early, but instead of taking the resources for himself, a huge amount of it is him playing towards team fights, him setting up Shadow to be a carry in the early stage. And that's why, even though we see a lot of that kill participation super high, his goal difference of 15 sitting at 11. He doesn't spend a lot of time pushing in the opposite side of the map. He's more interested in trying to get down to team fights, trying to support his squad when they come towards these objective skirmishes.
Yeah, and we see here in a couple of the clips, we're going to see the kind of the duality of it. It's very much IG going to top lane to facilitate Zika, to try and get him ahead. Whereas on the other side of this, we are seeing Fearness roam. We are seeing him going around to try and make advantages happen for him and his team, and will just happily take those L's when they happen to come across him. So, not really looking to be the sole carry as Zika is. Very much a facilitator for the side of LGD. And look, yes, it hasn't been a great season so far for LGD. They are struggling very much down at the bottom of that table, sitting there on 2-7. But there are small moments there, and I think the kind of combination, we always talk about mid jungle, and for me it's top jungle combination. Shun and Zika coming in against Fearness and Shadow, that's going to be the key decider between these two teams in this series.
I don't 100% agree, and I think a large portion of this series is going to come down to that top side counter pick, and not so much for like Fearness trying to get a big advantage in lane, but just being able to take an easy road in towards this top side. Because you know what Zik is capable of doing once he does get ahead. I think he's got, for a rookie, an incredibly good understanding of how to play like 1-3-1 or play through side lanes. Incredibly good in the 1v1. His lane mechanics are insane. Like, his understanding of wave management is really good. So you are up against a lot here against Zika. And we've seen what he can do for IG. And I'm now curious to see what Fearness is going to be capable of doing if he can try and hold the line. Especially, like, you know that both these junglers kind of tend to play towards this top side of the map. Again, as we said, like, Zika getting resources to set him up as a carry, whereas Fearness kind of setting up Shadow to be a carry. So I think we're still going to see a lot of attention towards this top side, and it'll be interesting to see who can kind of get that battle won in their favor.
Yeah, I think that's the big way you can look at it this one now, is that it's about who can come out on top of that battle. Because for IG, it's about the early game. We've seen it time and time again. The proactivity that Shun has shown has been incredible. And I do feel like Uakai has come into his own as well. This is a team that is slowly finding solace and resources in what they can do. Not perfect, not 100% clean, but it doesn't have to be, because they're still getting the wins. And sitting in the table right now, they're 4-6. And like you mentioned some of the teams they've beaten. They took a 2-0 against RA, who are now up at 6-5. So this is where the teams start to get those head-to-heads. You beat them earlier on, you get that to your advantage. This is where those games can start to become, you know, basically massive deciders, and where you finish off at the end of the split.
Yep, and that's why I'm kind of looking at IG saying, look, the future's in your hands here. If you can start to, you know, very quickly take these wins, especially against an LGD that is massively struggling, especially when it comes to mid-game decision-making, this is where IG can really start to rack up those wins. And, you know, you start off here today, they can get up towards 5 wins, then you start to add in, you know, the likes that we talked about, where maybe they can beat anyone's legend, they can beat WE, maybe take the series away from top esports. Suddenly they're very quickly moving up that standing, and I think that's going to be the big difference maker for IG, but that road to redemption has to start here today.
It really does. As you said, like, you go to 2-9, you're on 2-9, excuse me, right now. You go to 2-10. That's 4 games left. Sorry, excuse me. They're on 2-7. I was looking at TT's line up. So they go to go to 2-8. They got 6 series left. That means you can only ever get an equal footing in terms of your win-loss ratio. So you're going to be at 8-8, 50-50. That's very tentative. We have seen previously in the past, 9 and 7 tends to be the golden numbers you need to get to at least have a chance of getting in towards that top 10. And with the LPL, this is the sad reality of it. 17 teams. We are so competitive right now, and you just can't really take a foot wrong. And it is going to be down to who is able to find that momentum, who is able to get those very clutch wins, be it against people around them or slightly up on the table. You know, you find EDG on an off day, you get a win off them. You shouldn't have, but you did, and that's just how the league is built. So for LGD, yes, it's a gauntlet for them to go up against some of the best teams in the league right now, but they're gonna have to make it work. They have to have something going for them, because right now there is nothing.
And that's why, like, specifically looking at IG, I'm actually pretty hopeful for them. Like, the exact same reason that, I mean, EDG, they've already played, but like, top esports haven't looked as strong. Weibo have been looking real damn strong. I think that's going to be a real interesting one to see Zika go up against his counterpart, the guy he replaced in the Shy. I think that's going to be a nuts matchup, but it feels like LGD, anyone's legend, you know, WE, all very winnable here, starting
FPX
with LGD today. FPX, very winnable. It doesn't feel like IG are kind of out of the situation yet. And then you are sitting kind of at that potential 9 wins, if not 10 wins, if they can kind of get the upset against Weibo. So I think for IG, like, they're going to be coming in firing on all cylinders, and I'm excited to see exactly what they decide to go with, because we kind of talked in the last game about the almost like a gentleman agreement in the LPL for Hullbreaker not really to be picked up, where teams are like, hey, look, you know, this is an item that will probably get nerfed and won't be relevant in the later portion of the split, so we're not actually going to put time into focusing and strategizing around this. But that's not the case for IG. Like, Hullbreaker has been a steadfast presence when you look towards the items that have been picked up by by Zika in that top side of the map as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through in the split push, and especially when you look towards Uikai, getting rid of things like the Rises, the Twisted Fates, I mean, even things like the Ari on the next patch are going to be continuing to keep up and be kind of big roam picks that you have to try and shut down away from IG.
And this is, we have a little bit of time. Pick bans will be happening. We are moving stadiums, so we have got a little bit more a setup to kind of get ourselves through. What are you most excited for 12.4? Is it a champion, an item? What do you want to see when we move to that new patch tomorrow?
I mean, there's not a... So the funny thing is, right?
If it's not Renata, you're wrong.
I think Renata is so silly. I'm not looking forward to Renata. I think Renata is just going to be silly.
Yes.
But I think the thing that kind of is funny is because we see big sweeping changes to the fighter items, we're actually not seeing the fighters kind of like dip out of the meta. We're just getting changes in the way that these fighters are built. So maybe instead of going for the Steric second item, you go for a third item, you pick up the Black Cleaver. If you're like something like Lee Sin or a Death Stance, if you're ahead, if you're something like a Jarvan, you're going to go for Randuin second. So we're still kind of seeing these fighters come in, but the meta has kind of stayed fairly similar to what it is. I think it's more picks like that Ari, where I've kind of seen it a lot in other regions where we end up seeing her built with the Everfrost and she ends up as this solo engage tool, which I'm not a big fan of. Even in compositions where you want to kind of heal backwards, it's kind of like, oh, Ari can kind of use the ult to disengage and kind of set yourself up with that Everfrost. I just want to see an Ari that just goes full damage, has good frontline, and is just like, cool, I'm going to be able to roam in the early stages because she is insane push off of her Q, operating towards side lanes, and then set herself up as a big carry, because especially with the changes to her ultimate where every time she gets a kill it resets her ultimate, like that is insanely strong for being able to chase down a lot of these fights, especially when you're looking towards like a mobile AD carries like the Jinxes, the Aphelioses. Hell, even in the mid lane you don't have the most mobile carries, and things like the Orianas and the Victors and these kind of things still being quite high in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing is there, you mentioned the resets, and it's not really set up to be, instant engage and you're blowing someone up in one instance. There is a little bit, usually when it comes to these pro teams, a little bit of time, but that time is perfect for something like an Ari, because you get the cooldown down on your charm, you get the cooldown onto your orb, you have so many, and then all of a sudden you're going back in to burst someone out. So a lot of cool options available to anyone who is able to pick them up, and this is going to be a very interesting patch to come on. Again, I'm going to be very happy to see the back of 12.2. We've been on it for a very, very long time, longer than any other region, but we're also going to be the first region to go on the 12.4 with Renata, so I'm very excited.
So just before we move off of the Ari point, there is an AD Ari build that's going around and doing the works, which I'm kind of excited to see if it comes out. So it's actually, Namera is a big Ari player, so it's kind of interesting. I was chatting to him about it, and he was saying like, look, you go for a Kraken Slayer early, you have insanely high attack speed as Ari in the early stages, so it's very easy for you to proc it. Because of her ult, it's super difficult to lock her down, and instead of building like attack speed items, you just go for raw damage with things like the Essence Reaver and playing off of all your spells. The speed up off her W as well means she's got great chase down, potential lane, and can trade really effectively. You even saw Caps kind of talking about it a little bit, hinting that maybe he might bring it out at some stage, but yeah, I mean, the kind of flexibility that Ari brings is going to make him interesting. But IG have taken to the stage. I'll stop kind of talking about things that could be, and let's talk about things that are, as IG. We'll have to see how they can do facing up today against LGD, and see if they can keep that play rolling for themselves, where they've already started off with a nice little hot streak for themselves.
We are in Hangzhou for this matchup. It is LGD in their home stadium. Has felt like an eternity since we've had people in different stadiums and crowds filling them as well. Feels great to be back. And again, you gotta try and say for LGD, they want to be trying winning as many games as they possibly can. They want to try and make sure they are getting as close to playoffs as possible. Because again, like we said, you lose this game, you go down to 2-8, 6 games left. You lose one more, you're probably out realistically in terms of the actual setup of this. So you've got to be so ready for that in terms of where you are as a team. And good to see them as they're going down. Nice smiles from them, good setup from them all, and yeah, we're gonna have an interesting game there. I want to see where both these teams are able to take this.
Yeah, I think again, a lot of pressure going to be on that top side. I feel like that's where we're going to see a huge amount of the decision making, especially when it comes towards the draft. And it's kind of hard now. This is something that I talked about a little bit in other games, that the top lane meta is becoming really, really interesting. because you kind of saw things like Graves and stuff being brought out as these like wonder picks in the top lane that there's just very little that could go against it. But now with things like Ryze and Twisted Fate being in the meta as well, it comes very easy to go for these picks like Tryndamere on the top side and go for these counter picks that can play through it. Gwen, we've started to see the Jaces come out as counter picks. There are so many options to the quote-unquote like big meta picks that you can try and look through. It's becoming super difficult for top laners to kind of land themselves in a place where you have a safe, blind pickable top laner right.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. Safe is the words you said, and I think safe is the one that we tend to look towards. And we are seeing a little bit of a development coming out where, yes, you do get the first pick priority on blue side, but that safety in picking either on third or on fifth on the red side gives you that priority, gives you a way of saying, look, you can't just blind this. We've seen it a couple of times even yesterday where Sion was being blinded and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, Sion is super safe. No, he's not, because you still had one last pick on red side. Fiora demolishes that pick. So you have to be very, very careful where you're picking and choosing all these different things and not really showing your hand unless you're absolutely necessary, or you know that this thing is just very, very safe and powerful in its own right.
Yeah, and I mean, we've even seen Fairness as well starting to bring out some of the crazier picks as well in the top lane, like the Mordekaiser and these kind of things into things like the Gwen. So you definitely have like a huge amount to play with in this top side. And as you said, it makes it incredibly exciting to kind of wait and see what's going to happen in this draft. Because again, Zika loves to play all these crazy picks. And then as well, you're looking to see, hey, look, do we get, you know, something a little bit different coming out from Fairness in that top side?
Yeah, I think it's very curious. We've obviously highlighted the top lane matchup quite a bit. Something that we haven't really got to have a chance to really discuss as such has been Wink. He's on your screen right now. And Wink came into this lineup, obviously late into the season, was pivotal in getting that win against JDG. IG went down 1-0, and honestly, it looked like it was going to be a very swift 2-0. But with Wink on the bot side, we really stepping up for his team, and this is where we start to get a little bit question mark about how this team is going to go and where they're going to be able to take themselves. Because for me, Wink was a team that, or Wink was on the IG team last season. He came in, he dropped out, it wasn't really working for them, and it feels like this guy is going to be a little bit of an unknown factor here for IG. And I think the big thing for him and for the team of IG is, can he be consistent?
Yeah, I think either way should give at least in my head, like the Wink is quite a strong laning, relatively strong laning AD carry, especially when you look at the LGD bot side that he's up against. And I think it's about trying to, as you say, bring that stability there, where it's like, hey, this is actually someone who doesn't require a lot of resources, can play by himself, and then look to kind of set up for Zika in that top side, and instead of trying to play around the bot side and trying to give too many resources, because An and Shayuji just weren't really able to find the level of consistency that I think IG needed, and it was hurting them quite a bit.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to jump into picks and bans. A lot of top lane pressure coming out here. Gwen, Renekton, Ornn all banned away. We talked about how these teams wanted to play, and the top side is very much where they want to go. They will round them out, though, with the Zeri, the Caitlyn, and the Twisted Fate. IG, though, hovering up towards this first pick Ryze. Nothing too untoward. Gives you a lot of power and a lot of safety.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And as we said, right, it sets up IG if they want to try and play this 1-3-1, which we've seen them going towards more and more with Zika in the equation. Question here, though, for LGD is what do they want to try and go for as an answer? I mean, I feel like the Orianna is going to do great again, but I personally was about to say I would like to see them go for the Jinx and Hecarim. I think the Jinx provides more, honestly, in the Jinx Aphelios matchup, but either way, it is going to be one of those power picks on the bot side. The Hecarim picked up as well, incredibly strong, and now you're setting up for LGD to kind of look towards these more dive-orientated compositions. So maybe you're looking at something like the Gnar coming through for Fairness on the top side. Jay can always look for something like the Vex if he wants to in that mid, still decent push, or just go back towards, as we said, the Orianna here and make sure that they're going to be all okay. But Jay actually going to go towards the Jace, and just looks like LGD are going to start banning away some of these counter picks.
This is a very interesting setup here now for Fairness, because like we said, the carry in this top lane matchup has been Zika. Zika's been the guy to go to the Jaces, the Tryndameres, the Gwens, so many different solo kills and so many different things. There's the Tryndamere being banned away. So do we see something different? We have seen Zika on the Riven. It didn't do a lot, but we have seen it.
And I think that's the thing, is that you don't actually 100% know what Zika is going to try and bring out. Could even just go back towards something like the Graves if he really wants to get pushed on that top side and you're still relatively okay. But there's the Orianna ban coming through from IG. They are trying to get comfort for Yukai in this mid lane, and this is the thing, Yukai, at least in my mind, is kind of like Brian Light from RNG last year, where he doesn't have the best of laning phases, so getting him out of lane and getting him onto the more comfort matchups make a lot of sense here for LG.
A lot of sense. Trying to make sure they give Yukai something that can do well. The Camille, I like this ban a lot coming out from the side of LGD, recognizing that it is another carry threat, another split pusher that can do relatively decently into the Jace. We may see the Graves being coming out here now for IG as they finally round out their last few bans, maybe even going towards the Victor, something that can just control and wave clear mightn't be a bad idea here. And yep, that's going to be the ban there coming out from IG. And now LGD, I imagine they'll want to try and maybe lock in their support and leave that last mid lane pick, because technically speaking the Jace can go mid, but it's almost certainly going top.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the plan is for Jay here. You could try and opt in towards something that's a little bit more long range focused, like the Zoe, if you wanted to, and kind of try to poke and prod in that way, because IG right now are missing a substantial amount of engage tools, so that could be an opportunity. Or you can try and all in on the kind of dive potential that we talked about earlier on and go towards things like the LeBlanc, the Vexes, I mean even a Galio if you really wanted to in the mid lane for Jay to try and match the roaming. But got to see what the plan is here, because I like that at least on LGD side, they're leaving that counter pick for Jay, because you can see the way IG want to try and round out their own style. And this is one of the counter picks that wasn't banned away, and Zika is going to take that Aurelia into the top side. So we are going to go for a bit more of a 1-3-1 split push for IG, and you got to try and see now, how do LGD manage? Maybe the Galio is just the best option. Fight side with sides, try and play up towards this top side, and maybe look for those team fight engages to set up Eric.
Set up Eric and the Aurelia locked in. We have seen it a couple of times so far in the LPL. Hasn't had a huge amount of success. Definitely would not be regarded as a very overpowered pick in the meta, but the Veigar does very good things, and that's going to be the Veigar locked and loaded. That stops a lot of your engage there. You're looking at the Xin Zhao, the Aurelia, all trying to jump on top of your face. This thing with the Event Horizon can stop all of that.
So the problem that I have with Veigar in this scenario is that Veigar doesn't provide the push you need to answer for Horizon in the early game. So you got push in bot now, you've got push in mid, sets up for easy dragons. That allows IG then to just play the map through their 1-3-1 and not actually look towards team fights. So you also don't really have anywhere for LGD side that you can kind of go, oh yeah, this is somewhere that we can play aggressive towards, because you don't really have the setup in your top side. Yukai's just going to push and move, and Eric and can't really set you up on the bot side alongside the Thresh. So I think for LGD, they've kind of pigeonholed themselves a little bit with not having too many proactive plays in the early stages. And when you look across at what IG are capable of, even if they don't want to fully play up towards Zik in the top lane, which honestly I think is their best move here, just the ability to play through mid and boss with the push they have, invade onto Hecarim, try and set this Hecarim behind, is going to cause a ton of issues for Shadow, who, as we already kind of pointed out, has a lot of times been the shining light for LGD.
Absolutely, and I think for LGD, like you said, they're going to be very much reliant on a hook or possibly just the pure engage coming out from the Hecarim, whereas IG, you have an awful lot more options. Very large amount of single target CC coming out, and if you get caught by a tongue lash, a flawless duet, a ruined prison, there's so many ways of following up onto that one individual. A lot of pressure now on the Shadow to be the engage, and also a lot of pressure on Jay to keep that event horizon for the big moments, for the moments where he thinks that the rest of IG are going to try and fully commit, so he can protect himself and most likely the rest of his team.
Yeah, I just don't know if we're fully going to get those team fights. It feels more like IG, again, like play through strong push, mid and bot, get some early dragons, and then just cross map all the live long day for dragon 3, 4, get towers, force back LGD, and then prevent them from actually being able to contest these. Because, as you said, you do have that one engage tool in the Hecarim, but if you can set Shadow behind early, Shadow's going to be launching himself into his death, and no jungler, no engage, no problem for IG.
Well, we'll see what the problems and the solutions are in this game. We are jumping onto the Rift for game one of this best of 3 in the Hangzhou arena of LGD Gaming. It's actually just is it LGD Gaming or LG Gaming?
No, it's LGD Gaming.
It is LGD Gaming. I was wondering. So it's LGDG. Got it. Got it. Oh yeah, because it's not like it doesn't end in a G, so it ends in a D. My God,
Yeah,
such strange.
I was just not gonna point that out. That like It's not LGD mean, but I was just gonna leave that there, you know.
LGG. Well, I'm going. You know what? You tried to be a pro, but I called myself out. And that's just how it is sometimes. All right. As we now jump onto the game and talk me through now. We obviously see the Irelia into the top side. We know that IG like to move through this top side. Is that pretty much where you're going to expect most of the action to come out here for Shun and IG?
Yeah, 100%. Especially trying to like just set up Zika in the early stages is going to be super nice. But I like the way Fearness is playing this early level. And one of the big things that you need to do against an Irelia in these early stages is prevent her from getting access to those front 3 creeps. Because what Irelia likes to do is like queue the front 3 creeps, queue onto you. She's fully stacked her passive and she'll just tear through you. But Fearness stepping up past the wave here and making sure Zika actually doesn't get access means he can bully out the Irelia without her getting that passive stacked up. And now, if Zika tries to, not only do you have level 2 on Fearness, you've got too big of a wave for Zika to try and win out. So Fearness already taking good control over this this side of the map, as Shadow taking a little bit of the scenic route to get in towards his red buff, just conscious that there is a ward placed over towards his Raptors and doesn't want to get spotted too early and give Shun that opportunity to go for that early invade we were talking about.
And I like that. I like that a lot from Shadow as well. Like you said, bit of a scenic route. It does mean you have to go a little bit longer, but you're Hecarim. You do not care. You clear so damn quickly. And now is going to be spotted here on top of his Raptors. So sadly, just a little bit too early on the old timing there. Now Shun, like you mentioned, seeing that straight away, saying, look, I now can be aggressive. I know exactly where this big old pony is. And that means he can make Fearness have a little bit of fear in his own right.
It's given Zika a really good freeze here, though. Fearness wasn't able to crash the wave, and now we are talking about, you know, Zika having the opportunity to get those stacks. He's fully stacked here, just constantly using that Blade Surge to keep his passive up, and it becomes really difficult now for Fearness to push in, especially with the low mana that he has. Not really going to be able to trade as effectively, even Shun as well, up here on this top side. So you see Shadow trying to now move up into this top side. Read the fact that Zika and Shun are going to go for a play on the overextended waves that Fearness has created.
It's going to be about Shun now. Does look like he sneaked himself in. It's kind of hard to tell when we're zoomed out. And now Zika needs to be in a little bit of trouble if she'd go too aggressive. He gets the Flawless Duet not landing. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded if Fearness maybe baited that in a little bit, but they weren't exactly sure where Shun is, as Shun is not 100% in the vicinity here, as Zika to be very careful with how he takes this one. Fearness taking a lot of time here, but he can afford a lot of time because he knows that there's no camps for him to take, so he can just give this time over to his top laner. It is now very much aware, though, for Zika that he is not alone in this 1v1.
Great ward from Zika. Really nice presence of mind, and now you've just wasted all this time in Shadow, and this is why we talk about Zika. Like, this guy just has such a good understanding of like what are the potential plays, how safe he needs to be, and you can see like he's just kind of playing back that whole time. Now it gives Shun the opportunity to go and get himself a lead because Shadow invested so much time on the top side, and Shun's gonna reset now with a 6 CS lead, but basically like a 2 camp lead essentially over Shadow. So really nice job here, and that's kind of the problem that you have with like jungle, right? Like the best way to look at jungle is you can make a certain amount of plays in the early stages. You have like kind of 7 plays that you can make in the early game because you got a 2-minute 15 respawn cap, right? And each one you kind of consider as a 15-second thing. So if you end up spending like 30 seconds on this top side of the map, well then you've just wasted time. You could have been doing 2 of those camps, and that's why you're seeing that big lead now open up for Shun, and he may be able to look to try and continue to punish this.
It's a big advantage is able to be garnered from small little bits of information, and that's why the power of wards, my friend, is why we see such a priority at where these junglers are going, especially things like the Hecarim and the Xin Zhao, 2 massive picks in this meta, and you need to know exactly where they are. If you can get ideas of where they're going, they have such a muted effect on the game, and wait to see if they can change anything going, as we have got IG pushing in towards this bot side. Is to be expected. I would say the Threshfalios, though very, very good at keeping each other safe and alive, not very good at the early push as you're rotating through the different guns. Now got to push in here. I like that Shadow's maybe just trying to make sure, and again, similar to what he did earlier, saying, look, I'm just making sure Shun isn't here so Fearness doesn't get collapsed on.
Now IG moving over towards the Dragon. They're going to be able to pick that one up. Again, like using that tempo advantage that they gained in the early stage to now pick up the objective. Shadow is moving up into this top side. We said we expect him to try and play a lot towards his top end. Will spot that the Gromp is up, but doesn't want to commit.
They don't want to commit. The flash has to be used. That was almost instant there from Jay, and good respect from him, but they're going to maybe look to see if they can make something work in this top side. Flash forward. Fearness gets jumped on by Zika, but you are not in a 1v1, my friend. He still turns it around, though, and gets himself a 1-kill return. Nicely done there. LGD just not quite able to keep their top laner alive.
Zika holding on to that blade search for when the knockback came through from Shadow. Really nice presence of mind, and unfortunately for Fearness, just didn't flash away, held on to that summoner spell for so damn long, and with the extra healing that the blade search gives, Zika just about able to trade 1-for-1 in that.
That's a big little moment there, because again, that could have been really bad for Zika. It is still not great for him, but oh, Jinzhou, nicely done. It is still not great for him, but he did keep his TP, and means he TP straight up, and this is a massive wave, so just fully commits to this, getting his full stacks as well. You have to be so careful when dealing with the Aurelia, especially in those situations where the minions are stacked.
Yeah, and she has that long chase down potential as well. I think for Fearness, flashing probably your best bet, but the dive.
The dive is coming in. They're going to be able to keep it going all the way in, and that's just great proactivity from Yukai. The Rise coming out with the Realm Warp, and he just tanks up everything he needs. So now Zika has a full reign in this top side. There's no response here. There's no TPs for LGD. They're just going to lose all of this.
And this was why I didn't want to see the Veigar. You just don't have control over Yukai in the mid lane, and you see there, the one moment that he's able to use that Realm Warp straight up towards that top side, they get the kill. 2 plates as well for this Aurelia. Blade of the Rune King, I mean, very close to being done at this stage. I would be surprised if it was fully finished, but you can see how close she is. Like, then this lane becomes almost unplayable for Fearness, because not only do you have like the extra damage and the extra lifesteal that the Blade of the Rune King brings, it's the slow on the auto attacks that are so difficult to deal with as well. So Fearness, it makes it so hard for you to try and escape when that slow is meaning the chase down potential from Zika can come through, and you gotta try and help out, but unfortunately we highlighted this top lane, Shadow not able to get the impact that he needs, and now you got about a 700 gold lead opening up for Zika.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know IG are going to focus in the early game towards that top side. Like you said, you have got the tools available to you. Shun on the Xin Zhao, and of course the Rise coming out from Yukai means you have to do something here, but now Fearness, oh no, he might be in a lot of trouble. Yes, he is. Even Shadow says, I'm sorry, buddy. Look, there's nothing I can do for you here. This lane is going from bad to worse, and Fearness will still be relevant on the chase because he's got poke, but this Aurelia is becoming a monster.
Aurelia is just too hot to handle. At this stage, genuinely, I think you end up killing both Fearness and Shadow once that Blade of the Rune King's done. Like, I just don't think there's any way for you to try and answer. I mean, he's already gotten the... Sorry, that's a 3, yeah. Sorry, my screen is a little bit down in quality at the moment, so trying to see what that number was. I wasn't sure if he got 2 more plates off it, but no, it's still just going to be 2 plates picked up, but either way, you're still great. Now you've got the Rift Herald there as well that's going to be taken. That's going to be put in towards topside, and this is just, like, Fearness trying desperately to push in this top wave before Zika got back, but Shadow wasn't in place to try and help him push that in. He was just too late, and it meant that Shun and Zika could actually collapse first.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the combination.
Oh, we're going again.
Yeah, they're going to try and do it for it because Yukai's hovering. Honestly, Fearness, this is fine. He's backed himself away. The Aurelia wasn't quite in position. He does get that little push and go, but this is getting to a point now where you just nothing you can do. And I know I talked about a lot of ways of stopping you from jumping on the people, the Veigar, the Thresh, but if the Aurelia is this far ahead, if the Aurelia is able to get a Blade of the Ruin King this early on, I imagine they'll also go for maybe even the Merc Treads just to try and stop some of that CC from hindering them too much. This becomes so much harder, and it's going to be on LGD to make a move from this. You went for the Heck Room. You thought that was your biggest, after the Rise went down, that was the biggest priority you could have gone for. And as well as that Eric on the Aphelios, yes, having a decent time at the moment, stacking up that coal, but all that information about the draft goes out the window when, something like this happens in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem for me was just, like, LGD not giving them answers, right? Like, this wasn't a surprise. Like, we literally said coming out of draft, this is exactly the way IG are going to play. Look for early dragons. One's already taken. They'll then put plays in towards Zik in the top lane, take over in side lanes. And they'll go for the second dragon that's about to spawn in 10 seconds. And Shadow is trying to make trades elsewhere, but there's no Rift Herald on the top side. The Rift Herald's already gone across to Shun, and what do you try and answer with? Veigar wants to scale. Veigar, as you said, wants to be played into, but that's not what IG are doing. They're playing away from the Veigar and taking over the map. I think Galio would have been far better here for Jay, where you can try and match that side lane pressure. You've still got good zone control for team fights. Like, if Shun and Zik could jump in on top of your backline, ult the backline is Galio. You still get that protection. You don't really need more damage when you've got a Jace and the Aphelios there. And now LGD are just falling behind because of this Veigar decision that they decided to make.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Lots of question marks over the Veigar last pick here for Jay. And like I said, he had all the information on the board. He knew exactly where everything was going. And IG aren't exactly a encrypted code about where they want to try and take these plays. But that ward will save the bot lane of LGD from a little bit of a surprise gank. As now Jay going to find Yukai in this mid lane. He does have flash available to him. Gets knocked back into the wall. They will use the primordial burst, but not quite able to take him away. But flash now burnt here by IG's mid laner. That should give them some decent priority now over this dragon.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into his mid. You're
Oh
dead.
no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Zika should just about survive. Yep, he is totally fine. And that's just a solo bolo in the top side. This is becoming so much harder now. Not only that, they don't have the exact timing on Zika's teleport, as now Jinzhao in a lot of trouble. He's forced to flash away as the wind become lightning and the Super Mega Rocket whiz past his ear and bring his health bar all the way down. That's a second dragon for IG, and slowly but surely we're starting to see IG take over this game.
Oh, Zika, this is cruel. He's waiting for the TP to come back, but Fearness actually not going to use it, so a little bit of waste of time here for Zika, but he should be relatively okay. I think he's now realized, hang on, Fearness isn't teleporting back into lane. Maybe I should just push this wave, but maybe just be waiting. I mean, Fearness needs to crash this wave because it's going to slow push onto the opposite side. So,
oh no,
he probably thinks he's going to try and push this wave fast, and Zika's just waiting.
Here we go. There's going to be the Tam Kench right on top of it, and you get underneath the event horizon. Lucas will have to back himself away. As we can see in the mini map, it's going to be the top lane. Fearness taken down again. Zika with the patience of a saint right there, knowing that he could just get the kill.
This draft is just making me sad for LGD. Not only do they put the counter pick in the wrong place, now you don't have any control for Fearness who gets counter picked in top lane. It's all over the joint. Shun using this Rift Child mid because he's like, hey look, this is about to expire, but also, I mean, Zika's dominating the top side. At least for LGD's bot lane, Eric and Jinzhao, as you can see, doing a pretty good job here in the 2v2.
Yeah, they're going for the 2v2 now, as we can see them now. Lucas going to back himself away. Bo 80 carries picking up a kill, but you have to represent Eric bigger in this particular situation. Yukai says, you are the winner. Your victory prize is death. As they finally trade it back, it ends up being a 2-for-2 overall in the bot side. But again, like you said, still positives from LGD's bot lane.
Yeah, and that's the only hope for LGD here, is really trying to like find these team fights off that advantage. But just gonna get a replay of Zik in the top side. Nobody's surprised. You end up seeing the damage coming down from Fearness onto the creeps, and the second he uses the To the Skies, that's all that Zika was waiting for. The overcommit from Fearness to shove that wave. And I feel bad for Fearness because there was nothing he could do. Like, the wave was pushing away from him. He has to crash that wave or else he ends up having it frozen by Zika and you just fall apart. Like, there's no winning from Fearness in that scenario, and Zika just played that really well, understanding that, like, you're damned if you try and push this Fearness because I'm just waiting in the bush.
I love this as well. We obviously mentioned Zika and the amount of solo kills he's able to pick up for himself. He's picked them himself up, I think that's 2, maybe 3 coming out now. I can't remember exactly how many he's gotten, but he is becoming a pretty prominent figure when it comes to the old solo bolos in the top side, alongside Rich on V5. So it's going to be a very curious way to set. And again, how do you stop this right now? You're sitting on, you know, half items here for the side of the Jace, whereas you're looking at a full Blade of the Ruined King, probably moving towards that Gore Drinker here for IG. It's just going to be so hard to try and just take him down.
And this is why I was talking about, like, literally the step-by-step game plan for IG is all in play, right? 2 dragons picked up. Now you can start to look for cross maps, and like, they're starting to make plays down towards the bottom side for LG, which is correct. Play towards your strengths, but Zika was considering the all-in of Fearness. But the issue is, look at where Rift Herald is, right? You can just have Zika move back over towards the Rift Herald, pick that one up for himself. LGD now getting control of the bot side, but it still feels like IG control the Rift Herald, knock down mid turret, get deep vision, stop LGD from actually being able to contest these dragons.
And they're going to go jump some on the Wink, who then gets devoured. So that's going to be the ultimate down there for Lucas. But the ground jump is there, and the onslaught of shadows is good. They get Wink. They're going to try and burn down Lucas, but the TP's coming in. That's the rise. Not the scariest of people, but you still got to respect it. They flash forward, but the wind becomes lightning, and they take down the Aphelios. Now Shadow has to run as fast as the little hooves will take him, but not fast enough. Yukai with a double kill now on the rise, as Jin Zhao is being chased down by a very, very, very angry catfish who's hungry for blood and wants nothing more but the taste of Thresh's soul, all the way given over to the rise. That's going to be a triple kill delayed. Very nice reaction there from IG.
And now you get the play, you get the kills, you get the Rift Herald if you want to. Dragon is up in 45 seconds, and you can see there's just not a huge amount that LGD can do. Surprised by the decision here from Wink to aggress forward, right? I think really good job from Eric here to spot out, hey, look, gets hit by the Infernum. You even have the cleanse from Wink, but just realizing it doesn't matter. He's been stopped long enough that Shadow's just going to be able to follow up with the onslaught of shadows. IG do come to the rescue to salvage this play, but just a mistake coming through from the IG bot lane. As we said, like, they've been struggling in this game. We thought that Wink would have control of that bot side, should have push in the Jinx versus Aphelios matchup, but just hasn't really been able to do so with them not being sure where LGD are going to be, specifically Shadow's going to be, with IG putting so much attention towards that top side.
Reset. Think about it. It's going to be the Dragon taken up here, so it's going to be sole point here for the side of IG. LGD opting out of a fight and saying we will take the Rift Herald instead. But let's have a look at the gold right now. It's about a 3,000 gold lead in favor of IG. 10 kills to 4, 3 dragons to none. This will be the Rift Herald being taken up, and they will be able to get a little bit of extra gold now as Fearness has finally found himself a bit of free time. As I say that the event horizon comes down, stops the pushing forward. Jin Zhao not quite in range for a lick, but Tongue Lash shall remain in the back pocket of Lucas as they now try to push in towards this mid lane.
So I feel like for IG now, it's about time to start shaking up the map. Move Zika out of this top side. He's not going to be able to do too much with the overextension that he'd have to go for on the top end of the map. So instead, move him bot. See if you can try and create a window of opportunity where he can dive Fearness in the bot lane turret. And also just having Yukai in the top lane, he's a little bit closer to the rest of the team when he's got that Realm Warp and the ability to roam down and help it getting vision established on his top side to keep both himself and Wink safe on mid push. And from that point forward, you can start to again just kind of pushing lanes, control the map, and just look towards this dragon in 4 minutes time. Honestly, with how far ahead you are, I don't think it matters for LGD. I think you just win the map and the team fight as IG right now.
Yeah, I see Jay now using the event horizon to stop any real push from coming out. We will see Lucas and Shun hovering towards his bot side. They do have a fairly decent idea where Shadow is, but Shadow now finds himself in the mid lane. I'm not quite sure why Wink is there. He does have a flash and should be able to get himself into the big old belly of the catfish. Now they can re-engage on this, as the onslaught of shadows has been used, as has the ghost. They're going to try and flash in with Jay on the event horizon, but he's not quite able to make it work. Now Shun does go down, but there's a massive flawless duet to go all the way across the lane and catch out Jay. That's going to be the very fed Zika picking himself up another kill. These solo laners are popping off 5 kills apiece.
And no more engage for LGD, so they have to try and back away. And now Yuakai's got bot lane turret as well. 2 towers and a kill apiece. Wink was overextended, but with IG constantly keeping in range, he's not really in any danger of going down with just the lack of damage on LGD's side.
This is, again, more and more pressure. So we have a look at the replay here. Because, again, this is just Wink trying to go for the turret. And Shadow says, look, we need to make something happen. But with the Tam Kench, you just have so much safety here with the Jinx.
But it's even just a case of, like, the 2 champions are trying to make the play. It's Thresh and Hecarim. It's a tank Hecarim as well. So Wink isn't really in any danger of being burst down in that scenario, especially when they saw Jason Vega on opposite lanes as well. And if Eric and Co hadn't actually flashed away from that, this could have been a triple kill, or if not more, for the Zika in that equation. So very close to being caught out there, LGD. Now with Baron on the cards, you can see that we're starting to get that swap that we want to see on the map for IG. Yukai going to play up towards his top side with the pressure that he has. Zika as well, now just going to be an absolute massive pain for LGD on this bottom half of the map, because if you try to commit 2 people to dealing with Zika, probably kills 2 of you, and if he doesn't, well, the rest of IG, they just shred through the Baron.
Yeah, they really do. Wink is by himself here. 4 members. We can see the Onslaught of Shadows coming out. Wink gonna have to try and maybe move himself towards Lucas, but shall not be able to get it. Has been taken out, but again, here comes the re-engage. TP is going to be coming in. That's going to be the Aphelios traded back as Shunjo's go down. They get Jay off of the Veigar because he had no flash from that last engage. Zika, though, getting the resets, getting himself all on top of this. This isn't about the bot lane. This is all about the solo laners as they get some double dubs and might be looking at another dub as they pick up the Baron.
Hey, at least you got one LGD. I mean, at least there was something. Two. Oh, my bad, my bad.
There we go.
2 for 5. What a deal as IG move over towards the Baron. And you can see on the faces of LGD, head scratcher there. They really just don't know what to do. They don't know how to try and aggress forward. As again, like, the draft doesn't really do them any favors. They don't really have anything that's kind of coherent with, like, good follow-up for Shadows, not really there. The ability to have Jace kind of do anything at this stage, how far behind he is, isn't there either. And, like, these are nice picks, but again, I think the mistake a bit from Wink could have potentially moved towards Lucas. But with the TPs coming in from IG, they're able to turn this around every time. They are so strong right now. And as soon as the box, as soon as the event horizon, the box, the ultimate from Shadows used, there's just nothing to stop IG running amok in these team fights.
No, there really, really isn't. Even Shelly can be struck down where she stands. And her entire existence of being a head bopper into those towers has been tarnished and destroyed by IG. They have no respect for the traditional ways of the Rift Herald head bop.
I mean, maybe she just needs to like listen to some heavy rock music, just really to get the head banging going, because
some
just to make
serious ass bass, Well, there's a GA now completed for Zika, and Frozen Heart as well, alongside that Fimbulwinter for the Rise. So these are 3 massive solo laners, not to be outdoing each other. They're 7-1 and 4 and 7-0 and 3. Shadow's going to try and look for maybe a little bit of a steal here. He does have vision on it. He's going to go for it. Maybe he gets the steal down. Can they get him down? No, he cannot. Honestly, Shadow, you got to do something. I respect the attempt.
Yeah, it was worth a shot. I can't really fault the guy. There was no way. Yeah, there was no way they were going to be able to contest. So at least they tried. It was pretty damn close, but not going to be today's day for LGD as IG again dominating this game. And this is kind of showing the difference between the teams that are pushing for that playoff spot and our teams at the bottom of the table. There's just such a big skill disparity, honestly, here across the board.
It's very similar to how we looked at game or series 1 even between RA and WE. We are starting to see a definitive gap between our bottom level teams and our teams towards the even playoffs and the top half of the table. So there's very definitive, skill gaps between these teams. And yes, look, it sucks to have to try and say, look, what can LGD do? They're not playing this correctly, but it still feels very good as an LPL fan to say, look, this is IG coming to form. This is IG saying they are a playoffs team. And yes, they're sitting on 4 and 6, but this brings them up if they can win this in a 2-0, up to 5 and 6. And you mentioned it earlier during the RA series that if it's a clean 2-0, you're not dropping games. That game difference can be big. And we'll see if LGD have got anything left in the tank to get the hook, but it's on to Zika, and that's not really the person you want.
And I think as well, just the confidence as an LPL fan to say, hey, yeah, this is our 12th place team right now. Yeah. This is a team that currently is not sitting in our playoff bracketers. Oh boy, here we go.
Vanguard's Edge comes in as they're going to have to flash away. They will get the hook down, but there's going to be the onslaught of Shadows on the backside of the Tamkench. Had to eat away the Aurelia as they went a bit too far, but they have a Gore Drinker and a Blame the Ruin King. They can sustain 4 days. Xinjiao in a lot of trouble. There's going to be the double knockup from Lucas to try and get a play away, but the Aphelios has already fallen down. Shadow next to follow him in the Shadow Realm, and that's going to be the Nexus turret falling. The Nexus is going to be dropping as well. They may pad the stats just a little bit more, but IG looking good, looking clean, and looking like they're on top of this game.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. At the end of that game, was what says more about that bot lane for IG is the Tamkench getting his 2nd kill of the game and Jinx dying to the fountain. It's just beautiful.
It was not about bot lane, that's all I know.
It did not matter. It did not matter in the slightest. I mean, all this was all about those solo lanes, and they looked so damn good. You got Yukai getting a ton of kills in this Rise. You got the solo kills once more coming through from Zika. And I was trying to have a look there to see how many solo kills Zika had, because I know at one stage, I think he he was already pushing in towards like the top spot for solo kills because he picked up like 3 in one game against
I
Rich
will
as
say,
the Trinity Graves.
Rich is 13. I think if he got 3 today, that brings him up to 9 or 10. So he's still a little bit off, but he's got another game to go. So he could very easily get up to that.
Which is insane. He only started halfway through the split. So like this is a guy who's matching the players that have been there for a long L time. So definitely, I mean, Zik is a monster. Ukai looked great in this game. The understanding from IG again, how to try and play these side lanes was wonderful because you could see LGD consistently trying to make picks on towards Wink, but you just had the TPs come through and twice, if not 3 times, IG just responded super well and shut them all down.
Yeah, it was just clean, methodical. IG never looked panicked at any stage of the game, realistically. And I think the thing that impresses me the most, specifically about the solo laners on this team, is that Ukai and Zika seem to have an incredible understanding of where and when they can make plays. And even there, Zika, he used everything to kill Fearness one time, then waited in a bush saying, I'm 2 levels ahead. I can do this again, even though I don't have my ult, even though I've just used my flash. He knew if he was just able to jump on top of the Jace, he could take it again. The level of understanding of the micro of these champions and how they work into certain interactions is just mind-blowing for me, and it's testament to how well IG have been doing and how good they've looked.
Honestly, this is just feeling like RNG Light from last year. I mean,
Yeah,
super
big
strong
time.
top laner that IG want to play around. You've got a roaming mid laner in Ukai that isn't the strongest in the laning phase, but likes to try and opt out of the laning phase. And honestly, I feel like Ukai is only going to get a boost on next patch where, yes, TF does get nerfed, but I still think TF very strong on that patch regardless. I mean, we saw a lot over in the LEC, still seen in the LCS. You're looking at Ari being added in, Rise still being a part of the equation. Like, he just plays again into this 1-3-1 or like side lane orientated style, and you're totally good to go.
Yeah, well, they were very good to go in that particular game. We are going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll see if IG can make it a 2-0 or if LGD have something else to say. We'll see you guys very soon.
Plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the glory and the broken. the glory and the fall.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we're going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them
with the best will be my true test. 'Cause the honor that you see don't mean
我感觉勋这赛季打得很好，我感觉他是 IG 的主要发力吧，所以我们还是会去看他的一些习惯，然后来针对一下他。我感觉打他们，我们就做好自己吧，然后感觉我们打得好的话，还是能跟他们拼一拼的。
Couple of words there We're going to see, you know, they need to do their best. They need to face themselves and say what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. Sadly, a lot of wrong in that game, as we're going to see coming into the second game of this second series of the day. It is IG with a 1-0 up, and what can you do against this man in the top line? Zika has just shown time and time again that he is an MVP performer throughout IG, no matter the series.
Yeah, didn't know that Zika was spelled with MVP, because it seems to be all he picks up every single time IG win. Like, the guy's been an absolute monster. You see 3 MVP counts already for himself, and I mean, just with this, Zika has been just so dominant. I mean, great counter pick in the Aurelia. It's something that we've started to see a little bit into the Jace, but certainly a quite situational pick. But when you've got the Rise in the mid lane, the ability to play 1-3-1, and you're able to turn around 1v2s, you know you're going to be in a pretty good spot here as the top laner for IG.
Yeah, it was just time and time again. We can see him. There's basically 2 solo kills coming in there. He'll get a third as he waits for everyone to kind of come in. He even misses the flawless duet. He's not even flawless in this. He doesn't matter. He's just so big. And oh, not much else you can do. And I will say there was moments here for LGD. They were able to bully out Wink, but we mentioned it in the game, and we'll mention it here now. Bot lane meant nothing in this game.
And it's why we talked about top lane. It was literally the reason we opened up our segment going, hey, you got to shut down Zika. Whatever way this works out, you got to get onto Zika and make sure that this guy doesn't pop off. And not only was it just Zika that popped off, because you saw a ton of pressure from both IG solo laners up towards that top side, and he also had Yuikai having a good old time as well. So just no control over side lanes, no ability to answer on the map. And again, I think it comes back to that draft. I really wasn't a fan of the way that we saw this draft come through for LGD. The Veigar gave no control over the mid lane to try and shut down this Rise, and that's the counter pick you're going for. I felt like LGD kind of hard focused on the actual team fighting aspect of their composition without really thinking, hey, do we actually have any way to, you know, stop the early game going astray or stop the side lane split push? And as well, the early pick of the Jace, not the way either, especially on red side. Like, you know that mid lane is going to be the big counter, or sorry, the top lane is going to be the big counter pick, because you'd already seen Rise was picked up. You knew what you were playing against, so happily take a counter pick into that mid lane, something like the Orianna. Keep yourself pushed in, make sure that this Rise isn't able to have an impact, and then you get counter pick for Fearless. It was a very simple draft, but unfortunately, you kind of got a bit botched in the works by LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you hit the nail on the head, is that you saw the Rise, you knew what was going into it. You need to make sure you're not giving counter to the side of IG. You can't give Zika an option to be able to take over a game, because he does stuff like this. We've seen it multiple times against many, many different teams throughout this season so far. But for me, it is all about Zika, and I think that now at LGD, they've got to try and find some way of shutting him down. I think the Hecarim is fine, but the Hecarim needs buddies. It's not just, this isn't solo queue. You can't solo carry this game and hope for the best. You have to make sure you're working as a team, and sadly for them, when the rest of the team is falling apart, it doesn't matter what else you do.
Yep, and I think that's the big crux of it here. Looking back though, we are into draft LGD on red side once more. Rise banned away, which means Caitlyn up on the cards, but Hecarim, the higher priority for IG. We'll have to see though if Eric and Jinzhou, they'd get the advantage in the last game if they want to go back towards it, because we are still on 12-2. Caitlyn's still insanely strong, and honestly a pretty good answer towards the Jinx if you want to just, oh wow, yeah, I mean, you could just go with the Karma Caitlyn here, and I feel like you've got a super strong setup for IG in this bottom half.
And a lot of safety as well. You know, we generally see the Lux Caitlyn as a big one, but obviously the Lux has a lot less utility in terms of keeping herself alive, whereas I feel like you're trading the kill potential for that extra safety. It looks like IG, though, they want to maybe look towards that top side. Get the Jace here for Zika. They're going to do just that and get maybe a LeBlanc here. So they're basically turning around and saying to LGD, you get one or the other. You do not get both. You get a favorable matchup top or a favorable matchup mid, and you have to choose which one you want.
But I mean, you've got options here. I mean, Fearless had that really good Akali game at the start of the year. Camille can do quite well into that top side as well. We haven't seen Fearless play something like the Aurelia this split, but I'm pretty sure he has in the past as well. Maybe he just decided to go towards that, but I think it's kind of a call out from IG here saying, hey, look, you're not going to cover both your solo lanes as we've locked them in. So again, they're just going to kind of put Wink onto the back foot, but I don't think Wink cares too much here, because you can still go towards something like the Ezreal will be relatively alright in the bot side. Talk about the Felio still being open, the Caitlyn still being open. Like, Wink has options. Whereas now, with Jay locking in the Vex in the mid lane, the counter pick for Yuikai, Zika gets to ban away things like the Akali, the Camille, these kind of things in that top side. still maybe see Fearless go towards the Aurelia and like try to turn that back onto Zika, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what side of IG decide. But LGD, you imagine they'll start banning away any carries, get rid of the Aphelios, maybe get rid of that. I feel like that's a none ban. I'll have to triple check that with the laughs coming in. I feel like that is a none ban. So for LGD, they miss an opportunity here, and especially at these levels, these tiny little mistakes, they're really not needed to help you out. And jungle bans coming in here for IG, they're going to be able to try and just keep, you know, this Shadow pick very limited, as the Yuumi is the final ban to come out from LGD.
Actually interesting, because I feel like the jungle pick isn't as strong here as like trying to get the good pick for Zik in the top lane, but either way, I mean, you're still going to be looking to see what the Fearness has in his back pocket. There's plenty of options that he has available to try and go for, so maybe IG decide to ban away the top laner here, but just going to go towards the Lee Sin. So for Shadow, I think you're back over on Volibear duty. I think it actually works relatively well with the Vex setup. You can go for this dive. In fairness, the Jace has kind of been the... sorry, not the Jace. The Jace has been a counter to the Gnar, so I'd be surprised to see the Gnar coming through for Fearness, but maybe you end up going towards something a little bit funky in this this rotation here. But Diego just going to be the pick for Shadow.
Yeah, they're saying we're happy to go for it. And this could be a Senna set maybe angle, or maybe even a set Senna Karma. So they're going for that, you know, very long range, very much going to be a farming Karma with a Senna support until the later stage of the game, but they're happy to let the solo lanes do the solo lanes. They're saying, look, bot lane doesn't have to be a carry. We can just sit back, relax, and keep you guys topped up.
Yeah, and again, we're on 12-2, so Senna hasn't hit those nerfs. She still gets, you know, the 10% chance if she wants to farm on souls dropping. So you could see Wink just go for the farming Senna instead, and then, like, Lucas just plays your regular support. Or you could see the farming Karma. Either way, like, with the heals and shields that these two provide, it becomes really difficult to take down IG, especially as Shun is able to become that mega tank at the front line. He's just going to be so hard to take down, but Fearness going to opt over in towards the Malphite against Zika, so getting a nice counter matchup for himself. And now it feels like LGD have the tools to play around these solo laners of IG. You've got the all-in potential to set up for Shadow on this Viego on that top side. Jay has the counter pick in the mid lane against the LeBlanc as well, and now you've got that mega scaler in the back line in the Jinx as well, who's got the Tam Kench to keep her safe, so she can go for like a Kraken Slayer build and still be totally fine in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to say, much better drafting coming out here from LGD. They've got a counter top, counter mid. They've got pretty solid scaling and safety in the bot side. It is very much looking like this was IG saying, look, we know we're just better. We are a better team. We are better set up and just better at playing the game. So this is IG throwing down the gauntlet just a little bit, saying it doesn't matter if we give you all the counter picks in the world, we should still be able to carry. I will say IG did get a very proactive jungle with the Hecarim. Shun on something that can make moves early could be crucial if IG want to make this a 2-0.
And it's going to have to be a very quick and fast early game if you want to make that happen, because just the scaling potential that you have on the side here for LGD, plus the fact that you've got pretty good lanes in the solo lanes, is going to make this relatively hard for IG. Need to see what Shun can achieve, as you said, on this Hecarim to try and get that ball rolling early.
Well, LGD, it's just to keep your season relatively alive. Otherwise, after this, you are on life support for Invictus Gaming. It's all about getting as high on the standings as you possibly can. We are well past the halfway point. Games are starting to become few and far between, and those wins are becoming oh so important. We are on to the Rift for Game 2 of this best of 3. IG with a 1-0 advantage. We will see just a very bog standard setup here. Defensive setup, as I say that, though. Be very careful. Yukai does not have himself... Shun thought about going a little bit further. But I was going to say, if Yukai goes a little bit too far forward, without having himself the distortion, he would have been in a lot of trouble trying to get an early deep ward.
So instead, they will just back away. Shadow is going to start up on this top side. Same when you look towards Shun. I don't think Shun's under much pressure from trying to be like invaded in these early stages, just because Zika will have push on that top side, and at least with Karma in that bottom lane for Lucas, he can get shoved on sides as well. So Shun should be able to farm up relatively easily, get towards level 5, level 6, and try and look for some of these ganks with the Ghost.
Talk about the early pathing as well. We can obviously keep an eye on it, but we got a lot of pressure in this game does land onto Jay and Fearness to get that big engage off of. You talk about the unstoppable force and of course the shadow surge coming in here as well, but Not only do you need the engage, you need Eric to be able to get into position. Yes, it's all well and good if he survives, but if he's not able to put himself into a position where he's doing the DPS, he's getting those auto attacks off, it becomes a bit null and void to have these big engage carries on the side of LGD.
I mean, this is very much a look. We're all setting up for Eric, and the dive should be really strong from Fairness, and I don't think it should play too much of a problem, right? The only person who's realistically going to be able to escape easily enough from these engages is Yuka. Everyone else is really flash reliant or else ulti reliant in Shun's case and trying to escape that. So I feel like in the early stages, we'll probably see Shadow make some sort of gank up towards the top side. Just see if it's possible for him to burn a flash from Zika and then repeat gank that at level 6 so then he can try and set up. But
Wink is not caught out just yet, but they will force the flash out of the Tam Kench because he hasn't got himself some great health. He's going to be in a lot of trouble if this kill goes over to Lucas. He's still healing up though. One more Q would do it. He's staying alive, and they weren't focusing on Eric. They will trade it back, but Eric wins this fight all day, every day. Shadow's even there to stop the jungler from coming in. Double kill going over to Eric. Perfect for LGD.
Bone plating MVP for Jinzhao there. Halfway through that engagement, right as the Tam Kench was low, bone plating comes back in. It means that they actually can't finish off the TK. Now Shadow trying to force Shun away. We just said, look, chances are Shun is going to be alright. Won't have to worry about these invades. But if your bot lane is dying 2v2, you're definitely going to see some play coming through from Shadow. And I want to, when we get into the replay, just keep your eyes on Jinzhao right as he gets within like just a handful of auto attack range of dying. That bone plating comes in, negates all that auto attack damage from Lucas, and that's what baits IG that little bit too far forward. So this was 100% Jinzhao thinking he had a good play, but the overextension comes through. You got the double lockup. Now watch here. So there's the bone plating coming in. So 1, 2, 3 autos, all kind of tanked up by that, and it's just enough to keep Jinzhao alive long enough. The Wink has to overextend, and Eric can pick up the 2 kills.
Look, I understand why you go for this play onto the Tam Kench. You push him back, you say, look, you're dead, there's nothing you can do, but you can't just ignore a Jinx. And now a 2-item Jinx with those Berserker Greaves being picked up is going to be very, very potent to try and deal with as the later this game goes on. And even in the early stages, you can already see Shadow saying, look, I know where I need to be. I know where my priority is. It is in this bot side. It is still IG with a advantage, as we can see now. Jinzhao going very far forward here. Not quite sure that's what he really wants to do, and you're still only level 2, mate.
Yeah, a bit of an over-aggression there from Jinzhao. Thinking he could maybe catch Wink, who didn't have the flash, but not quite able to connect with the Abyssal Dive. And now Shadow kind of wasting time on this bot lane. Zika still having a good time in this top lane. It looks like he's low health, but no mana left on Fairness, so no more poke. So Zika should be relatively alright to try and return the favor and see if he can get some deep orbs, because we are starting to approach, you know, that moment where Fairness is going to hit that level 6. Shadow is going to be able to come up here, and Zika has to start playing insanely safe. So you can see Shun trying to get in here, deal away the chickens, but also get some vision down just to spot out where Shadow's going to be. So Zika won't struggle when Fairness hits that level 6, but Fairness actually doing a really good job of stopping the back, saving his mana as well. He'll hit 6 off of this next wave that's coming in, and maybe you just look for the all-in just super early.
Yeah, maybe you do. Shun going to find Shadow, and I gotta say, Shadow doing very well at just keeping Shun on tabs. And oh, they're going to commit to him fully. They're going to get over the wall. Shadow has to flash away. So Yukai, good use of himself getting out of the lane, but it does end up being a flash-for-flash trade.
Yeah, and Yukai even being able to reset now, he'll TP into lane, so won't lose out too much on the CS. So nice timing there from Yukai. And this is what we talk about a lot of the times, is that Yukai may not always have the best of time in lane, but very good at finding these windows to actually get out and influence the map. And you can see there, making sure that Zika doesn't fall prey to the level 6 that Fairness had just hit. The play that LGD were setting up for in that top side. And it's kind of these silent moves that don't really look like they net too much for IG, but are actually really substantial in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, Wink just about sidesteps there from the Abyssal Voyage, and we'll get a nice little bit of trade back there onto Jinzhao. And of course, you got to be relevant. You got to be careful with the relevancy of the auto attacks from Wink. You will get a perpetually scaling attack range on that, as the Dragon has been started here by LGD. Don't really expect Shun to be able to do much about that. Bot lane did resets, they're a little bit late to the party, and they've got some other things to do. That being said, that they may look to try and get a fight after the fact, as the Dragon does go down. should be pretty easy for LGD to get out. So again, much stronger start here from LGD, keeping themselves in tow, getting that early objective so they don't have the dragon stacking against them.
And it's IG that we said need to get ahead. So the fact that LGD are actually the ones winning out, relatively speaking, in the early stages is actually a pretty big win for them. Like, Fearness, you know, is going to fall behind in CS. And, I mean, Shadow's been trying to help out his lanes quite a bit, so he's also behind, which is why you see that slight gold lead in favor of IG. But when you get to, like, the mid-game team fights where you're 2.5, 3 items completed, LGD should be able to take them pretty damn easily. Especially if LGD are able to catch a few people out with, like, Fearness's ult, or Jay getting a good fear off as well. So honestly, right now, I mean, this is looking pretty good for LGD.
Yeah, and you can see there the poke from this Karma and Senna not really doing a lot here. You've got the stacks from the Relic Shield. You have, of course, got the Guardian as well, as we now see maybe Fearness in a little bit of trouble. He's not going to be run down, though, by the big old pony. As you try and go in with an onslaught of shadows, he pops his unstoppable force, and you don't really lose a lot off it. Jay, though, without mana, taking a lot of health off of the against Yuukai, and now he needs to be a little bit careful because the Hecarim is around. Does have Shadow for a little bit of protection, but this is starting to get a little bit testy now. You can see IG getting restless, looking to try and make something happen, and LGD, they're holding for now, but how long will that last?
Yeah, again, it's trying to wrestle control of this top side. They would have loved to get a kill onto Fearness so they could turn that into Rift Herald, but now that they've managed to keep Jay in the mid lane with no mana, they're feeling good going for this Rift Herald start. Shadow does need to be careful as Yuukai poking.
Yuukai is poking, but Yuukai himself does have to respect the fact that there is a Viego and a Vex, the double Vs in the mid lane, as this Rift Herald has been started. Should be easily secured now as the Smite is actually only about 450. I thought I was looking at it there at 900, but no, the rest of LGD are here, but a little bit too late. And honestly, this is a little bit of the problem we've seen with LGD throughout the split, is that they'll commit to a call, but it's always just, you know, a little bit too late. They're waiting for something to happen, and sadly for them, it means that they rotate their bot lane up, they gain nothing for it, and now Fearness is in a little bit of trouble, and the rest of IG are going to maybe look for him. The Unstoppable Force has to be used. The Onslaught of Shadow should be there as he goes straight in on top of him with a flash away. Fearness keeps himself alive, but that's 2 big cooldowns now for the Malphite.
And that's such a big win for Zika. Like, he has his flash up, so could have avoided some sort of engage from Fearness, but taking more time away from Fearness, potentially being able to set up this play is massive. And LGD rotated their entire team up to that Rift Herald fight, so while all the shenanigans were going on at the Rift Herald, Lucas was just farming away in the bot side, pushing in, got a plate for himself. So again, IG just winning out of the map state, although as I say that Zika now...
Yeah, he knows that something was up. He is going to flash away and not get caught out just yet. He's going to turn on to Fearness. He knows he's dead to rights if he doesn't get a kill back off on top of this. He should be able to get himself another solo kill, maybe even a second. Shadow needs to be very careful. Shadow has the Heartbreaker, though, to bring him down. So similar to game 1, we do see a 2v1 being traded back 1-for-1 for IG and LGD.
Yeah, Fearness just going that bit too far forward, trying to see if he could help out, but honestly, I think you just let Shadow have that, although it was quite close in the grand scheme of things, so maybe not. But either way now, once more, 1-for-1 on the top side, and really just well orchestrated by Zika, right? Like, he's been trying to play super far forward, make sure that Fearness is keeping honest, but just understanding, hey, look, if I can go this way, Fearness takes the step too far forward here. He doesn't know where Shadow is, so this is a pretty big risk for Zika, because Shadow could have been walking around the same side as Fearness, but kind of takes the risk, knows that he's probably doomed either way, and manages to get a kill back for himself.
It could have been a lot worse as well. That right at the last second, Fearness got himself his little passive shield back, which of course gives him extra bit of armor, so he's able to survive that little bit more, soak up a little bit more of those auto attacks and abilities. So it could have been a lot worse there for Shadow, but luckily for him, LGD are able to trade that one back. It's a pretty much equal game in terms of that. 200 gold, nothing really too untoward to be talking about, as Wink and Lucas just going to be able to survive in this bot side. Now we start to look at Eric. Eric needs to be a little bit careful as he's a little bit far away from his jungle and support. As we now see Jay going in, he does get the personal space going down. They're going to be able to lock up this Vex, but Shadow is there. The Shadow Surge comes in. They're going to try and follow him over. Yuukai goes down. Can they trade back the mid laners? Yes, they can, but that is a solo bolo for the mid lane. Jay finally finding some kind of movement and some kind of advantage here in that mid lane game.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth. Jay's been doing his damnedest to try and get himself set up. Now finally able to get the kill. Shun being a little bit frisky. Has his smite now to get himself the chickens and maybe look for round 2 against Jay in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. He knows there's no mist available here, and this is a Hecarim with double buffs, and there's nowhere for you to go. That's just a very, very easy capitalization there from Sean. Shadow not respecting the amount of damage that Hecarim could have.
Smart pathing from Shun, like just kind of going, oh, wait a second, like I have the timer on that top side so I can get the Raptors come back into the play. Now looking at the picture-in-picture, looks like we're just getting that Tam Kench going super far forward, not quite able to get the kill, and once more, I mean, Jin Zhao will walk away, but he's playing very risky on this catfish.
He really is. Both supports losing out their flashes, both the Karma and the Tam Kench losing that particular advantage. We will see the Rift Herald be spawning out very, very soon, so they're going to have to make a play with it, probably on the top, or excuse me, on the bot or the mid lane. Yukai now trying to push around this Dragon Pit, make sure they gain some vision on that, and this is where this game starts to get a little bit frisky. It's now 1,000 gold here for IG. You've got the Turbo Chem Tank finished up, so a big item spike here for Shun, as the rest of the team basically just kind of working with half items. So right now it is advantage to IG. They're going to drop down the Rift Herald in mid and try and just secure this objective for themselves.
Yeah, especially because they know that Fairness is on the top side. Zika, though, has just TP to top. We aren't at the 14-minute mark, but you can see Fairness starting to roam down, could TP to a tower and fight this.
Shadow Surge goes in, as does the Super Mega Death Rocket. They almost got the kill onto Wink, but he flashed away just in time. The trap's doing very well to keep everyone away and buy time for Fearness. The big old rock is now finally here.
Dwayne Johnson's here.
Yeah, he is. Dwayne The Rock Johnson has finally come in, and honestly, this is a smart call from IG. They recognize they've already lost too much. They cannot contest this. Give up the dragon, gain the priority in top.
And that's the thing they're training for. Resources on towards Zika. Fearness had to move right the way down, so Zika is now able to get this top lane plates. The big thing, though, as actually Fearness does have ult, but I don't think he'll use it without Shadow in the area. But you haven't seen LGD really playing around Fearness. And the reason that this Malphite works as a counter pick is because you end up going, right, Shadow's going to play up there. I'm going to get you the guaranteed engage tool. And Shadow, you just take the kill. But twice we've seen Zika's flash burn, and twice we have not seen Shadow moving up to this top side. Zika's flash is going to be up momentarily, and now Shadow's back on the top side of the map, but you may not be able to get Zika as soon as that flash comes up.
You can already see now the advantage is kind of coming up right now. We can have a look at the bot lane, as Eric is going to be about 1,400 gold ahead of the Karma. There's even more if you look at the Senna, but we don't look at the Senna. That's not how it works. And it is only about a 1,200 gold in the top lane in favor of the Jace, but this is the big difference. The Jace needs a lot more resources than the Malphite. Malphite gets up to maybe 1-2 items, and his natural tankiness from his passive, and also obviously the passive on his W as well, becomes relevant. As Shadow tries to go 1v1, they will get the Dawning Shadow coming over. That's a bit of a close one here for both the jungler and mid laner of LGD and IG respectfully, but LGD still being more proactive running around the map.
Yeah, no more burst left in the tank for Yukai, so he backs away, but again, plays to the bottom side, means Zika is going to start pushing in this top lane, and Jace is sitting, like, just shy, well, about 300 gold shy of where Eric is on this Jinx, and the long range that you're going to have from Jace, these shock blasts are going to hurt, and if LGD end posturing and not quite able to find these engagements, you have a lot of poke from Zik and Yukai that can end up being a game changer for some of these fights. So not only do LGD need to try and start playing like very quickly in establishing vision control at these objectives that are going to be coming up, they need to make sure that they're also on the same page to fight very fast.
Yeah, you can see there just using that Desolate Dive to try and make something work. Lucas having the Shirelia's Revelry, though, does keep him nicely topped up. You do have Shadow maybe looking for the engage here. They're going to try and run away. They do not land the root, but he used the Heartbreaker to get the slow. But here comes Yukai. They have to use the Tam Kench ultimate to keep their jungler alive, and now they're in full retreat. But this is a Sana and a Karma. They have so many ways of stopping you, but a nice Desolate Dive gets them all the way out there. So nicely done there by the side of LGD to get the tower and get themselves out while also fishing for a pick.
Yeah, 1-for-1 on towers, though, because Zika did get on the top side. Now trading for vision as Yukai.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble there. The personal space is going to be used. A Shadow Surge, you can see what Yukai wanted to do. He knew if he flashed or distorted out, he would have been followed up. So Jay, nice solo kill there over the mid laner of IG.
IG, though, using that time that Jay invested in the river, now going to get the mid lane turret. So not the best of trades. Yukai would have liked to keep his life for that, but still IG getting some map play. You can start to see Jay, even with the personal space shield, taking a good chunk of damage off of Zika, and he hasn't even backed for the Muramana yet, but you're going to see on the replay here, Yukai just gets spotted coming into river. The fear sets up nicely for the rest of the damage to come through, and Jay's just able to burst him out.
Again, I don't really think there's much else Yukai can do there. If he flashes or distorts, he's going to be followed over. He's just dead. He just gets caught in a bad rotation. Very unfortunate for him. But it is still advantage in terms of gold for IG. They've also got themselves a 2-tower to 1 advantage, whereas LGD have themselves the dragons. Now, minute 30 until the next dragon spawns. Take stock of where a couple of these players and a couple of these items are sitting on. You're starting to see first items being picked up for pretty much everyone across the board. You mentioned earlier the Jace with that Eclipse and burning up towards that Manamune, or Muramana I should say, is going to do a lot of damage. And across the board, both teams starting to ramp up in relative power. I think the big one we got to look at is that Kraken Slayer. Will the rapid fire be completed though for LGD just before that fight? I don't think it will.
See, though, IG are just trying to see if they can play sides, though. They don't really want to go. Oh, hang on already.
Flash over the wall means that Zika has nowhere to go. Jay recognizing that his CC is enough, and they had the information there. Shun saw the Viego going over, but there's just no way you can react to that in time.
Yeah, he had flash, but there was too many movement pieces in play, and it means that even if he flash, Shadow probably just follows up with a stun and he dies anyway. So I was about to say IG are trying to play off in sides and like avoid the team fight that's there, but now with 30 seconds left on the Dragon, LGD start to get control over mid. They already have push and bot. They can establish vision control on this top side, sorry, on the bot side, and LGD have a very simple game plan then to allow Fairness access to these fights. You can see there's no pressure on the map for them, so IG maybe can look to try and take this mid lane turret, or sorry, take this mid lane wave and push it to the turret, but I don't think he'd be able to get it because Fairness can always just fall back and push you off again.
A couple of wards here for the side of LGD. They
wait.
want to try to pull Fairness in the backside, but he is being peppered down below half, and he's already been taken out. They have to Cam Kench ult him out. The Onslaught of Shadows is still available. They don't know that the Dragon is done, or they do know it's down just about, but they cannot get into the pick. Good traps here from the side of LGD's Eric to keep them safe. Now you've used a lot of flashes and disengages here from LGD. IG, you are losing yourselves the Dragons, but you need to make something else happen.
Big mistake from Fairness. Like, not just kind of backing away and like buying space. He has flash, he has chem tank, he can always get back into the fights, but now giving positional advantage towards IG mid, and they will just get this mid lane turret because Fairness ends up taking a lot of the resource that LGD need. Although as I say that,
here we go. The Shadow Surge comes in. Great flash, though, from Wink. Right as it comes in, he gets himself out, so he's feared away. They will get some decent poke out, but Fairness is not to be outdone just yet. Lucas gets jumped on and gets killed off. Nothing he can do. They will get themselves some resets here for the Viegos. Now, Jinzhou in a little bit of trouble. As I say that, Yukai has to back himself away, and they use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively. LGD, they know they're at a 5v4 advantage. They want to try and push this issue even more.
yeah, Shadow now playing off to the side, looking to see if he can get in behind. Zik and Wink are completely separated, so mid lane should fall to LGD, if not more. Yukai trying to see if he can get the poke. Will not be able to get enough though. And LGD will manage to take this tower. They'll reset, prevent the push on top side on towards the tier 2. And this is how you take over as LGD. It's about finding these fights. And with Fairness committing that TP, they find the good flanks.
They find a very, very good flank. And this is, look at the replay here. It's just an overcommitment to try and take this turret. You cannot disrespect the engage. And also just the teleport coming in from LGD means they know they can keep following.
Yeah, Fairness coming in off the side. Shun will spot him out. And they're just fishing for Shun or Lucas here. They don't really mind which. They just want to make sure they can get the kill. And Lucas is the unfortunate recipient of that award. Now IG back onto the map. They've got pushing top side. You're starting to see Zika get control of bottom. With their TP being up sooner for both Yukai and Zika, maybe they can try and make some sort of play happen on side lanes. But again, you have to be so careful as Zika because there's just no map control for IG. And the second you overextend, you know Fairness is going to pull the trigger if Shadow shows up bottom.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. You have to just respect that and respect the fact that Shadow can just be on anywhere and everywhere at the such. We've seen now Fairness pretty damn tanky, as he's got himself the turbo chem tank. Is going to be jumped on here. Yukai maybe going to go for something there, but not quite comboing up with the knockback. They will just use this nice bit of harassment, though, to guarantee themselves the turret, get themselves back up in the ascendancy here. Now LGD, despite having the kill lead and the dragon lead, they are still behind in gold by about 1,000. They need to try and maybe look for a big old team fight where they can utilize the Shadow Surge and Unstoppable Force over their solo laners to the ultimate value.
I really think for IG, you're just not, you don't want to go near team fights. Like, there's just too much engage from LGD. There's too many ways that they win. I honestly think your best bet here as IG to try and win this game out is actually by kind of doing what we just saw, like doubling up when a dragon is about to come up, maybe trying to look for the two double play on side lanes, but keeping across Ocean Soul for LGD is really not what you want. It feels like, you know, the plays that IG can actually make are falling down, and Shun has had to commit ult to try and get away from LGD in the mid lane.
Yeah, you cannot get caught out there. I think Shun using his ultimate. It will be back up before this next dragon fight, but should LGD start posturing around this Baron, they take it very, very quickly. You've got a Jinx and a Viego. They would do a lot of damage to it very fast if they're not careful, so you have to respect that on the side of IG. You cannot let this one just go unnoticed.
They need to try and find a pick onto Eric somehow, and maybe like looking for these quick resets and looking to see if you can get vision control established in the river. Like you have the problem is you've only got a single pink ward at the moment, and that's actually just placed by Wink. So you've only got one pink ward placed by Shun, so you don't have a huge amount of control over this river area, and certainly not enough for like Uakai to try and play keep away on the back line. If you could pick off Eric, maybe you have enough of a chance to try and escape away from the dive tools that LGD have, like spread out, make sure that you're not able to all get caught out, but it still becomes insanely hard to do. So it feels like with, you know, the IG camp not really having the vision control to take over river, now they're caught again. And I mean to kind of be the stinker with this one, but a rock and a hard place where you can't really like fight into river because you don't have control of where Fearness is, and you can't really look to split push because it's an Ocean Soul.
I mean, not only just that, but look at the level difference as well. Eric level 12 to Wink and Lucas level 10 and 11 respectively. You are not really in a position to overpower your opponent. This Karma with the Chemtech Putrefier is finally getting to a point of relevance, but you are very much a support. You're not the damage. We said about it in Champions Select. It's Zika and Uakai who need to be the ones making this one work. It is an Ocean Soul in 10 seconds, but the wave has been cut off here by the side of IG. They'll give it up just for a second. Now Fearness is isolated. They jump on top of him to put down some damage, but I think he's already tanky enough that it doesn't really matter. Now we can see Shadow getting jumped on. Not quite getting much damage there, but now Eric needs to be very, very careful. That is a lot of damage. They're going to go straight down on top of this. They're going to force out the Devour and try and keep him alive. Shun has to use his smite to keep himself alive as a Super Mega Death Rock comes in. The Shadow Surge onto the back line as Fearness is the first one to fall. It's still a 5v4, but the health bars are very much in favor of LGD. That being said, though, it is going to be a lot of poke coming out here from this chase. They even have the Shroud to keep themselves unknown, not knowing exactly who is where and when. There we go. Flash forward. The personal face gets the fear down. They will trade back the Vex, and it's still a 3v4, but these health bars are not healthy enough, and Ocean Soul goes over to LGD.
And LGD played that fight so well. Everything on IG tried to be burnt on towards Eric, but Jin Zhao able to keep him safe. They don't have the damage to try and follow up, and LGD able to turn that one back. Ocean Soul now available in this game, which was already so hard for IG, got a hell of a lot harder. And here Shun does go for the engage onto Fearness. It looks weird, but it's about trying to battle for space here so he can actually have an access to the dragon. Ton of damage used by Eric, who very much missed positions, but you don't get to fully engage here. What you needed to do as Shun was play this much slower, continue using the fact that you have that poke, and just try to like whittle away at these health bars. But the second they full commit, LGD are able to jump on them and they turn that fight around. Also, shout out to Shadow. That engage on towards Wink was beautiful.
Yeah, that was a big moment there for LGD, and you can see IG, they played it well enough, but it wasn't quite there to get them to the damage. Yes, they took down Fearness, but Fearness isn't your target. Fearness is not the person you need to be killing off every single time in this fight. If he dies and no one else does, he's done his job. All he needs to do is get a good engage off and either force flashes or force disengage from the side of IG. But now, with you putting so much pressure on the Fearness in the spot side, this Dragon, or excuse me, this Baron could end up going down, and now Fearness is just soaking it up. He doesn't care.
Yeah, and IG didn't even realize that they'd moved over. Now, though, you have to be so careful. Double TP coming through. Fearness resetting his own TP. Can we look for the steal?
Look at Jay, though. He knows exactly what he wants to try and do. They're going to have the TP coming in. There's the Shadow Surge coming out. They're going to try and jump straight onto Zika, but he doesn't quite get the damage he wants. Now, good disengage here from IG. Shun does get himself a Honey Fruit to keep himself alive. Again, Ocean Soul available for LGD. They will be able to heal up these health bars in a long and extended fight. This poke isn't going to do as much as they probably want it to do, as Eric, not exactly the best of positions to be in, my friend. And now LGD need to be so careful. They've got mid lane pushing against them. They need to make a decision, Dagda.
Yeah, and they're not being given that opportunity. Uakai is keeping them at basic, and now coming back as LGD
There we go, flash in with the unstoppable force. They will find out the karma, but that's a support karma. You can still disengage here if you're IG, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have not lost the Baron. They gained a mid lane tier 2. And it looks like they're going to be trying to fight for their lives. Shadow goes in with the Heartbreaker, trying to get the resets down, but he won't be able to get it, and he loses his life. Now Fearness is just trying to play as much as he possibly can in the front lines and keep Zika from his back lines. Uokai gets himself over the wall, and Zika will end up falling down. Eric now getting excited. She'll jump onto the Shun as the pony canters away. Wink still very much healthy, but not exactly the big late game center that you expect him to be. Uokai was playing with fire. Does end up backing away, but with both jungler and LGD dead, I don't think they can go for the Baron! Oh, unless they got the kill onto Shun, but even then it's still very risky.
Yeah, they know that Shun is going to be low though, so they're just going to turn back towards this. IG, I don't think they're aware. Pings are going down though. Looks like they're not entirely certain that this isn't the play that's been made.
It's a bait. They've got eyes on Shun. They know exactly where he is. There's the Shadow Surge. He's going to have to use his smite to try and keep himself alive. He's ignited, though, and he is dead. Uokai off on the backside, though. They don't know exactly where he is, and now Wink needs to try and play keep away. We are going to see there's the Tom Kench going in. The Shadow Surge does not land, but Wink is dead. Uokai over the back end of this fight, maybe looking for something. He's going to have to try his very best to steal it, but with Shadow still in the vicinity, it's going to be a miracle steal at best. He's going to try and look for it. He does get the bouncy. No, not quite able to get it. Doesn't quite have the double distortion. Baron goes over to LGD, and they are now firmly in control of this game.
Might even find Uokai. Fearness has the ult, now starting to chase down, but will just back away, realizing that they want to make sure they're getting pressure on the map before this dragon spawns in 2 minutes. Make sure that they're getting access to these inner towers. And see here, shouldn't force to use that ult defensively. IG had spread out beautifully to make sure that they couldn't get caught out in several different directions, but the chase down just too much, and when Eric gets excited, he can just win these fights solo.
It's such a long, extended fight, but you can see the Ocean Soul just doing so much work. The poke that you're putting down with the Senna, the Karma, the Jace, it's just not sticking as effectively as it would have, previously had the Soul not been picked up. So LGD very much getting themselves the best Drake they possibly could have thought of, considering the opposition that they're going up against.
And this is coming back to the problems that we saw from Wink and Lucas, where they lost out in the 2v2. It gave that easy access towards LGD to pick up the Dragons, to force these team fights, force some comfortable positions onto IG, and with double TPs burned on towards the Baron, now IG don't have the ability to try and play outside lanes. 1 minute until Dragon, full push in mid, push being gained in top. Vision control can be established pretty handily by LGD in the spot side jungle, and how do you try and contest this now as IG? Nobody's able to face check.
No one is able to face check. Uokai will lose his Banshees, as now Fearness is the target for the side of IG. Good use of the ultimate there from LGD's top laner. Does keep himself safe and has no magic resistance to speak of, so Uokai is pretty much going to be the sole person to try and take him down. Lucas left on his lonesome though in this mid lane means that he's going to have to concede this one to the side of LGD, and honestly I think that Fearness has done his job.
I mean, this could actually be the window for IG. Fearness got out, but I mean, you've got 30 seconds until Dragon. The ult won't be up, I believe, just in time at the start of Dragon. So maybe IG can battle for vision. Maybe they can sneak away the Elder. But they're going to have to do it so fast before Fearness's ult isn't up. Or at least get the engage off before LGD have that Malphite ult available.
Yeah, they'll have about 30 seconds or so before that Malphite ult is available. Probably even a little bit less, maybe even 20. So I don't even think they're going to try and risk it. So Fearness will not lose anything off of that play, as we now see IG trying to maybe look something there. He will lose a lot of his health bar though, as the Mega Death Rocket comes out. Doesn't really do a lot of damage, as Zika gets his accelerated shock blast between the sticks and gets himself 3 points for this country. And now LGD trying to posture back in towards this Dragon. This is the end game buff. You did so well, LGD. You finally have a gold lead, but it does not mean squat if you cannot get this buff away from IG. IG have enough damage and enough survivability to make this a game-ending fight should they be able to pick up the Elder.
And IG all corralled into the one area. This is perfect for Fearness. No flash, but he can still look for it.
He's gonna go. There it is. There's the unstoppable force going in. They're going to the onslaught of shadows though onto 4 members. As you can see there, Uokai trying his very best. Fearness is dead. The shadow surge all the way onto the backside. Jay trying to play keep away with Uokai as the mid laners go in. The flash in with the personal space means he gets the resets of the shadow surge, and now Jay can start to take over this fight. Him and Eric are going to be looking so good at the end of this one, and it's LGD taking that fight. They'll take the Elder. They'll take the game.
I mean, they have no wave in mid, so they're just going to look to take the Elder for the moment, but you can see once more IG trying their damnedest, but these team fights, they're just too easy from LGD's position. This is why, once more, we kind of brought up at the start of the day, top lane, there's some of these blind picks that you think are safe are really not safe, and LGD shutting down Zika with the Malphite and Fairness has been so crucial in finding these engages for LGD and setting up Jade to take them over.
Should be LGD equally out the series. They've got themselves the Elder for another 2 minutes. They should be able to TP back in. Yep, keep the minion alive. But as I say that, we might have IG having a last stand. They will have the Unstoppable Force now in about 2 seconds. There's not really a lot for Wink to do here. And Fearness finally getting up to his Force of Nature means that he is just an absolute monster on all fronts now. With Shun on the backside, though, LGD is starting to think about this one just a little bit more carefully, and they don't want to go for this one as Eric gets engaged upon. The Onslaught of Shadows doesn't finish its channel, and now with the Shadow Surge going over, Zika is dead. It's a double kill there for Jay as he gets himself some more resets. Not going to land it, but it does not matter. With the Elder Drake still going very, very strong, it should just be LGD getting themselves a win, putting themselves back in this series, and sending us to a Game 3.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from LGD. Being able to play out their draft very simple with counter pick for Fairness, the Malphite coming in on red 5, and now you're in a great spot where you can just go, cool, we can take these team fights, and we are already proved in game number 1 that our bot lane is just stronger than IG's bot lane, and it means that now we get the opportunity to set up off these dragons, set up for team fights, shut down Zika, and the game is just 10 times easier for LGD. And I think coming back into game number 3, I want to see maybe the very same thing. If not, maybe IG end up taking red side and you don't have that opportunity. But this was what I wanted to see game 1 for LGD.
Yeah, and we said it at the start of draft, it was very reckless, I think is the word I'm looking for the side of IG, because they just said, right, here's our subtle laners. We know nothing about yours. You've already picked up the Jinx. Here's our subtle laners, and we know that they are going to be our primary source of pressure, and it gave the Vex over to Jay. It meant that Fearness had a last pick and knew exactly what he was going into. Once he recognized that it was a Karma Senna bot lane, all he had to do was play for the lane. He knew that there was no one else except for Zika who was going to be able to do some serious damage to him until he was too tanky to deal with. So for me, I want to see IG, as you say, go onto the red side if they do have choice, maybe get themselves a little bit of a counter pick, and also just be a little bit more coy with how they're building their composition.
Yeah, it was definitely a weird draft from IG, and again, I'm like, I understand that Zika likes the Jason and stuff like this, but I just don't think these champions are blind pickable anymore. Like, same with the Graves, same with the Jace. Like, there's so many of these picks that are like, even the Gwen, we all thought were very much blind pickable champions with very little answers, but teams have really started to figure out how they can go against these. You got the Malphite this game, we had the Aurelia the last game against the Jace, we've seen Tryndamere crop up against the Graves, and you even have like Jace as an answer to the Gwen, if you want to. Kennen be an answer to the Gwen. There's so many different tools. Akali coming into the mix as well. We haven't even touched her yet. Like, this early blind pick top lane is just not the play anymore whatsoever. And when you can draft a composition so easily against it, you can see what the result is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the result is now tied at the score of 1 apiece. We are going to set it to a break, and when we return, we will have the final climax of this series in the day. You won't want to miss it.
Ultra Primary, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again, if you can just tighten them out and pedal them off.
Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is flying.
It's Harry Potter! Oh, my God! Oh, my God. All right. Forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like, that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
나이스.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very, very good. Very good.
나이스.
My team is very, very good. Very good.
나이스.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Dropped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my God.
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody knows.
Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team.
as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want to team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5 are trying to stop them from resetting.
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the need to work. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control. What to get there goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 369. You know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again. They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
Something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. I'm waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die, and I Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love.
我觉得现在 IG 也来了2个新人嘛，然后大家磨合的相处的也挺好的，然后感觉他们挺活力四射的。我对于今年的 LPL 感觉挺卷的，大家实力不相上下，感觉。下场打老干爹的话，感觉大家打的谨慎一点吧，然后应该挺好赢的。
Everyone is equal in the stakes, some more equal than others. Welcome back to the LPL. We are rounding out our final day, our final game of this best of 3. Before we jump into it, we got to talk about LGD bringing it back off of the back of some very, very clutch engages from the mid lane man himself, Jay.
Yeah, MVP for that last game. Being able to follow up really well on these dives. And we kind of said coming into this, right? Like, if you end up in a situation where IG can't run away with the game, the fact that you've got so much great setup in the team fights was always going to play a factor. And LGD, off the back of Jay, being able to get so many of these shadow surges off, were just able to cripple the entirety of IG.
Yeah, it really was. And you can see every time Uakai went off, when he came back, he had a big old mopey, miserable looking Vex on top of him there. And it's exactly the same thing I'm talking about here. It's, just kind of goes down bot, doesn't really find anything. And just the instant fear you get with your personal space, that flash fear is so powerful. You cannot underestimate it. And you can see it's just a couple of times here. And he's just resetting, constantly getting himself into positions where he is able to make the most out of this champion.
Yeah. And I think Jay did a phenomenal job, and I think LGD as a whole did a great job. Especially when we look down towards this bottom lane. I was kind of laughing at Wink saying, as long as we play seriously, this would be an easy game. I feel like Wink has kind of been the biggest liability for IG, honestly, for a lot of this series. Being caught out kind of in lane, hasn't been able to get the win conditions that you would expect. And especially off of the back of a nice series in the last one, we kind of expected a little bit more from Wink. So I want to see if he can step it up now coming into game number 3, because especially if you end up with IG not being able to get a counter pick for Zik in that top lane, I think it's going to end up looking a little bit messy. I mean, definitely the bot lane of LGD has had the number of IGs. It's given them the dragons in game 2, gave them the very easy win condition because suddenly there's no pressure where you can actually try and play for early Rift Heralds or try and use the fact you have that the bot lane that should be relatively okay to actually look for dragons and stuff. So it all ended up falling apart a little bit for IG.
Yeah, it really, really did. And again, it came down to the draft. Draft was very reckless and careless about how they were going to be able to deal with certain things. And then once the game got to a certain point, it just felt like they just couldn't make anything happen outside of a miracle mistake, really, from LGD. So now we come back in. Now it's basically one apiece. It's basically a best of 1. So both these teams, again, as we mentioned earlier, desperate to make sure they get as many wins as they possibly can. And even more so, it's more important, regardless if you're getting scalps against the big boys, you need to be taking the wins against the people on your level.
Especially as we said, like for IG, the future is in their hands as to whether they make playoffs or not. Still a lot of teams that we would have expected them to be able to beat, but now find themselves 1-for-1 against LGD thanks to some, I'll say, bad and good drafts on both sides coming through. I really need to see exactly what the story now is going to be coming into game 3.
Creative draft, Stagta. That's how we'll twist it.
They're definitely different.
It counts as League of Legends. That's all I can really definitively say about it. But like I said, it is going to be the final game of 12.2 as well. So we're going to have a massive shakeup after this. And a little bit. What was your favorite moment of 12.2 as a way to go into picks and bans? What was your favorite thing that came out of 12.2 that you noticed? Gonna put you on the spot.
I don't even know. Like, I was trying to come
Name
up with an
every
answer that was
change
like
in 12.2.
But it was just like, you know, I personally I like the fighter junglers. I think it's a lot of fun, but I'm kind of getting sick of 12.2. We've been on it for so long at this stage that
Been on it for
like,
over a month.
it feels so stale. Like I'm sick of Aphelios and Jinx, but that doesn't really change with 12.4. I'm sick of Zinzel, but that doesn't really change with 12.4. I mean, I'm
You're not really
I'm sick of
helping yourself
Hecarim, and
here,
he's only
mate.
been in for a little while, and he's still in 12.4. Like, 12.4 was a patch that I thought was going to swap up a lot of stuff, but really doesn't. So, I don't know. It feels like we're probably going to see a lot of what was on 12.2 still on 12.4. Maybe just with a different style haircut or something, because it's not actually that massive of a change.
Not that massive a change, but you know what is changing? Renata Glass. We'll see her almost certainly coming out in picks and bans as we jump into our own picks and bans. The final farewell to 12.2 as the LPL is the last region to transition over. IG on the blue, LGD on the red. We are going to see the Twist of Fate, the Ornn, the Hecarim, the Zeri, the Gwen, and the Renekton all banned away. This time around, though, Yukai getting his hands back on the Rise. I love this. The Rise is such a powerful pick, and exactly what they want to do with that Rise is exactly how they always play.
And now it gives the opportunity to actually like set up for Zika properly in that top side. Or to try and play down towards this bot lane, but with the Tam Kench already locked in, it feels like there's a much more defensive play coming in for LGD on the bot side. The Aphelios locked up here. Maybe we see something like the Thresh coming in for Lucas on that bot lane, or something along the lines of the Rakan as well. I really like Rakan into things like the Tam Kench, just because you kind of get a 2-for-1 deal, right? The quickness clocks up the Tam Kench, and you still end up being able to CC both of them, so you can still kill the Jinx before the Tam Kench is able to kind of help her out in time. With the jungle not locked in here, though, IG going to make sure that Shun has his pick of the litter, so going to go towards that Zinzao first. So Shadow probably going to fall back to something like the Viego or Elstaff Volibear.
Yeah, and we'll see now what they want to go for here. LGD can pick up their jungler, or maybe even their mid laner if they decide to go on either side. But no, it's going to be the mid lane to the last. They know they're going up against the Rise. They're not too unhappy with what they're able to get. And they feel like getting Shadow onto that Lee Sin feels a little bit better, something that he was well known for in his time in LEC.
Yeah, the only problem that I have with the Lee Sin is that, again, you're kind of lacking in engage tools. So I'm kind of curious to see what the rest of LGD's composition is going to round out with. IG, I feel like banning away those mid lane picks so you get the good matchup for the Rise is probably where they're going to go. Things like the Orianna, these kind of things. Or maybe they try and ban away some more of those, well, as we said, like engage-focused top laners, but also top lane champions that Zika could do relatively well with.
Yeah, we'll see now the Yuumi being banned away, recognizing that they might try and combo that up, which does a lot to try and mitigate what the Tam Kench does for the Jinx in that laning phase. LeBlanc going to be banned here by IG, and honestly, they could just ban the Orianna as well. Give Yukai as decent a matchup as they possibly can as they wait to see now what Zika will be going into Fairness.
Yeah, I imagine the Fairness is going to keep that red side red side pick for himself this time, especially since, again, you already know what the Rise is. And I'm not in the mood for any more Veigar, so we'll have to see what the plan is here. I do agree with you. I think Orianna the best ban here for IG, especially when you're looking towards the potential for like late game fights. It would just set up LGD so incredibly well. And not a huge amount of dive potential on IG's side at the moment, so the threat onto a backline for like a Jinx and an Orianna isn't really there. So it would just open up Fairness. Too easy to go for something like a Scion or the Malphite that's actually banned away and just try and play for team fights instead.
See what they want to go for. They're going for the Galio. Much better. They must be listening to your comms there, Dagda. They recognize the errors of their ways and they're going to change them very, very quickly.
So I like the Galio in game one because you already had those engage tools. I feel like for LGD right now, they don't really have that setup because it's not linked with the Hecarim like we saw in game one. So now you're kind of going, okay, well, again, Fairness, maybe they go for a Camille in this top side, and that's what they're eyeing up, going, look, if we can get this Camille Galio combo, that will be our engage tool, but we'll have to see exactly. IG, though, we said that, I already talked about the Rakan. I really like it into the Tam Kench, and that's going to be picked up there for Lucas. And we'll have to see now what we're going to get for Zika in this top lane. Okay, not as big a fan of this. We've seen it before. Poppy does really well into this if Fairness wants to take that into the top side. And yeah, Zika shown again, like we saw this before where he's perfectly happy to take that blind into the top side. We'll have to see what Fairness wants to try and answer.
Yeah, hovering between a couple of different options. wouldn't really expect the Kled. It would be a very strange way of going into it. I feel like the Tryndamere kind of does well into what the Kled is able to do against you in terms of diving you underneath the tower. We'll see now what they want to go for. LG just kind of thinking about it and maybe making a couple of changes. And yeah, you can even see it there. Yeah, let's just go for it. Let's get that Camille locked and loaded here for Fearness. So going toe-to-toe here, it's going to be very curious to see now how this matchup goes.
Yeah, I mean, for IG, I feel like, at least in the early stages, Zika should be able to do reasonably well there against the Camille. A little bit harder for the Camille to be chased down by the Tryndamere, so can do reasonably okay. And then I believe late game, you have enough burst. I could be wrong with this, but I believe late game you have enough burst in the Camille that the Undying Rage kind of comes out. You just kind of outpace the Tryndamere as he chases you down. And then you can turn and finish him off as soon as the Undying Rage is there. You just end up, like, with the Divine Thunder and Tiamat with Sterix, you end up too tanky for Tryndamere to just burst you down, I believe. But we'll have to see if IG, like, for them, this is very much about getting ahead in the early stages. Like, trying to use Ryze's push, play up towards Tryndamere top side, and then opt in towards the 1-3-1 and power through the stronger mid game that you have over your counter.
Well, the teams are locked and loaded. The players are ready to go as we are about to jump onto the Rift for Game 3 of this best of 3. Win here for LGD will give them at least a little bit of respite, put them back up to within a chance, and I say only a chance, of them even thinking about playoffs. On the other side of it, though, of course, IG wanting to get up with that the teams on 5 wins, put them right on the cusp of a top 10 finish. Could do or die, could all end here for both these teams. This could be a pivotal matchup when we look at back in the history books of where these teams went wrong. And right now, both these teams will be desperate to try and make this one work out for them. I will say, as we look into this one, I do always love the Demacian kind of, Venn diagram of depth, as you do get themselves the Camille and the Galio. But we'll have to wait and see. This Ryze can be oh so powerful for IG if they can make it work for them.
And that's where I'm going to be putting my focus here for you, Kai. Getting push in mid, moving towards those sides. One of the beautiful things about Ryze in the early stages is you can actually just walk from lane. You don't need the realm warp in a lot of situations. So having that push, be curious to see what the decision here is for Uakai. If you can actually have that big push in mid and then easily look to roam up towards this top side early and bully Fearness, who is flashless, so always the opportunity to look for a level 3, level 4 dive.
We are on to the Rift. Crowds in Hangzhou Stadium. Feels good to have it all back as Fearness finds Dika. Doesn't want to go too far onto that one there, and nothing else untoward. Both teams just happy to spread themselves out, make sure that they're happy enough with where things are going. Uakai will be spotted out on this ward as he goes to spot his wards. Already we're seeing Dika and Fearness kind of going toe-to-toe, and I don't know if you noticed, but just a second ago, if you look beyond the top lane, you can see the first dragon and where it's flapping its wings just behind the rift. He flies in himself all the way around.
I was told you could tell what the first dragon was off of that, but it's actually not true. Or maybe
No,
it was
it's
the soul
not.
was off of that.
It's just a generic dragon as such, sadly. But it's still cool. I have messed around with the spectator client a bit. Sadly, he doesn't fly all the time. He kind of just has like slight animations and then disappears and reappears in reality. So, small little things like that keep me interested in the game.
Just remembering times as remembering your old times as an observer in the LEC, I see, yeah.
That's true. I got taught by the best observers in the game, the LEC observers, in my humble opinion. And speaking of the best
Is
in
it
the
really
game,
humble if you're doing a self-brag because you were part of LEC observing?
humble brag, humble brag. You gotta stick with it. Is the thing is sticking with it. Jinzhou will get himself stuck right on top of this bot lane. Again, the Kench and the Jinx will have pretty decent level 1, and they've had the level 2 advance as well. But Eric making an unfavorable trade as he did aggro the minions as well. But enough reminiscing about my life as an LEC observer. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about where you want to be seeing these junglers.
Dive
They're both
top.
gonna be, yeah,
Dive
I was
top.
going to say, as they're going to be able to try and maybe make something happen here. Shadow already anticipating this and has dropped down a ward, but the information is in favor of LGD.
IG, though, kind of feeling like something's a bit amiss. Shun will find Shadow.
And they will get it. This might go down in favor of Shun as he gets the big Krug, as we are going to see there. It's a hook shot, wall shot over the top. The Ignite goes down on the Zika, who does not have invulnerability just yet. The Sonic Wave will not land, and everyone goes back. And at the end of it all, it is just a trade of summoners in favor of LGD.
Look at the wave that was missed by Fearness, though. Because he tried to help out on that, you end up losing out a substantial amount when it comes towards the CS. And the Ignite burn for the Flash still means that you end up trading relatively even. I mean, yes, you got the Ghost out of Zika as well, but all said and done, I mean, it's not the end of the world for IG. You still end up with the advantage for Zika, which is what you really were playing for in that top side.
That was a good little shadow by Shadow to make sure that nothing untoward was happening, because that could have been a very difficult situation here for Fearness, running the Ignite and the teleport instead of a Flash. Definitely becomes a lot harder for him to be able to deal with this Tryndamere the later the game goes on. He will have to try and just deal with the endless amounts of pressure that will be coming on top of him. Jin Zhao just trying to make sure the IG bot lane are being kept honest. Yukai back into the mid lane after TPing over. He has got himself his tier stacking nicely here, and Jay went back as well to pick up his boots, so he has the Predator. So now we're going to start to wait and see where both these teams start to get their level 6s, and that's when this game starts to get really interesting.
So already, I know it's just going to be a small point here, but LGD are completely controlling this bot side of the map. Eric already got the reset off, picked up his cull. They had a small freeze being in play as well, but Jinzhao being able to stop Wink and Lucas from fully crashing this wave. So there's actually a small push, I believe, still about to happen onto this bottom side. But Yukai mid.
A bit of damage down. Jay still pretty safe at this early stage to be able to get himself out with the heroic chart or the heroic punch. Or the Justice Punch, that's what it is. He'll back himself away. We'll have a Hex Dragon first to spawn. Shadow now trying to maybe make something work for him in the mid lane as he gets himself over the wall, and putting himself behind enemy lines could be the option here for the side of LGD.
Looks like that's going to be it.
Yeah, the flash comes in. The taunt is long enough, though. They're going to get the knock up, and that's a fantastic flash re-engage. That was actually so clutch from Lucas. Gets himself right in front of Shadow, soaks up the Sonic Wave, keeps Yukai alive.
Really good play from Lucas, and just nice roam timing, right? We are saying, hey, look, you've got this small push in the bot side for Eric, so Lucas and Wink eventually managed to get the crash. They reset, which means Lucas can come in, and just really nice timing there, getting on towards LGD. Now IG establishing vision control on top side, which means that Fearness is going to have to give up this massive wave, and again, this Tryndamere getting so much when it comes to this 1v1.
Yeah, and they're going to get their 3 people up here. They will have the taunt available, but the double knock-up is there. Jay, no grand entrance just yet, or heroic entrance, as I say, and they are going to be able to take out Yukai. He goes a little bit too close to the sun. Big old wave being put up against this tower. LGD will eventually get it over to Fearness as the bot laners decide to play some PvP themselves and saying, all right, we're not done with just being, we're not satisfied with just taking on some minions, and then they realize their AD carries and they're not very strong yet, so they have to back away and back take it to minions.
IG just going over extended in that top side. You see that Shadow and Jinzhao had gone for the recess themselves and were making their way up, so IG have to back away, which is why you're kind of questioning like, oh, well, it's 4v2, why aren't you going? But they actually don't decide to go for it, and here, just going to get a replay on this mid lane play. Really good stuff from Lucas. Flash forward, you see there, with that grand entrance, able to just tank up the Sonic Wave coming through from Shadow. Just perfect timing from the IG support.
Really well done there from IG, but unfortunately for IG fans, they did lose out a kill on the top side, so both mid laners basically losing out a little bit in terms of that. They tried to go a bit aggressive with the Realm Morph, and it wasn't to be. Now you have an opportunity here as LGD. You have the heroic entrance available to Jay on this Galio. You can look to be a bit more aggressive, especially with that Hextech ultimatum on that top side. So for IG, it is all about kind of keeping tabs on where this mid laner is going to be going and making sure you're not just losing out on a trade straight up. And speaking of trades, they're going to jump on the Jin Zhao, who's not going to be taken out or even CC'd up. They did get the traps, though, out of Eric, and with both junglers now hovering towards this bot side, I feel like Dragon might be on the cards, Dagda.
Yeah, the only issue, though, is that you don't really have control over it as LGD. You've got pushing mid, pushing bot, so Shadow can't really help, so he's just going to back away. And again, like, you can see Yukai trying to keep his sides in check, constantly shoving and just dipping into the fog of war, making it really hard for LGD to know if they're safe to approach these lanes. Already, you can see Jay leaving mid. He's trying to match the lanes that Yukai is going for.
Match the lanes, as now the IG bot lane does have a little bit of extra control. Level 6 so has been hit by Eric as well as Wink, so both these AD carries feeling pretty powerful. I will say in the 1v1, or at least in a small skirmish at a 2v2, you would favor the Aphelios ult depending on which augment it does have. Rift Herald has been aggroed, but it's not going to be taken here. Just making sure they're not doing it on the side of IG. And everyone just kind of backs themselves away. I will say there is still an advantage for IG. They have a 1,000 gold lead. They're about nearly 20 CS up in the top side. Probably going to be mitigated down to about 15 in a moment. They should be able to take this Rift Herald for free. There also shouldn't be a response of a dragon here for LGD as Shadow is in that top side.
Yeah, it looks like Shadow might just try and make a play mid though. See if he can try and answer. But Lucas again reading this play.
Yep, he's already here, and now they know he's here, so this is already starting to become a very dangerous setup here for the side of LGD. Shadow going to back away from it, but can he get to this dragon in time? That's the real question. The AD carries pushing themselves up, as Eric did have the support of his support, whereas Wink did not. Should be able to get themselves at least a plate, back themselves away. So not to be outdone just yet, but Shadow is still in the area, and he's wasting a lot of time, not really gaining a lot for what he's doing.
Yeah, I think Shadow's trying to read that Shun is going topside, so it's like, okay, cool, let's try and make a play onto the bottom side. Either that'll be the dragon or a potential dive onto the bot lane tier 1, but not going to go for it. Shun now isn't actually trying to commit to this top side like I thought he would, especially as Tryndamere is starting to get that push out, pop down the Rift Tower, like get more gold for the Tryndamere, but it looks like the call might actually be to try and control Jay a little bit. See if you can shove out this mid wave, try and get some damage onto this mid tier 1, and maybe if you can take it, you can actually look to like push the wave in further, deny Jay access to the map, but with only a small chunk of damage done to the mid lane turret, I'd be surprised if that actually ends up working out.
Dika on this Tryndamere, he's going to be able to just basically keep Fearness at arm's length at all times. Fearness has to respect the all-in potential and the chase down available to him with the Ghost, so the Ignite will be acting as a little bit of a deterrent, as we can now see Jay using that Justice Punch to keep himself safe. Could have been knocked up, maybe even the quickness come out, but IG still tempered on that aggression. Bot laners basically being left on their own. This has been about the supports roaming around the map, trying to facilitate their junglers and the mid laners to make plays.
And if that is the case, then, I mean, the solo laners for IG are in a good spot. Jay hasn't been able to answer for some of the plays that we've seen early from IG, but and it's not even just the fact that like there's no kills for IG, it's more so, you know, they've created this 2k gold lead by playing towards Zik and denying CS. Wink
Gonna be able to get caught out. Actually, they never say that. He gets devoured down on top of the traps as well. He's by himself, and he is dead. Flash was burnt by Lucas. I feel like you kind of just needed to accept the fate there, buddy. He was dead to rights. There was nothing you could have done. And again, we're seeing in this series, Wink be a massive sore spot for the side of IG.
Yeah, just overextending, giving across kills, and that wave was pushing into him as well. It wasn't like he really needed to be in that spot. And Jin Zhao, time and time again, catching him out with the TK. Now IG trying to move up to top side, but I mean, they solo one bot. You don't have to actually like worry too much as LGD because you can put resources top.
And you can put yourself on Hexac Ultimatum. The Venn diagram of death comes in. The flash from Shun is absolutely perfect, but he will sacrifice his top laner in exchange. He will not be able to get out of here on time or alive as Yukai now finds himself overextended as he tries to get himself over the wall. He flashes, but there's going to be two very angry people coming back on top of it, and Jay cleans it up. 3 kills, and LGD are firmly in control.
This is the problem that IG had. Wink solo dies bot. There was no extra resources dedicated by LGD to that bot lane play, especially when you saw Lucas flash in with the quickness to see if he could try and get the Battle Dance shield onto Wink. So when this happens, LGD are like, cool, we can just rotate up towards top, keep ourselves safe. We've got this Galio who's able to join the party first. You can see you're trying to keep him at phase, Yukai, but Galio actually flashed over the wall into Red Pit. You can just see it on the minimap, so then he could ult away without Yukai being able to deny the ulti in. So LGD managing to pick up the fight just off of, well, one, a really smart play from Jay, and the positioning that they had on the map.
Yeah, and this is smart and, you know, clean from LGD. They're just recognizing where their strengths are, and I honestly feel like having this Galio Camille combination, it's a very tried and tested top side of the map that can just mitigate a lot of the overloading pressure you kind of want to get as an IG member. You know, you want to try and stop this Rise from getting on top of people. You want to try and stop this Tryndamere from just being able to 100-0 people, and now topside again, we're seeing a 3v3. It's a bit of a 2v2 versus a 1v1, as we can see now both sides trying to make this one work. Shun gets jumped in by the Sonic Wave. The Rift Herald will go in, as we can see the Jinx finally getting that ult off. No one will go down. The Rift Herald does go over in favor of IG. And that's going to be all she wrote in this top side.
Yeah, timing there on ults just wasn't quite with us. Zika has his ult up now, but didn't have enough to try and chase Fearless under the tower. No Hextech ultimatum either to try and lock people up for Jay, so will just be the goal going in favor of IG as LGD back away.
LGD back away. They did lose the Super Mega Jet Rocket in that exchange as well. It almost turned that fight all 100% on its head. Who knows, could have maybe even impacted the bot lane as well with the Get Excited. But was not to be, as the Gale Force is finally finished up here by Wink, as we can see a replay in the picture-in-picture. And you can see just how much this Camille is not really able to do against this Tryndamere. Despite the Tryndamere kind of coming out with a lot less HP, when you get those stacks of crits, when you're able to get that Fury bar going for yourself, it becomes very difficult to judge where that damage is going to come in from.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes back to the early pressure that was given towards Zika. Like, Tryndamere is really strong in this mid-game point, and Fearness just isn't able to keep pace. And now, for Zika, he has control of his top side. Turret plates have gone down, so you imagine he'll get this top lane turret, as Fearness shouldn't be able to hold on against them, but we'll have to see, especially as like that tower can be taken incredibly quick. Zika though opting instead to start moving down towards the dragon, which is just about to spawn in 10 seconds. And I think it's a good idea to try and bring Zika into the equation for IG. Bot hasn't won out at all on the bottom side of the map, so you're not really in pressure control here. And Yukai has shoved him mid, so maybe IG can just look to push from mid into this dragon area.
We'll say it is pretty solid items for everyone across the board. You do have the Divine Sunray here for Fearness, so he's able to kind of sustain a lot more against Zika, who's yet to go back and finish up what I imagine will be his Gale Force. And that means that bot lane pressure goes over in favor of LGD, and this is just IG kind of fumbling a little bit here. They're not really able to control this bot lane from seeping out. They're hemorrhaging resources right now. They need to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and I think it's just a smart play from LGD. Burn the... Oh, hang on, Yukai.
Yukai in a lot of trouble. He does get Dragon Rage back, but no real engage after that point. You've already used all your CC, and now you don't have the Dragon's Rage available to you for this potential dragon fight. So Shadow gonna have to be very, very quick or taking this one. They do have the Kraken Slayer on the Jinx as the dragon has been started. Finally, we will see IG maybe look to try and make this one work, but the dragon's already been taken, and now Shun's in a little bit of a bad spot. He'll go in with the Crescent Guard, but the Galio ultimate gonna be used answered. Moonlight Vigil completely whiffs off of everybody as the Garen, the Tam Kench is able to devour the Jinx and keep her nice and safe. She gets excited, gets one, gets two, maybe looking for a little bit more. The Tam Kench finally falls.
Zika.
Velios is down. Zika looking for it though and finally finds his mark. They will eventually trade this one back as Shadow does not land himself to Sonic Wave. It's a 3-for-4 trade in favor of IG. They don't get the dragon, but they get the hell of a lot of gold.
Everything was used to go forward by LGD, which meant that when Zika wormed his way into the backline, there was nobody to keep LGD safe. And I was about to say, this is actually a pretty smart play from LGD. They have control of our bot side, they move up into river, and they get the dragon. They just needed to not take the fight after back away, because as you can see here, you got the Galio ult being used forward. Jin Zhao had already used the Devour. And you get Fearless using this ult as well onto Wink to try and keep him safe. So Zika just gets shoved directly into the backline. Shadow, as we said already, had no ulti to try and keep Eric safe. And Zika's able to pick off two. Now we're going again.
Oh, Jinjo, he has flash. He's going to have to try and get himself out there, but there's Shadow using his own there, and there's a three-man taunt. This is perfect for LGD. Eric's getting excited as he jumps straight onto Yukai and gets himself another reset. IG thought they found themselves a fight, but LGD said not today.
Shadow take a bow. That flash kick onto Yukai was beautiful. Gets the knock up onto the members of IG and also puts Yukai in perfectly for Jay to get that taunt. And now LGD coming alive in game number 3.
Coming alive and really leaning into the series. They got themselves a 2,000 gold lead. They are going to have to use their TP in the bot side to stop some Zika from split pushing it out there. But this is a massive, massive move now for LGD. They'll get the Rift Herald. They've already got themselves 2 dragons. They have the gold lead. And you pick a Tryndamere because you feel like you can take people in the side lane. But right now, I don't feel like Zika has the confidence, rightly so, to be able to try and push this far forward. He has to be so careful, but he feels like right now he should have the pressure because he has got himself the resets on his side, but Jay will be able to taunt him up and get him underneath the tower.
Yeah, still though, Wave's still here, so Zika can keep going. Sidesteps away, now looking for the kill with Shun here.
Yeah. Oh! Wait! What?
Where was the ult?
Where's the ult?
Zika.
I thought Zika had it! Zika! What happened? Oh! What was going on? He just didn't press his R button.
I don't know what happened. I mean, as you say, just didn't quite get it, and now I mean, individual errors from IG are really starting to cost them. I mean, I was going to say, look, Zika, I can't really blame him for what he's done so far in this game. But
blame him for that.
This wasn't great. Like, I'm actually fine with him going back in underneath the tower. As you say, like, you should have killed him here. Maybe you trade 1 for 1, but you're still all well and good. The kill onto the Tryndamere would have done far more, but yeah, it just doesn't hit the ulti.
He felt maybe he had enough damage to do it without it, but even then you're underneath the tower. It feels like it was just straight up a mistake there from Zika, and not what you want to be doing. If he was able to get that kill, to get that tower, it's a little bit of extra gold, but now they're in a much worse position. He does have his ultimate now, as 4 people find themselves on the bot side alongside Shelly, so it might as well be 5. As we can see, there's the Hextech ultimatum coming in. They will get the knock up as well. As Zika finally pops out his own ultimate, Eric is going to try and keep himself safe, but he should be fine within the belly of the catfish. And that's going to be a tier 1 for a tier 2 trade, and it ends up being a little bit more in favor of LGD. And they're still going. Honestly, Shelly will get another bop onto this inhibitor. No one's reset yet. They could get a Nexus. They could actually end the game. It's not even a joke. They could actually end the game right here. You have a Lee Sin and a Camille. They have to commit TPs. This was a disaster from IG, and they're still going to go for it. Shelly is just about taken out. They get oh so much. LGD might pay for it though, just a little bit. The Moonlight Vigil's doing a lot of damage. As here goes Shun. They have got the Realm Warp, but is it going to be deep enough to try and catch out Eric? The answer is no, as he keeps himself nice and safe. He does have the Mega Deck Rocket to try and just kite away. IG, they get some kills back, but their base is in tatters.
Yeah, completely blowing up that bot side of the map there for LGD, but you still have to be very careful. Baron is about to spawn just now, and oh god. Oh Jesus.
Oh. Are you glad to be back? Are you happy with the level of gameplay, Dagden?
You know what? I am glad to
treat
be
you
back.
well?
'Cause you know what? I appreciate teams like Weibo, B5, EDG, BLG, LNG, RNG, Top Esports, JDG, Rare Atom, OMG. And then it kind of gets a little bit shaky.
It does get a little shaky. And speaking of shaky, we're going to shake all the way to Fearness getting himself his hook shot, wall shot out. IG tried to go for a little cheeky Baron play. I like the idea from IG. They have to deal with bot lane, though. That will take a Nexus turret.
I mean, yeah, there's literally just one turret left, so you need someone pretty much on base defense at all times. But now it just opens up LGD to both take Dragon, start playing towards the Baron as well. And the beauty of this all is that you've only got 1 TP on IG, and that's on Uakai. Uakai doesn't do as well against Fearness as this Tryndamere does. So if Zika ends up on the bottom side and LGD spot them, they just start up Baron, look for the team fight, the guaranteed engage nearly with the Fearness J combo, and you can just win the fight that way. IG have completely snookered themselves.
Big word. Don't know what snookered means. Look it up. I was like, I could attempt to like, you know, actually to say what it means, but I don't think I'm gonna like actually say it justice. It is a snooker term, but what was it? I think it means like you're in a very difficult position, like not an obvious route of victory. I think is like
essentially you have managed to set up the pool or the snooker table so you can't get any of the balls that you want to hit. So you have to take a penalty.
There's not an obvious route. You have to go through some like, you know, geometry and stuff like that. But yeah, I agree with you. I think IG are very much in a position where they have to go for a fight, and that's not really what you want to be doing here against LGD's composition. They have a Galio, Tam, Kedge, so much safety for Eric on this Jinx, and yeah, they just start up the Baron.
Uakai's bot. The second he shows on bot, they know he has no TP. They take the fight. Jay is hiding. The only difference here is that Fearness isn't quite in position yet, so they have to wait. But as the next minion lane wave conga lines in, they can always look to push mid, fall back to Baron, look for picks in jungle. You need to cover too many places as IG, and it's given LGD all the control they need.
All the control, I will say.
Oh, God.
Well, you know what they say, betrayal very rarely comes from an enemy. is very much not a situation for Zika. He will get himself out with a flash forward from Shadow, secures that kill, and now the rest of IG need to run away. As I say that, Shun goes in, Crescent Guard separates everyone, the Moonlight Vigil is massive, Eric is dead! They had to devour, but the Tam Kench couldn't get it, and now, where's your damage, LGD? Oh, it was looking so good, and they're now going to find themselves in such an impossible situation. Shadow does not have himself the safeguard just yet, and he will get taken down. Thank you for the leash on the Baron. This game is silly, but after I say that, LGD are doing the double teleport. You need a reset. They're going for the end, Dagda.
What is going on? I put my head in my hands as LGD. I thought they'd won the fight, and I look back up, IG win, and now LGD, they can't quite do it. But the Baron could still be there. Very late reset from Wink. Not sure what he was up to, but not able to finish off the Nexus turret. God, what is going on in this game?
And as much as that looked like a bit of a meme from LGD, that was the only play they had to not lose the Baron. As we can see, Zika betraying himself. You know, the biggest enemy is myself in this particular situation. Puts himself in a bad spot, and LGD just, they overcommit to try and kill the Tryndamere.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow going forward, and then at this stage you just fall back towards the Baron, but Shun, great play here. Using the fact that he had the Audacious Charge onto Shadow, so none of the other champions in that area are challenged. So he's able to get the Crescent Guard that knocks a bunch of folks back into IG, and that's where that play comes from. So Shun stepping up big here for IG. Now, though, IG become a lot easier to actually control the map for the next few minutes. Buikai has his TP up. He can shove out bot. The inhibitors respawned. They've got the wave pushed. So that kind of snooker that LGD just said had found themselves in, may no longer be an issue.
That's the big thing, like you mentioned, the fact that the teleport's open. Also, no more super minions in bot side, so that constant pressure isn't going to be available here for LGD as they try and just get some vision. But important here for IG, they have the Scuttle Crab. They are the ones that have a little bit of extra vision here, and that's going to force LGD to back themselves away. You need to be so careful here, Shadow. You do not have flash. If you get caught, you could just die. Where are you going? Yes, back that way is where you should be going, and now the Predator being popped, LGD, they're starting to look a little shaky. This is starting to get a bit weird here from the side of LGD.
And this was the problem that we had with LGD. Their mid-game decision-making, their team fighting not being set up correctly, and we're seeing it once more. Now IG trying to see if they can land the poke. You can see they've kind of given up on Zika in the side lane. They know that they need to stay grouped, and if LGD don't play these team fights perfectly, it's easy for Wink to take over. It's easy for Zika to take over, and that's not even mentioning Uikai.
Yeah, and they are going to get a lot of damage down here onto Jay and onto Fearness. Your kind of front line taking a little bit of damage. You see now Shadow back themselves away. There's going to be the Realm Warp, but no one shall take it. A whisper on the wind of what could have been. And now IG reset themselves out. It is only a Cloud Soul, so I don't think LGD are going to be really caring about IG picking that one up for themselves. And this game is starting to get a little bit funky. It's no longer LGD in control. If anything, they're losing control as we got ourselves an even state in terms of gold.
LGD need to just forego this dragon and get someone up to that top side. Push it out. Make sure that you're able to actually start creating more pressure points on the map for IG, because IG... Maybe get onto Jay here.
IG, though, might have been caught out. Shun gets kicked in right on top of Wink. They use the Galio ultimate to stop the Rakan. And now the Moonlight Vigilance come out. You can see Jay just keep away. Jin Zhao goes in. Shun has been taken out. It's 2 kills to none. The Hextech ultimatum onto Wink as the Camille tries to do its very, very best. Eric is being jumped on by Zika, but Zika shall not survive. And eventually LGD will take themselves the ace. Beautiful setup there from the side of LGD. IG just walking straight away into all the CC and they die.
And now you've got the minion wave set up. They can march these through the mid lane. Only the one tower remains on that Nexus, and it ain't looking too healthy either. So LGD with that may have just won the game. 10 seconds on Shun, 15 on Wink. LGD trying to end this series.
I like this from Lucas. He knows he has to try and do something onto the minions. It's a desperate, feeble attempt, because at the end of it all, LGD will get themselves the win. They'll put themselves onto 3 wins and 7 losses with 6 games to play. They were desperate for that. They got it done in a home arena full of a crowd as well.
And for IG, that is heartbreak. When they had started to get everything going in their favor, when it started to feel like IG kind of righted the ship, it once more falls apart against LGD. Now sitting at 4-7, IG, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you to convince us that you're going to be moving up to playoffs. And LGD, maybe, just maybe, this is the path towards that playoff spot, but This is a very hard road here for LGD. Maybe this was just them playing upset against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, quite possibly. But again, a 4-7 now for Invictus Gaming. You look at some of the teams that need to try and get ahead. In terms of just like 10th and 9th, they're 5-5 for JDG and 5-7 for OMG. So it's not completely out of their hands. However, they did lose the OMG head-to-head. They've now lost the LGD head-to-head. We can even look at some of the people that maybe they went against, you know, in terms of the earlier split. They lost the head-to-head to Ultra Prime as well. These are the people you're fighting with, so you need to just be definitively ahead. You can't go on head-to-heads right now, because if you are, you're just going to end up falling further behind.
And that's the problem. I mean, this is where you really need to see them kind of stepping up, and unfortunately, they end up stepping out. I think Zika, unfortunately, not being able to get control of this Tryndamere. We've seen it too many times where he just goes for the Tryndamere blind and it just isn't working out. As well, Wink, I think this was an abysmal series. Consistently getting caught out, overextending the lane, not in the position that he should have been. Like, this was really poor from Wink. And I feel bad because Lucas, I think, had a great series. I think he was roaming around the map. We saw in game 3, like, preventing that dive in the mid lane. But if Wink is just overextending and getting caught out every time he roam, there's not much that Lucas can really do.
Yeah, not really. And you can see there, just like giving Fearless that counter and not really having an answer for it. Fearless was able to kind of mitigate the pressure. I think Shadow did very well in the early stages to kind of mitigate the impact of Shun. And the end of it all, again, we kind of talk about Wink and the bot lane as such for IG. They talk, yes, Zika coming in is, in my opinion, still a definitive upgrade to Nani. But the top side's not your problem here from the side of IG. And yes, they're trying things on bot, but bot is a really massive weak link in this chain. And they need to try and figure out what's going on with it or how to play around it without just losing such games. They honestly, I feel like they came into the series as heavy favorites. They should have won.
Yeah, and I think as well, especially since Yukai is starting to step up, it feels, I don't want to say unfair because this is the way it goes, but it just sucks for the Zika, Shun, and Yukai that, I mean, the bot lane is being such an issue where it doesn't really feel like you can get the ball rolling in a 1-3-1 scenario because of how far behind the bot lane has fallen. It means that you end up with like a ton of dragons going over to the opponent, so you're forced to take these fights. We saw it in game 2, we see it again in game 3. And just to go back over towards a more positive note though, I think as we kind of hit there for LGD, Shadow was a beast. I mean, we talk about him, he was one of the best Lee Sins in the LEC while he was over there and had his time there. Now that he's moved over, still keeping that time-honored tradition alive. This was a great Lee Sin game from him. The kicks were on point. His early game decision-making on who he wanted the Shadow, no pun intended, but like who he wanted to actually like match a lot of the early pressure that was coming through from Shun. This was an exceptional game from Shadow. And again, Shadow is the shining light of LGD, which is kind of ironic. Like, this guy's been a monster. Yeah. And every time we're talking about on LGD's side, it's always keep your eyes on the jungle. How does Shadow get set up for success? And you're seeing it here. Like, even though the damage is coming from Eric, this was Shadow just taking over so well.
Yeah, it really was. And I do think, again, we highlighted him at the start of the series. Fearless being able to mitigate a lot of these top side pressures. He plays weak side very, very well. Yes, sometimes he does need Shadow to shadow him, but does do very well in those situations. I think it's a solid block to, to elevate Shadow in that regard. And the brighter the light, the stronger the shadow, as it always ends up going. So Shadow being very, very good for the side of LGD. Again, we're not being super hype about them. They're sitting at 3-7. It's a bear, and then we talked about their strength of schedule. They have basically their next 6 games. They play everyone in the top 7 except for V5, and so it's tough. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. This would actually be a miracle run if they were to win all those games, and even then, that just gets them into the bottom. That gets them top 10. That gets them nothing else.
Yeah, I mean that would get them to 8 wins, and you're looking at like OMG, JDG, who are both on 5 apiece at the moment. Like OMG, sorry, has Rare Adam still to play, wins. FPX, LNG, RNG, not the easiest of times. Maybe you can try and get past them, but JDG as well, you're looking at like, has TT, has Rare Adam, Ultra Prime is their next game as well. Like, they feel like they should get to 8, so it all ends up being a little bit messy. So 8 doesn't really feel like it's going to be enough with the way that the league is positioned right now.
Yeah, 9 always tends to be the magic number. You're slightly above average, and it just keeps you that nice little cushion should anyone go on a little bit of a late run. And Yeah, it is starting to get to that point of the season. You know, it's mad to think that we are now here, 2-3 weeks left, and we are done with the regular split. And then there's not even that much of a break. You know, if past seasons are to go by, we go from regular season straight into a new, you know, kind of set of playoffs as quick as possible. But before we go start talking about that, we got to talk about our MVP from Game 3, and that is going to be Shadow. We talked about the shining light. The man was everywhere he needed to be.
Yep, guy was a beast. Loved seeing how strong he was in these early stages, and the fact that, as you said, like just kind of keeping pace with Shun, stopping him from getting that early dive on Zika, then being able to set up so much for these fights as well. And the early one that we got a Rift early had that great kick. Like, the guy was an absolute beast and rightfully deserved this MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely 100% deserved from him. And this, again, just being a nuisance in the backside of this. You know, you can see here that with the combination of Jay on this Galio, it just meant that the game plan that is very prominent coming out from the side of IG, where they go topside. We know they go topside, just wasn't able to be, you know, set up or even completed in any way, shape, or form.
I just want to give a shout out to Jay in this one, because we don't get to see it off screen. Like, the presence of mind in that play to flash over the wall so that then you can't get room prison and you're able to over to the top side, it's just really sick. But going back to gush about Shadow rather than Jay, as you can see, these fights, like, he was instrumental every step of the way. And again, like Eric, some missed positions here and there, but oftentimes felt like Shadow was kind of there to either help him out alongside Jinzhou, and just being able to control and dictate this early to mid game for LGD was exactly what they needed to do against what IG had drafted.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree. And IG, this will be a sore one. This will be a tough pill to swallow. You know, you're coming out now, you're already on the 4-7, 5 series left. Yes, they're all, apart from maybe Weibo, technically winnable. You're putting pressure on yourself. You're now effectively on the same course, if you will, of 7 losses alongside LGD, who have played 2 less games. So it is going to start to become more difficult, and we are going to start to see more and more teams get locked out of that playoff spots. We are running out of games, Dagda.
Yeah, and this is kind of where you're going to start going, right? Like, this is do or die for a lot of these squads, and maybe we haven't quite hit that mark yet, but we're getting fairly close to it. And for teams like LGD, who are sitting at towards the bottom of the barrel, these are much needed wins. You're looking at WE, who again weren't able to pick up another win, so very quickly they're going to be pushed out. TT, who picked up a surprise win yesterday. So I mean, there's still these teams that are latching on and kind of keeping our last few weeks interesting, but eventually teams are going to have to start to drop, and we're not far from that stage.
No, we are not far from that stage at all. And this is going to become a very quick season. You know, it feels mad that we started only, you know, a couple of weeks ago, and here we are. We even had a break of 2 weeks in between. But if you're only just joining us, you've missed all the action. Let's get you caught up nice and quick. Let's have a look at the results today, because we started off the day with a very swift 2-0 RA dispatching WE to keep their win streak of 5 wins in a row. And then we just finished off LGD equaling out the loss record for IG to keep them in the hunt for maybe a little bit of a playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, LGD managing to kind of halt IG in their tracks. I think for IG, this is going to be one where they're going to be very disappointed with not able to find the draft in game number 2 and not able to kind of keep themselves afloat in game 3. Now, as you look at the standings, means that IG sitting in 13th, LGD move up to 14th, just nestled in behind them. But when you look at the behemoths of the 9s and 1s in Weibo and V5, the 7-3s that go the right way down to 6th place, there's not a huge amount of wiggle room left to make sure that you get into playoffs.
Absolutely not. I think if you look at the teams you are looking at, you may be looking at RA, JDG, OMG. I say OMG, we're delighted to see IG drop the series today. That means they are equal in loss record, despite OMG having played an extra series. And it does mean that OMG get themselves an opportunity. This is a team that has been very much on the downward trend as we look towards tomorrow's games. Ultra Prime still in that playoff hunt, have a massive game tomorrow against JDG. If they're able to take that win, could make massive implications to how the playoffs finish off. And then we have another mid-table bash, kind of like top mid-table, as BLG take on Top Esports on a little bit of a resurgence now, trying to make themselves known to go back up towards that top of the table.
God, I just love how much things are heating up. It feels like this is the year, or at least this is the split, where there's so much back and forth. A lot of the teams that we didn't really expect to be sitting at the top of the table are. You've got teams that you expect to be in playoffs that are now struggling to be there. This is just such a nut split.
It really, really is. It feels like It's probably the most competitive it's been in a very long time in terms of anyone can win it, but it does feel like there's a lot of pressure on these teams. You know, there are 10 spots out of 17. You only have to just be just below average in order to get in there, but still got to get in there. That's the big thing. You don't want to be sending yourself off to summer split too soon, and for a couple of teams, like we mentioned earlier today, might be happening for them a little sooner than they maybe have hoped. But at the end of it all, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Dagda, for joining me on my random ramblings. Thank you, of course, to everyone behind the scenes and you guys at home. Without everyone involved, none of this would be possible. We will be back on the same channel, same time tomorrow, and we'll see you guys then.